Snapdragon tournament, the SNL. We are the ESL. We are currently on the Turkey side of things. So big shout out to everybody that is tuning in. Here with me, we got again Ryan Rumbles back from you casted in the very first series with us on the MENA side. So now we're back and you're here on the Turkey side.
Yeah, exactly. I bet it's nice weather over there as well. Unfortunately, we're not there, but I mean it's 30 degrees there as well. I don't I don't mind. But yeah,
Yeah.
we're here for the lower bracket then today. The big duo of the region already got their immediate ticket to the challenge finals, where EU, MENA, and Turkey teams meet then. And the teams from Turkey who got that ticket were Fireflux and S2G. Everybody expected that to happen. They were invited there directly, the top two of MTC tournament as well.
Yeah, and I mean it's gonna be a good day because there's quite a few teams that I suspected. You know, like Prestige looked kind of good, Moon Knight looks good. Of course, we didn't actually get to see Lunacy or Coliseum yesterday, or Chaos, I think. So, no, we got to see Lunacy. We didn't get to see Chaos or Coliseum yesterday. So it'd be pretty cool, and to see how these teams actually compete. I'm pretty sure it's all 4 matches today, so we'll definitely have to figure out how that goes about. But if there's any changes or anything that changes, I'll let you guys know, of course. But right now, match 1 is going to be Chaos versus Lunacy. I think it's Lunacy by. I thought it was like short, like the BY was short for like baby.
I have no clue. And then we I think yesterday everybody called them by the clan tag Luxa. So actually,
Yeah.
I have watched MTC, but I never caught like how they calling this team. But I guess I'm going by Luxa. I'm not sure. I
Wait
just
till you try to read the names. So.
yeah.
I would say that's probably the hardest barrier to get past is like the Turkish names.
No,
Like you
definitely. Yeah,
just
some of them have their actual local names as well. So it is a test for us as well.
yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day, but hey, we're here. I can't read half the stuff on the Turkish stream, so we're just gonna hope for the best. I know what draft looks like because of yesterday, and then I know what victory looks like.
Yeah,
So
definitely. Yeah.
we got quite a few games that we'll be able to see today. We'll find out who makes it to the lower bracket. I think we still have one. We'll end up having one more full day of it. And I did actually. Hey, nice. They didn't tell me all of this information, but I definitely made it and figured it out. But we do have Chaos versus Lunacy, Futuhat versus Coliseum, and then we'll end up having Moon Knight versus the winner of match 2, and then the Prestige versus the winner of match 1.
Yeah. And yeah, like you mentioned earlier, I think Prestige definitely has what it takes to make it through here. They finished fourth in the MTC, which just finished about a week ago. They did a really good job. Actually, took a map off Fireflux as well in the playoffs, and they were the only team together with S2G who managed to draw both series against Fireflux in the regular season, because in Turkish league it's played in a best of 2 format, the regular season games. And I think they have a very good way of adapting to drafts, and I'd definitely like to see what they can pull off here. They have some of the most experienced players in the Turkish region who have been in M3 World Championship as well. So it is just like one team I'd like to highlight.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of them because compared to like the MENA and the EU, it kind of seems like MENA and EU, it was kind of like a back and forth battle. But to be honest, like it seems like Turkish has like it's like skill level up here and then skill level down here. You
Yeah.
know, like it's not like it's kind of like North America. There's no like really in between. There's no team that can like really compete with the top. But again, I don't know who the top is here, so it's kind of cool to go into a game and not really like know what's going down until you really get into there. Because some of these teams actually, I don't know if they're. It could just be just like North America, where like people split up and they rejoin teams and they kind of
Yeah, I
combine
mean,
and
Turkish scene is very volatile. We've seen like a lot of transfers preseason where some of the older teams disbanded and these players split up again. We see that all the time. Like we're one of the first teams in Turkish region, which was good, was Bedel, and now their players are like all over the place in different teams, and their like individual mastery helps these teams out a lot. Yeah, there's like a lot of moves, just like you said, like in NA, like in Europe, whoever feels like they have a better chance somewhere else, they're gonna take it.
yeah, true. You think any of these teams are going to be like wild cards for MSC, or do
I
you
don't
have
know.
any like idea about that? I know that you normally see a lot of the
I
MENA
don't
and the
think
EU.
so. At least I mean, the Turkish, what happened in MTC, I don't think that they're gonna give the MSC places off very easily. The top two of the MTC go there already, so that's Fireflux and S2G, and that's basically locked in. And S2G, I think, is the wild card. So
Yeah,
rest of the teams don't really have a chance anymore, unfortunately.
I got to do some a little bit more research. You would think with being a manager, I'd have that up to date information on MSC, but not yet, not
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, yeah,
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
yeah.
There's a lot of stuff to plan, a lot of stuff to do. Um, it's been crazy, man. This year I think has probably been the most anticipated. I think as like a caster, I mean even for yourself, like I've been seeing a lot of opportunities, shine
Yeah, I
and
mean, I think Mobile Legends have definitely gotten much more global than before, right? We see regions growing, which we didn't really see before, and now I think what we have heard is that Moonton wants to also invest in North African region, which actually
hmm.
did a good job in ISF qualifiers. So that would be like cool to see as well. I think that region is forgotten in a lot of esports, but it has a lot of players. Technically, we see Egyptian teams doing really well. Maybe some other countries there as well, ready to take the lead.
Yeah, and I think another thing, if I'm not mistaken, kind of a little bit off the beaten trail while they're showing a lot of the players and stuff like that, is that I think I've heard rumors and talks of India getting like a revamped version of
Yeah,
MLBB.
yeah. I don't know if Kronos already mentioned that, but yeah, they are.
Yeah,
I have been playing on that server, or not the
have
server,
you?
but technically the game version. Yeah, and I don't know. It feels much smoother. I think it's a very much better introduction there for new players.
Yeah.
It is like that in based on the newer Unity version, which the Chinese server is on also, I think. And yeah, it definitely feels fresh, like much more better.
Yeah. Is it did they like revamp the skins or did they
Not a lot of them. We don't see like that human face on Hellcat there, like we're seeing in Chinese. So not like we're seeing Chinese server, but yeah, yeah. So, like I think some of them are a little bit modernized. Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Hey, I've seen Hellcurt getting that new Starlight skin, but it looks like we're gonna be jumping into the draft here in a second. I definitely want to make sure the draft is looking good before I jump and throw it over, just because I've done a little bit of managing the screen a bit here. But we are getting into game one. Everything does look good. We're gonna jump right into the draft. I think. I don't. They're showing us
And everything
like
is already taken or
what in the
not? No, but
world?
they're just testing stuff. I think. Yeah. What? Huh?
Holy
No,
crap!
we're just testing. I think it was some sort of a
Interesting.
team test.
False
Yeah.
alarm, false alarm.
First
Going back
alarm.
to the
Yeah.
English, going
We,
back to the
we
English casters.
Yeah, we don't see a 10v10 actually, because I think we saw like 20 different champions there or something.
Yeah, that was a lot. I was because I can't read Turkish or how whatever the language is, but that
Yeah, how
word I
dare you?
seen was normally the word that I seen when draft comes up, and I
Yeah.
was gonna throw it right to it, but then that was crazy. It was crazy, but hey. Some of them look like they haven't got a lot of sleep on the Turkish side of things.
I mean, yeah, like these casters, I think I know one of them. One of them is Johnny, I think, the one on the right. They've been helping to lift the Turkish in a lot as well, and their season is very tight, as there's a lot of games happening in a shorter amount of time compared to some of the other regions. But I guess because it is a bit edited, it just doesn't really follow the regular format of Moonton tournaments, but that's kind of cool because they're still endorsed by Moonton and they have an official league. But we are
Yeah.
starting with the draft now.
Yep. We are moving on to the draft. We can kind of already see if I can unmute this stream. I think I actually have it still muted because it's just like annoying background music to me. So you guys will just enjoy our voices. But kind of taking a look at some of these things, the Hellcurt or not the Hellcurt. You got me thinking of Hellcurt now because of that face.
Yeah, exactly.
The Harith getting banned, the Fredrin, the Brats, and the Faramis. All typical first bans other than the Faramis. The Faramis is a little bit wild, maybe a little bit more of a target ban. I think if I'm not mistaken, Lunacy yesterday had a pretty good Faramis when they paired it up. But again, I think it's because they left open like a Matilda or, I mean, literally the next two bans are probably going to be Matilda, Angela, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it does like makes you think of what they're gonna pick. Like Faramis first ban is something you don't see very often. Like, are you gonna go against with some sort of a squishy comp? Do you want to play with Assassin, seeing the Barrett's ban coming up second, maybe? This could lead to something here because already we see Fredrin taken out. There's much less knockups, much less CC left in this draft.
There's the Angela. Anticipate it. I don't think they want to allow the Matilda through, but it could be a possibility. Matilda's I really need to learn how to play Matilda because she is just an absolute menace.
Yeah, she's good, but she profits off the team, right? So
Yeah.
in some sort of a solo queue format or even just in a squad format, it's still like she's not like the highest performing roam, but she can be flexed very efficiently. You can even put her on mid even these days still. And as a first pick, when no one has shown, for example, in rank, it is still a very good, very solid pick overall.
Definitely. There's the Matilda. I kind of first seen it.
We've seen that Roger so much yesterday as well. I think there was like 6 or 7 Roger picks on that goal lane.
Wow.
And, we saw that a lot in the MPL Philippines final as well today earlier. It's just, I guess it's a very comfortable pick on the goal lane, right? It kind of helps you to escape a lot of the CC with the iframes, thanks to the lick and pounce, and helps you keep yourself alive.
I think these win rates have to be wrong, right? Navaria, she has a 0% win rate. So does Bosch. I know that Boschia has a 0%, but
I mean, they're
Navaria,
taking it off
that's
the
crazy.
Turkish side of this tournament. I'm guessing this is why they have some.
I guess. Okay, I see. I see it.
Yeah.
I was about to say the Roger had a 25% win rate. I'm like, everybody's picking all of the lowest win rates. Like,
yeah. Statistically, this doesn't make sense. Everybody's like at a 0. Like, who's winning this game?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're just picking all the losers. Someone's got to win.
Yeah, exactly. Vexana, good pick here. I mean, the Baksha already sets the tone, right? You can't take any sort of an assassin now, which is unfortunate. I think Chaos was leaning towards that a little bit. And here is there's the Yuzhong as well. Again, great control, great finisher hero. I think you can leave that roam last now, and you can think about you can maybe think about the jungle a little bit here.
Yeah. Really you gotta watch out for that Yuzhong. I mean, that's what the Navaria normally has to keep an eye on. To be honest, like Yuzhong's gonna have a little bit of a tough job coming into this game, depending on what Lunacy decides to pick up for the gold lane.
Yeah, has to be Paquito, has to be something that catches up with Yuzhong. Can easily cancel Roger speed ups as well, and it's a good pickup here. Kind of mandatory.
Yeah, it's an overall good pick because I mean, like you said, it just catches up. Not only is it going to catch up, but it'll be able to pierce and dive into that back line as well to get that Vexana. He'll be able to dip, dodge, weave, and 1-2 punch KO or so that'd be a good pick. Good pick.
Ling taken out. They still think that Chaos might lean towards that assassin jungler, and yeah, it definitely looked like that at the start of the draft. But I don't think they really want to take a huge risk looking into that draft. You know, you have Paquito against you, Baksha against you. You don't have a lot of targets you can pick on like this. I think Ling as well in the current meta just doesn't do much. He's great late game as a very mobile wave clear tool, but other than that, he falls off massively because it is still a very CC focused meta.
Yeah, exactly. And we can kind of see that Lunacy is kind of lacking a bit of that right now. The mage is, I mean, of course, more vision and slow. Definitely increases the hitbox as well. But other than that, I mean, they're gonna have to pick up some type of CC here.
Do Chaos know what marksman they're going to pick here right now? Because they already took out Moscow and Nathan. There, of course, there's not too many gold laner bans. There is the Harris as well, but yeah, but you know,
I mean, yeah. What are they gonna
what
attempt to
is
pick up
better? Yeah,
here?
it's like you can take something safe, you know, maybe like a Clint, but still not
I
the
feel
best.
like
His skills
Clint's very
against
underestimated right now.
yeah,
Like
Clint
he's
is
a really
underestimated.
good.
Won a game just in the MPL final as well, and I think yeah, it just stabilizes the lane, right? Just makes it quite neutral, and that's gonna
Yeah,
be the Rome
Edith.
Rome Edith then. Yeah.
I got
Goal laner
someone.
last. I mean, yeah, it has to be something that pairs together with it. Clint actually does a good job. You know, can work from the back. You have three frontline champions basically brawling it out. You got Edith, Paquito, Baksha, and it would be a very strong front to back comp here for Luxa.
Yeah, Edith. I still like Edith. That's a little bit of the CC that they definitely needed to pick up. So that's clutch from the side of Chaos. We're
Okay.
probably gonna. Hmm.
Okay, yeah, I'm guessing
Aja.
that Chaos are thinking, you know, they don't have enough reliable CC, and now they're really gonna double down with it. Though they're gonna
I got
take the
suppression.
Kaja and the Guinevere, yeah, and
Woo.
that's heavy.
That's actually the
They,
first time Gwen's been picked. I actually in the MWI like Gwen was getting picked quite a bit as well, which I mean, two to your own is quite
I think we saw
wild.
it in the EU MENA finals as well. I think it was Romgin then, which didn't do a good job. I'm guessing this time it's the jungle win, which is much more better in a sense because you're gonna be building a little damage as well. The Rome is only for interrupting the likes of Fredrin, Bagsha, Paquito,
Yeah,
whatever. But here you can be some sort of a carry as well. And talking about carries, it is the carry.
the carry. I think
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, I seen someone in the chat was calling out the carry as well.
Yeah, I mean it makes
But it's
sense.
good.
So, but yeah, it's still solid. Like you know, Carrot doesn't really easily fall out of the meta. It's very hard to really stop her in any way. And now that we have that new marksman item coming up as well, Malefic Gun, I think that really works out well with her because it basically procs off her passive. And I think the
Yeah,
likes of her, Moskov, and Hanabi are going to be like the new meta marksman in the upcoming patch. But yeah, Carry is just always there. You never get rid of her.
turn you up a little bit. Keep talking.
All right.
Okay, there we go.
It was
Perfect.
I was quiet the last time around as well. Yeah, I mean, I have quite a distance from my microphone. That's probably why as well. I'm just like leaning back
When you
here.
get like
Yeah,
loud, like it
yeah,
definitely gets to it and peaks. But we're good. I think we're solid. We're gonna be getting into game one of Chaos versus Lunacy here.
yeah.
Chaos.
Heavy
I like
leash.
Chaos draft.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem a little bit more well-rounded. I think we're gonna have to see how much the Guinevere does here. You know, it does offer you a lot of mobility, like we saw that as well. Your Claire is actually going to be really fast once you hit the level 2 and you get the clone out as well. So yeah, just gonna be rushing around the game field over here. And Emre trying to cause a little bit of chaos here. Lethal when they're already up. Will Brian make it there as well? They're starting it already. But there is the Boxer trying to still steal it away. I think he mistimed the... Yeah, I mean, the Boxer mistimed the retry on it.
Well, I think I'm a
And
little bit farther
Chaos
behind you. Hold
easily
on
picks it
here.
up. Oh, yeah. You know, it happens.
Let me speed it up a
Good
little
old...
bit.
Yeah.
Let's match our times real fast. I'm at 114,
Yeah, roughly the
116.
same. Yeah.
All right, nice. I was like, the retro hasn't even happened yet, but we're here. We're here.
I predicted it. Yeah, I called
I
it.
see. I see. He was like, yeah, he missed that retro. I was like, huh?
Oh no! Well, Strofa is just being absolutely bombarded with players there. They just forced him against the wall, and even though I think he tried to jump out of there, but there's no escape from the Paquito, from the boxer, just keeping you in a trap. And
I mean,
that was a very heavy gank. I mean, they do get a lot of gold from it. They got some tower gold as well, but it really depends on how they're gonna approach the turtle here. Otherwise, I think it's a bit of a waste. Not too much, of course. They got that top side control right now, but
I mean, it was a little bit of I say a win in their part, right? Lunacy being able to chip half the gold off and get a kill, reset the turtle
certainly. Oh,
here.
Toby with a nice shot here. Gabby's down to half HP.
Nice.
Nice knock up as well. Here's the Violent Requiem. All the shots are hitting there, and Embre's out from the playfield. Is there anyone else left? Actually, there is. Siam going down. So much damage coming out from KO's side now, and they find a relevant answer here. Here's Strofa with the Black Dragon form as well, getting another kill, and KO's turned the fight around, and that's a great payback from what happened in the XP lane earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. Chaos being able to turn that fight around. I mean, they weren't able to secure the turtle, but they were able to secure quite a few kills, like 3 kills early on. That's going to stop them.
Because the other side is going to get that turtle shield, and it just feels good when you're going to get them down after such a huge fight.
I was good too, because they early CC'd the Edith, and that stops all of the control that Lunacy brings to team fights. But
I mean, it's vital. It's vital to take that Paquito out as early as possible to just slow down that lane a little bit. Otherwise, the Paquito gets too much control. He's going to start to proxy. He's going to even take your jungle creeps at your blue side. So it's a good decision there to just get that early gank in there, even if they're going off the charts here in the mid lane a little bit here.
They're just fighting.
To get control here, but what's going on? I mean, the Buckshed just trying too hard to get that blue buff, and now he's surrounded by all of KO's players. There's no escape. Strofa is falling quite low. Savium is chasing him, but he heals up just with the cape, and that's a good job here by Mavi and Chaos.
Bottom lane. Bottom lane got a solo kill.
Yeah, they actually got a kill there. Britannia, the sub marksman of Luxa, they didn't play in the MTC season. He's playing in this tournament now. Not having a good time over on the goal lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It's a crazy game so far. Right now, Chaos definitely leading in the kill mark. EXP having a little bit of a trouble, but not like crazy. I feel like that's what the Paquito does, though.
Like I said, just congregating here at the turtle. They're already starting it. Once it's reached half HP, I don't think they want to really let it reset, but that's exactly what's happening. The turtle is crawling back into its cove. Toby trying to hit something with the Astral Recall. Astral Meteor comes down as well. Suspect gets hit, but it's not too much damage yet. Savium from the flank, though.
Sheesh.
That's a couple of nice punches thrown out, but it's a retry battle this time. Chaos loses out in the hand speed department. The Eternal Guard is beating away.
Oof.
And maybe, just maybe, Baymavi gets to heal up from the Dragon form, and they just don't find the Edith kill. Actually, never mind. It's just kills going back and forth, and the kill feed is being populated at lightning pace.
Oh, Toby missing the snipe. Yeah. Almost.
Really unfortunate there, but E2 lead for Chaos, and look at the goal lane. That's Roger just having everything for himself over there.
They traded towers, though.
Yeah, it is going to be the top tower taken then on the other side.
Yeah, a little bit of a play here. Purify comes out by...
All right, Brian. Not holding back at all. Just throws himself in there. Doesn't really land the knock-up, though, and now he's in trouble. The Eternal Guard maybe does something extra here, but doesn't really bail him out, though. And no extra chance for Chaos here for a re-aggression to happen.
I gotta say, I mean, even though Chaos has a lot of the kills, they're not too far up in gold, and that just goes to show that even when you focus on just killing, if you're not actually securing neutral objectives like the creeps or towers or anything like that. It doesn't really matter how many kills you get. It just is a total factor, at least in the early game. Late game, it can definitely matter.
Yeah, certainly. 40, so yeah, less than 40 seconds for another turtle now. It's been a very fast-paced game, and no surprise there that the Roger is leading the goal charts as well. I mean, he got to lane basically solo against no one for quite a while there. Carry had a lot of downtime. And now they're going for the 2-against-1 dive here, but I don't think they can catch Yuzhong. Actually, they're going to be punished for it, and Britannia just dies on the ground like a little bug, and the carry just can't do anything at the moment. Needs items first. Strofa pushes the issue further, but Imaro gets away.
Yeah, and it looks like the Lord might go into a dance as 4 come in. Retry! Layden. Able to secure that with no problem here. No one falls, though. Surprisingly enough, it was just a lot of utility baited out, but not much comes out of it, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of like the aftermath seems again much more heavier than the actual turtle fight, and obviously that looks like got that shield as well from the turtle. They felt much more comfortable, and Chaos had to pull back a little bit. And now by Mavi trying to get the tower on the other side as well. They finally get that XP lane tower. It took quite a while, and they are feeling a little bit more comfortable over here now. Strofa. I mean, Strofa is. I feel like Strofa is permanently in a 1v2 situation, but he always comes out on top.
Yeah, it is true. Oh, suppression
Team
coming out
arrives.
here.
Yep, that's the kill secured as well. Brian does need to hit that spatial migration a little bit better, but now when he does land, it usually is a secure kill. There's the concentrated energy coming out as well for that damage Guinevere. I mean, Guinevere, I think she has one of the best magic damage scalings in the game, if not the strongest, on the Violent Requiem. And her burst damage is actually insane once you reach that late game.
Yeah. That's why I'm not a fan of the Boxia right now, man. It's just there's so many teams that utilize it in like MPLPH, Indo, but to be honest, I mean, you have to have a team that's very sustainable that you can utilize that built-in anti-heal for it to actually mean something. And it doesn't seem like teams are very sustainable anymore. It's more of that we're looking at team comps that are like, I can't move, right? CC control, slow,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
massive team fights, stuff like that.
Yeah, you don't see a comp at all without any suppression, without any knockups, right? There's always a
Yeah.
Fredrin or Hakai or Barretts or something at least, or even a Paquito, like they have here. And well, Edith has a knockup as well. So yeah, there's always the heaviest forms of CC available that also cancel channel abilities, and that's why the likes of Farsa, Odette, have kind of fallen out of the meta as well. Eternal God bravely fighting and defending off against Luxa here. And Chaos trying to build a path towards the Lord here. It's going to be reset. Brian doesn't really know what to do here. Team isn't in position yet. They're going to be bringing by Mavi over as well. Wave is crashing a little bit bad at the bot lane, but Harry's going to be pushing out the top as well. So I think Chaos is kind of forced against the wall here. Do they sacrifice one player to clear out these waves? Do they want to lose the towers? And Edith is already here against Strofa to push him back, but they still haven't really initiated the Lord.
Yeah. Ooh, but the KO punch.
Well, RIP Strofa. I guess that's going to be the Lord taken now because there's not much reliable CC left on KO side. Brian with the damage build as well. I don't think he wants to just push himself in there and hope for a double or triple knockup. The Eternal Guard does something, but that's likely Gabi going down first. Maybe someone following up. Finally, the carry is firing good shots as well, and it's a total wipeout by Mavi standing, but he's far away from all the danger. And the Lord is taken by Luxand. Well, it looks like the game has been turned around at least a little bit, but now they have to focus on the towers first off.
It is true, and I mean they're applying a pressure, and again we've seen this into the early stage. Kind of looking at some of the highlights here. The carry really shining again. Boxy actually kind of doing pretty good in this situation, mainly because his team is pretty much taking care of it. The carry's kind of online, the Paquito online. It just goes to show you got to be disciplined, focus on objectives, and you can still win. Because look, they're 3 kills behind.
Yeah. Yeah, the Bakshi is actually doing a decent job now that I think about it. You know, you kind of stop the Guinevere super magic. You do also stop Yizhong's regen quite a lot, and it helps out a lot. Now he has that Guardian helmet as well, going to be much bulkier. And the Lord will take the tier 2 tower. There's nobody defending it because the attention is grabbed here at the bottom and mid. And a heavy brawl is about to happen, but Chaos, they have to be wary of certain dangers, just like that Lord that's going to be marching in already has slain 1 tower, and they have to melt it down fast before Luxa is going to be crashing another mid wave.
Yeah. We can kind of see them setting up possibly a play here, but they're just taking tower after tower. What I'd like to see from Chaos at this point is, I mean, they showed it in the early stage was aggression, control, keep them at bay. Because right now, I mean, Rogers, they're essentially their last hope, as well as Yuzong, right? Like Sophia, I think that's Storfia. How do you say that? I don't even know. Whatever the Yuzong. Yuzong's actually 7-3-1. Got a decent amount of kills, so he's probably online. That Petri's amazing, taking care of a lot of the team. They just got to keep that at bay. I mean, it's anybody's game at this point. You pop a Petri onto the Boxia, take him out, and then you're able to get a Lord with no problem. So I think that is really the play that we need to see from Chaos. Now, Lunacy, they just got to kind of keep up their neutral objective holds. They're doing really well at it, but right now they're kind of giving Chaos a little bit of breathing room, and they're like, you know, branching out of their base. Lunacy has all tier 2 towers left, so they have a little bit more security in the Land of Dawn compared to Chaos. So it's crazy to see them out and about.
Yeah, I'm just thinking as well, Chaos maybe isn't that late game of a team right here, because if we're looking at you know, heroes like Guinevere, obviously the bulky heroes on the other side, they're going to start building that magic resist, and even if you have that full damage build on Guinevere, you're still going to be mitigated. And also, Roger isn't the kind to really go full penetration and doesn't deal true damage, as opposed to like a carry who's going to be popping off soon. So I do feel like Chaos is in a war against time right now, and they had to make the right choices, otherwise they're never going to get that comeback in this game.
True. And right now we see the carry kind of split from the group. I mean, carry's probably the best one. Boxia could have definitely went a little bit farther because he's quicker at coming back to the Lord, but we already see Chaos just burning the Lord quick.
Yeah, they're just taking the opportunity. They saw that, you know, you don't have the marksman present. We're going to try for it, but the Boxia, again, the retry timings now have been really good for Luncxaby. And here's Britannia getting a kill. Bevavi gets one back, but Britannia is still standing and doesn't back down. And that carry out of nowhere is sitting on a 5-2 right now. And the goal lead going actually into Lux's favor. Lord is coming in. You have 2 players down for 20 seconds. Chaos, well, it definitely does look chaotic at the moment.
Yeah, and now the Lord's barreling down and 2 people
that
are
inhibitor
down.
is just going to be smashed in one shot by the Lord. Can they hold off here until they're going to have Strofa and by Mavi back up? No, Gabi just one shot basically. Brian gets some nice damage onto Britannia, but that's still not enough. Look at that. Britannia is and they're just going to be basic attacking the bigs, but can there still be some sort of an answer here?
Wow,
maybe by Mavi and Strofa are just chasing them back out, and Strofa is doing a hell of a work here, but there's still all the waves crashing in. Look at that, just the dozens of minions heading straight towards that base.
That's crazy. They took out the Vexana. How couldn't they end? I think it might have been because of that TP that they randomly did there. You know, you can't give up that free base push just to TP on a Vexana, you know?
Yeah, it's also really good that Brian found that knock-up and Violet Draco onto Britannia. Otherwise, I think they would have marched on, just basic attack that base down. But they needed to have some sort of CC left. Suspect didn't have ult available. You know, you had Strofa still dead. And Brian has been doing a good job right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's going to come down to another Lord at this point, or if they're able to possibly secure some really good picks. And I think they have some vision on this mid lane, but I don't know if they want to take it. They could all group up, conceal play, push. I mean, they would have it. Oh,
Yeah, just a
Roger.
missed opportunity here. Are they gonna chase that 2v1? No, they can't really. The waves are coming in again and again and again. In Chaos, well, it is that sinkhole you find yourself in when you don't have any inhibitors, right? You just have to flip a team fight and hope you get that 20-second lead off to just equalize the waves a little bit to push out. But it's just the current situation demands like a 5-0 wipeout here from Chaos. There's so many players, so many heroes who can do a good job in 1v3s, like we see the box. Yeah, but Britannia is just being dragged. And why was Britannia so off position? Wow. Actually, is the question there. That was a bit of a misplay here. And great landing here, but of course the Edith almost full build as well. So
that was a decent go at it, right?
Yeah, of course. Like they are severely hampered. I mean, that Lord is not going to be a very easy fight, but they still have to sacrifice one member to deal with the minions. So Strofa is going to be far away. He does have the Black Dragon form available to help out his team in the last second if needed. But for now, it's going to be a 4v4 fight brewing in the river.
Yeah, and the one big advantage that Lunacy has is that they have those enhanced minions, but knockups.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, GG's.
Well, that's it. I mean,
what?
Hey, wait! There's just so much going on at the moment. You see the Eternal God landing as well, and the Black Dragon form just does so much in team fights. And Chaos reacted perfectly to all of that. It just need Yuzhong available in such important moments, and it can turn the pace so fast, but Chaos still have to drop back a little bit. No need to fight for the Lord right now. You've done your job. 2 important members of the opponents are out of the fray currently, and you just, again, have to push out these waves, otherwise you don't really find a good timing for the new Lord fight.
Yeah. I mean, Basha is down, so having no retry is there. CCs are at max. Oh my, no way.
Yeah, there's another knockout, but it barely does damage to Savium. Actually, gets the shield as well. They will get the Lord most likely. Strofa is doing a good job just fending anyone off, trying to slide their way into the cove. And Chaos, well, the minions are going in. Look at that. It's not looking really good. Gabi is just fighting for his life over there, pushing them all out, but the rest of the team does arrive in time. And now they have that Lord by their side as well. Evolved one at that, so that's going to be much more powerful. Hoping to find at least one tower here.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to be able to utilize this Lord if they just hold
off
a little bit.
Lord took a little detour over to the bottom lane and now just changed over to the mid lane.
I mean, hey, the Lord's kind of holding himself back. The team looking for a pick during this Lord take. The minions,
yeah, they're really
just letting them stack up
there right now. Astral Echo is laid down. Is anybody going to be diving in from Lux's side? Doesn't look like it. Savior just has to push up the minions, and the siege minion doesn't really take any damage from Savium anymore. He's late game, and the siege minions themselves are super tanky, so they take quite a lot of hits to finish off. We're already over to potions because everybody's builds are completed or almost completed if we don't think about roamers. And 20 minutes have already passed.
Could be anybody's game. Good knockups here by Vexana.
There it is. Astroleka goes down again, and they just don't want to find any sort of trouble here. Look at Gabi's positioning his face-to-face against 5 of them. He just smashes down that Eternal Guard. Savium does still have the immortality up, so he risks and stays in the fight a little bit longer. But there's one inhibitor taken now, and Chaos finally finding some sort of an answer, some sort of retaliation in this game that has gone on for long enough, and they want to take it. Yeah,
I mean, what we're seeing here is I mean, it's just a natural back and forth game. As we get into the late game, though,
Okay, now it's getting a little bit dangerous. But Chaos does have all the ultimates up, all the important
Uh-oh.
ones out there, but Stropha can't afford to die here. It does have immortality and Black Dragon form available, but if he dies, it all comes down to 0. Here's a good internal guard. They are gonna CC lock Savium down to the ground. Britannia is gonna be following up if they can
end
get
this.
another hit onto him. Britannia, oh my god, dies to the Vexana, and Chaos, they are really popping off now. They're uncontrollable.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can end this at this point. They're kind of sieging the base. Boxy trying to keep them
Nice
at
little
bay.
kidnapping over here as well. And is it enough? Another immortality is being popped. There's just so many of them.
They're gonna go for it. I mean, they're taking their time here.
Well, yeah, they're just Alex are trying to do anything they can to just fend them off, but I don't
I
think
think
there's
Roger went
any other way.
back. I
That
don't
should
know
be it,
why
though.
half the team went back and then they
It's
ended the
hold on.
game.
Yeah, okay. Wait, no way. No way.
What the heck? Like, literally, Kaja and Roger went back, but then the team just ends it. Like, what the heck just happened there?
I mean, I guess the minions could have technically backdoored them, really. It was looking really, really bad for a second there. But great job from Chaos. I mean, it was a really eventful game and end-to-end action all over the battleground.
I actually suspected that Lunacy was going to end up winning there. I mean, they pushed Chaos right back against the wall, but then I think it just came down to the team fight and the comps. To be honest, Chaos has a massive... Their Yuzong is just cracked. Just so many kills left and right. Definitely a very good Yuzong. And then the Guinevere also popping off Brian, putting in a lot of decent damage. And just overall, like, Boxia is tanky, but if the whole team jumps on him, like, he just can't move. He can't get out of there. Lord stolen by both teams left and right. Lunacy definitely controlling a decent bit, but not able to turn the tides.
Yeah, from these fights we saw a lot of times, like you said, Baksha by himself doesn't do much. He doesn't have reliable CC, so there was Savium trying to do a lot there, but that also messed up his flanks, and these late team fights were kind of messed up. But no, it actually we actually missed that. Yeah, it is the minions backdooring, and it looks like got the victory. It seems like. That's I was like thinking, why was the camera focused on the blue base there? Now I realize, yeah.
Now you know.
We were played like a fiddle, yeah.
Lord. Minions have been winning games left and right, but an MVP goes to Toby. That's actually insane, to be honest. I felt like the Yuzong was definitely a little...
I think from the losing side, we have to single out Stropha as one of the best. But Toby did a good job, good Astral Echoes to sway the tempo of the team fights. And it did feel like in the late game, Luxa didn't deserve to win this anymore, but the minions found their second gear. And
am I tripping, or are they saying Lunacy won? Didn't Chaos win?
Yeah, that's no. It is the minions finished it. The minions finished it because they didn't remember
snap.
there was by Mavi and Suspect fast recalling trying to stop it, but they didn't have damage against the siege.
I didn't even notice that. I thought you were wow. I was wondering what happened. I was like, hold up. I was like, Chaos was literally smacking their base, and then
yeah, I mean, the last shot of the game was like focused on like the blue base, and it was like on an odd angle. I was like, did it really happen? Did we miss something?
Minions backdoored Chaos. That's crazy.
Yeah,
the minion.
This is the problem, right? You lose your inhibitors so early, and you really have no possible way to defend the late game against these 9 minions crashing into you, and then another one and another one. So that was really fun.
Yeah, I don't know. The cameraman before had fast fingers, but now he's just confusing me.
I mean, I would have expected Chaos to end this as well, but they didn't focus on the base fast enough. They definitely had an opportunity, right? I don't remember who was still standing from Lux's side. It was definitely the Edith, maybe the Paquito as well, and that was basically it. So they could have technically just pushed through it, but yeah, every second matters. Every second matters.
You're telling me, that's for sure. Friggin'. And I feel like that's the hardest part about Mobile Legends right now is that lane management into the late game. To be honest, like I don't feel like if you lose, and I mean this is just me personally because I think it happens in all MOBAs, but I don't feel like if you lose your tier 3 inhibitors that the other enemies should get enhanced lanes because it just seems a little crazy.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. Like the super minions are heavy
yeah,
in Mobile Legends. Yeah, you're gonna have a very hard time against them unless you're really gonna set your marksman to, set at the back
yeah,
to defend the base. And other than
but
that,
that's
XP
discipline.
laners, any melee heroes, they don't do damage to them. Yeah,
Yeah, you got to get used to that discipline though, right? Like
yeah,
you got to understand the overall plays of the game and you just got to know you got to work with and decide on if you're going to lane management. You got to definitely double push them in versus the enemy team only has to push in one lane because they're definitely going to win it, but we're going to be jumping right back into the draft. This is why I like Snapdragon, man. Like it's like it's a snap at a sip, scop, poop, and we're in the next game.
yeah. It was really fast actually. Despite the last game being actually quite long, right? It was like 24 minutes
Yeah.
or something like that. Yeah. I'm just like I'm checking back, and literally the only one who was defending there was the Kaja against two siege minions. This was the last shot of the game. Like that's so bad, actually. That's so sad. Yeah. And then Baimavi just finished his recall, and then the game ended.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how things
Another
go
Roger
here.
is banned. Okay, I guess we're gonna return to some older traditional stuff.
It's
Or
worth
Claude
it.
Carry. We already saw Carry. Yeah, it's worth it. I mean,
Rogers
well, the Roger
definitely.
was The Roger was hard to catch actually last game. Yeah, did a pretty good job for Chaos, even though he wasn't in the spotlight all the time.
Yeah.
He won his lane dominantly. Actually, he got the first tower as well. Harith then on the other side, as usual.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. I think that they're definitely going typical bans. They're getting rid of some of the annoyances that we've seen in Chaos, though, which is this is something that I've learned from just watching a lot of coaching and just being with BTK is that you got, I mean, yeah, you got a target ban, but you really got to understand what you're banning and why you're banning it. Don't just panic ban. Like, you shouldn't just be banning the Roger because they did good on it or the Navaria. I mean, of course, if that ultimately, if you're banning these three heroes and it wins the game, then of course you got really good target bans at this point. But you
Yeah,
can't lose sight of the overall meta.
yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, that's well put. We see the Angel taken out. We see the Namari taken out. Are I guess they are forcing Chaos to ban Barretts then, maybe going for a Barretts here. Yeah.
Hmm.
This is. I feel like this is a target ban. I don't think Nolan is that important currently, but he has been popping off in certain conditions. If you have a very tanky XP laner like a Terizla, for example, then he does a very good job. And we saw that actually as well. I think it was yesterday in one of the games where we saw like a Terizla. That was it. That was like the only tanky champion. But Nolan does a very good job mid game, early game, and shuts down anyone who doesn't have defensive items yet. Frederick,
Yeah.
first pick. We're going in safe.
Yeah, I mean, we see that also the Brats is open, so I mean they could first pick that as well, or wait until a little bit of the second pick phase. But they go Basha again. Oh no. Or was it Lunacy that pulled out the Basha last time?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. It was. Yeah, it was Lunacy on the other side. But
But it still had a 0% win rate.
that says it all, right? We were always cussing out Baksha in the EU Mana finals as well. Like I don't think it was that good there. And I mean, technically, hell, it did. It did. Wait, it's not. It can't be zero, right? We won the game last time,
That's
but
what I was saying. Like,
yeah,
how is
but
it still 0?
yeah.
Bias.
The win doesn't matter. It's only a win upgrade for the minions. Anybody
All
else
right,
is
the
winning
Winions
0.
one, not Boxia.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Fox is stripped of
crazy.
all titles.
Yeah,
So
we'll
here's the
definitely
Edith
see.
coming out again. That was actually a very, very solid pick. Did a good job defending as well. As we saw, it kind of shuffled the cards late as well in the last push. It did slow down the waves and they did manage to stop Chaos from ending it fast enough. So paired
Yeah.
together with the Vexana as well, already a lot of control. I'm guessing Yuzhong might still be picked here by either side. Rock though,
Yeah.
it's a nice river presence immediately.
I like Grok. Grok's I mean, a decent play here. A decent bit of CC. The Valentina is also one of my favorite mages right now. Does a decent amount of damage. Anybody that knows how to play her is normally really good at her. Just her versatility is nice. But we'll be getting into the second banning phases here. They ban out the
Yeah, I'm just
Benedetta.
thinking. Yeah, but then, like, yeah, I get. I'm not sure why they're doing it because they themselves need heroes that can catch up to Vexana, right? Because Vexana
Mm-hmm.
technically has like a double flicker ability on a super short cooldown, and she's one of the fastest heroes in a team fight to just weave through you, basically, unless she's in some sort of an ultimate. But I guess it makes sense. Glue taken out, which is was a pretty popular hero in MTC actually in the regular season. We didn't see it much more in other regions, but I'm guessing there are people there who are very comfortable on him.
Yeah. Glue's quite wild in this situation. I wouldn't have suspected that ban, but I guess they want to go for it just in case. Maybe they have something up their sleeves that they want to roll with here.
Yuzhong band as
Um,
well. Yeah, that is getting really interesting. Are they gonna go something like
they just don't want
they
the
asked
EXP.
like oh yeah, Xberg is banned, so I was just thinking like yeah, they need something that does a lot of damage as well on the XP lane. They're taking out all these control heroes as well, and have much left really in the selection here.
Yeah,
Like
I
Jerusalem
don't
would
think
be
we'll
a good
have too
shout
big
if they
a.
really get a hyperscaler marksman out as well. So maybe like a
Hmm.
Moscow here. Lapu Lapu, okay.
I mean, being able to dive into the back line, being able to absorb a lot of the damage, I like it. But I feel like Lapu is gonna have to really scale here, or they're gonna be really reliant on their gold lane at this point.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like later on, he doesn't really do anything. He does a really good job again, stalling the lane, winning like that top side of the map to get the river fight going. He does have that shield, and is a great blind pick to XP lane. Other than that, you don't see him picked as much as all these global presence heroes like Yuzhong. And carry taken again. Did his job perfectly in the last game. Actually, we saw that triple kill as well, which turned the tide immediately. And there they took these 3 inhibitors as well. And Ruby XP, which we saw actually from Luncxaby quite a lot of times in MCT as well. They could it be the? I think it is the XP lane. Should be at least the XP lane. Ruby. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, and they went Moskov, so yeah, they're definitely waiting for that late game. They want to build that front line, which is what they have: Boxia, Grok, and Lapu. Like it's gonna be a hard time getting to that Valentina and that Moskov, depending on what they play. But the Ruby is also a really good pick because she could possibly grab them and pull them in and just CC them to heck. So we'll see how it plays out. But I like the overall draft from both sides, to be honest.
Yeah, I do feel like Luxa is a little bit better overall. There's very little like lockdown currently on KO's side. I think it's because
Yeah.
you need to rely on that wild charge a lot in the team fight. So um, this could become very unbalanced when the Grok gets caught, and you don't really have anyone to properly tank for you over there.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see how it turns out. I mean, both teams definitely fought it out, and we'll see how it turns out. And getting into game two, Lunacy up one, Chaos looking to put it back to them and take the game from what they lost last time. Let's see who can get it this time around. We do see Chaos with the Boxia this time around. I personally think the Boxia is a little bit rough of a play here, but they're going to still go with it. From the side of Lunacy, I feel like their win conditions definitely wait until the late game, get the carry to scale, which we did see it scale last game. For the side of Chaos, they showed a very aggressive front in the first game. I think if they play that back and continue at it, I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, I think so as well. Right now, Toby trying to influence the jungle a little bit and stop the Claire O'Brien. Of course, Baksha is very uh, is not really susceptible to ganks, but is just like his early Claire is so slow that it can definitely set him back again 20, 30 seconds and get that first lethal. But surprisingly, actually, Chaos get it, and with the help of Grok, you just have much more of that river presence immediately, and it's going to be moving fast. It's going to be unstoppable, and there's the walls as well. Cabby's waiting for a timing, trying to catch at least someone off guard here.
Yeah. And right now we are seeing the rotate down to the EXP, which is I mean typical turtles down there. Doesn't look like they want to play anything too crazy. Oh, oh, what a good stun.
Yeah, I wonder how they're going to react to this because there's a lot of players actually coming here to help as well, but I don't think we're going to see a very special kill here. Stropha was dropped to quite low actually, but does have his rage bar filled up as well, can get the shield. It's a very heavy XP lane fight. We're basically seeing a 3v3 to warm themselves up for the turtle. It's going to be reset again, and a lot of players gathering there. Only the gold laners left to battle
Ooh,
on their own
Lapu.
right. Yeah, that was a good flank
Decent.
actually, but the Eternal God might be stopping it. Will it still the Lord as well? No, here it is. Moreau gets it down, gets Stropha as well as a trophy, and that's
Oof.
perfectly set up here for Luxa.
Suspect's gonna have to definitely get out of there. He's low HP. One thing I gotta say, man, Layden is so good at securing neutral objectives. I don't think he's ever been out retreat at this point if he's been alive.
Yeah, he
He's
did a very good job. I think he only lost one retreat battle, and that was like the lethal Wanderer in the last game, like in the first minutes. That was it. He had really good timings actually in the last game as well. They're kind of surrounding that blue buff goal here, and oh my
oof.
god, that's Toby taken down violently, and they are trying to get that blue buff as well. Now they saw that there's no any other damage dealers over here. There is Emre present, Britannia trying to help out, but the light wheels just don't do enough damage yet. And just to clear out that vision, the Lethal Wanderer is being deleted. They do get their own blue buff, I think, but that took a lot of effort.
Yeah, a lot of dive, a lot of precious time they could have been utilizing, taking care of some of the camps and the green creeps. So you can just kind of see that Chaos is once again initiating that aggressive gameplay that we've seen into game one. This is something that they're gonna have to watch out for, right? Like
Yeah,
Chaos, they can win team fights. They know how to utilize their micro really well, but they have to get the macro. So we'll have to see if they are able to secure neutral, as we can already see the gold plating is kind of taken away on the mid lane a little bit.
yeah. Baimavi used his Spear of Destruction into something. I don't know where he threw it, but we saw the little camera pop up as well, but it was just somewhere in the bush. So yeah, no fight taken here yet. The turtle is coming up, and
Ooh,
we'll see how they're preparing for it.
that was a good two. I'm offended.
Yeah, that
Nothing
was
much
certainly
coming out of
good.
it.
I don't think Chaos can really fight for an extended period of time. Their Eternal Guard has done its job as well. Gaby was dropped so low, but Britannia as well. I don't know how Britannia escaped from this fight. Very lucky to be able to recall it all. And Chaos, they're
Ooh,
not giving up though. They're just heading straight forward because they have that grok.
Fear of
They
destruction.
have a literal wall in the jungle, and that's a very simple turtle to take for Chaos.
What the
Go
heck?
straight in their back pocket.
Layden over here using the clap on the minions here. Again, Chaos is just so much better at discipline and just winning overall team fights. Again, that's just their micros inside of it. They're outmatching Lunacy. But right now, we see a solo kill in the bot
Stadium know what
lane.
to expect here. Yeah, but oh my god, that's Stadium taken. Oof. Chaos, well, they shouldn't really give up on that lead now. I mean, we did see them escape with a similar level lead, similar economical lead as well early on in the last game, and then things kind of stabilized, right? And they lost their inhibitors. They didn't really scale too much. They lost their retributions, and you really
Yeah.
have to use that early game domination. You have to find that tower fast. And right now, they do have one tower lead, which is pretty decent. You don't have to pay that much attention to that top lane now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too crazy.
And they're taken
Lunacy!
out. Yeah, there's no chance over there.
Wow.
Angry man with a big sword chasing you. There's Emre following up as well down on the ground. Brian just applying that buckshot mark as well.
I think Chaos is kind of mad that they lost that first game to Winions. Now they're trying to take it to him.
Yeah, this is just slicing through right now. They're leaving nothing up to chance here. Another tower taken, but at the same time, we do see Savium trying to split push. It wasn't too effective. They did take one tower though. Still, there's something to hope for. Looks
Yeah, I mean, again, Turtle coming up. I don't think we're going to see Layden at the neutral objective. He hasn't died yet, though, so he could still be scaling. Rock trying to take it. Looks like they might go for the turtle, but he's going to definitely get burst before he can even get there.
Yeah, Baymavi close to finishing the Trinity build as well now. Found the golden staff. Now just needs the DHS as well. And then is going to be doing numbers. We haven't seen him too much right now. Just farming minions wherever he can. But
Yeah.
he's still currently on the leading side of things, and he's been living a good life. Oof. But holy moly, there's a suspect actually in a little bit of trouble here. More
Oh,
than
gosh.
And
He
Baymavi's
missed
next
it.
to... Oh
He
my
missed
god, that's a
it.
great dash, but finally the sword pokes Baymavi in the back, and...
You're going to lose the mid lane turret for this.
Yeah, here's the Lapu
Oh,
just
maybe not.
bashing on it. Oh, surprisingly, yeah. Didn't get
Bravest
to finish
warrior.
the job. Strofe
Be able to
is
get
going to be
out.
kicking himself for that, but we'll see the replay of that last fight where both Baymavi and
Bit of a
Suspect go
sidestep.
down. You really don't see Grok losing in these type of situations often. I mean, where he's literally between two walls and his team surrounding him, but he was the first one to initiate it. He was trying to poke that red buff for an extended period of time there.
Yeah, they really just need
Did that
to
Spear of Destruction really not hit Savium? It did feel
Yeah.
like that hitbox was there, but it just whiffed by.
Oh, Retry came out by Brian.
Yep, as Brian's stealing the blue, does take the with a Retry, but he will have it back up in time when the Lord comes. So that's a good timing actually.
No problem there. Lunacy, I think what they really need to do is just jump on Suspect as much as they possibly can, like just burn him down. He seems to be the problem. He's given them all the vision that Chaos needs. And with the vision, they're able to capitalize on making a lot of strategic decisions. Like, look at this, Brian. Bay. Looking for cheeky play. They weren't able to do anything this time around. Kind of looking at what's going down here.
Yep,
the Lord
just trying to start up the Lord. I mean, they do have everyone here on the mid lane area, so it shouldn't be hard to help him out. But no one's really focused on it. I think they're just saying, yeah, you can start softening up the Lord. We're going to take down Layden, which means there is no retribution on Lux's side. Already one player less, and they can't really engage here in any way. You don't have a Fredrin, you don't have that face-to-face CC. You do have the Ruby available, but they're just focusing on pushing out these lanes. Can't go too far, though. There's already the Grok and Lapu present as well.
God.
On the side.
What was he doing? Why was he in the front line?
Yeah, that's
Chaos.
Britannia's positioning has definitely been questionable a couple of times. We saw that in the first game as well when he got caught behind the Lord Cove, I think it was, in like a 1v3 situation. And yeah, it's been unfortunate, but he is the sub ADC, like I've said. Basically, they did play with Misalef in MCT, so it's a bit of a newer addition to the side. By Melvi taking that red buff as well, that's going to be helping out with his damage a lot.
I think they're going to win. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
it
winning every
doesn't
team
seem
fight.
recoverable. Again, it doesn't seem recoverable, but at the same time, last Samurai we saw something like that happen. So I'm I'm gonna hold off until I see some determined actions there by Chaos. They're trying to get the inhibitor, they didn't yet, and they're still being chased back, right? So need to be a little bit careful as well. Here is Layden back up. They can fight 5-5. They have the Ruby to pull them under the towers, so there's actually a lot of tools available for Luxa to really punish Chaos when they're not disciplined enough, when someone is just lacking and position solo away from rest of the team, just like by Mave is here, but they're not going to go too deep into their own jungle here.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised they weren't able to take down any of the tier 3 inhibitors here. As, I mean, of course, it was, if I'm not mistaken, the second Lord, so not too crazy. Or maybe it was the first Lord, actually. The numbers at the top are a little, I guess, a little confusing, I guess. Depends on how you're looking at them. But I guess that with the first Lord, you don't have that enhanced tower dive. But overall, I mean, a 7,000 gold lead, like they could have probably forced something a little bit, but they just didn't want to get overzealous and a little tunnel vision, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Now Lux is actually getting their own buff. That's nice to see. They get to jungle a little bit. They get some extra gold from minions as well. They need to scale. I mean, looking at the other side, you know, you have Brian level 14 already, and that's uh that's a huge lead actually, considering we're only on 12th minute right now, and Brian is 3-0, and that Baksha is shining this time around.
Yeah,
I guess
definitely
it is.
shining. I mean, he's doing all right. He's 3-0-4. I feel like that would be shining. We just got, I guess they were able to get a lot of the procs out. Chaos Moskov definitely online at this point. Woody's level 14. Enemy team
Oh, that
is
Spare of
2
Destruction was
levels.
really close to Britannia. That just whooshed by that carries there, but K is not finding that engage there. I think in a 1v1, the Baymav is going to absolutely demolish Britannia because he's 2 levels ahead. I think he has 20 plus extra items already. And yeah, the gold laner difference is actually quite noteworthy right now. Especially because Carry is so bad at playing at the back, right? You don't really want to be in that situation with Carry. You don't have such extended range. You have to push out from tower range, just like we saw here. And Stropha was ready to punish Britannia when she steps up too far away from the tower range. But oh my god, look at that. Stropha is just brushing past the tower. So is the Lord. They're ready to end it. The Eternal Guard comes down as a last measure. There's Unflamed
Ooh.
as well, and it should be well defended actually by Luxa. We'll see though, and I mean, by Mavi is just demolishing the base. There was no one looking at him. I swear, I have to repeat that. No one was even close to him there. By Mavi just solo ended this.
Yeah, now it's 1-1. I mean,
Well, that
Chaos
is Chaos's
definitely.
game, yeah. This time it is 100% Chaos game. This isn't Minions
I
victory.
and didn't they show Chaos winning last time, and then that was when
Yeah,
it like
that's why I was
swapped?
confused for a second. Everybody was
Yeah.
confused. I think the observer was well.
I mean, at least I wasn't the only one confused. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
it was
Man, that was a fast
crazy.
game. 14 minutes and a
Yeah.
very determined fight from Chaos. Um, I mean, it was maybe down a little bit to Britannia as well, doing a bad job on the goal lane again, being caught out in a lot of positions. Like the good combination here, I think, was that Brock and Baksha really hard to stop them together.
Yeah. Definitely. And I mean, kind of looking at some of the highlights, Chaos once again just controlling every team fight. Uh, for some reason, the carry is always caught off guard, not following the tank. The tank's like kind of being pressured to follow the carry at this point, and that's a little hard to do. I mean, you have to find that
Yeah, exactly.
synergy.
Like at this level, you expect that independence from your marksman, right? You expect that ADC to do well enough on your own in these 1v1s, even against the gank. You just have to, you know, step back and not be caught out in positions like we saw that carry being in several moments. But it does put a lot more pressure on your jungler and your roamer to care about that marksman more often than like objectives or even these jungle skirmishes. But it is a 1-1. We're gonna see the third deciding game here as well, and
Yeah.
most damage by Mavi. That's not really a surprise. He was also the one absolutely shattering towers with his spears.
Kind of looking at 4 to 13 Chaos again, controlling decent team fights. 117.
Yeah, Suspect is chosen as the MVP of the
I mean,
second
he's kind
game.
of black.
Hold on a minute. That's that's not
Yeah,
a
he's
nice
kind of
thing to
just.
do in this day and age. Not a nice thing to say.
He's invisible, bro. Who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah.
Who
He
knows?
was invincible, actually. Yeah, that's how his rock was. Only had one mistake there when he kind of overextended in that contesting that Elixir's red buff. That's like that only death he had, and it didn't really matter that much even.
I feel like they need to like require the players to have photos.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, hell, in here over in MEC, we also made that announcement that for playoffs, everybody have to send their photos, their data, their
Hmm.
names, everything, and you can't be a nobody anymore if you want to be somebody.
And we're diving into the next draft already. Dang, they're already 2 bands in already.
Yeah, it's so fast. Like they're starting the bans right when they finish the last game. They like pre-order the bans already. But yeah, standard stuff again. Fredrin, Harith, kind of Aria Barrett as well. Chaos. I think they have a lot of first pick options. I mean, hell, you could even go for something like a Grok, like we saw. Not actually easily countered, so
Fastest
he's
tournament.
pretty good first pick. Fastest, yeah. Maybe it's gonna be pretty fast
Already.
day, even though it's best of three where we get to see all three games. It's been
Yeah.
uh, really fluid. Angela taken out, Mathilda as well. All the usual. Is it going to be a marksman first pick? I don't think they want to prio with Chaos. They do seem like a team that they go for that XP lane presence, roam presence a little bit more. Even though I feel like Daimavi is doing a really good job in that team.
Yeah. And we're kind of looking at a first pick probably going. I mean, Frederick and Brat's already banned. I mean, they could go Nolan if they want to be spicy with it, but they're going to pick the Bashia. Wow.
Yeah,
They really like this.
yeah, that's definitely interesting. I mean, if you think about it this way, like Chaos, I'm surprised they even dropped down there. I'm surprised they really didn't take part in MTC because last season I think almost this full lineup won MTC. They won MTC season 2 by Mavi, Suspect, Stropha. And now with this new team, I'm guessing they're still trying to find their position and their footing. But players like Bamavi, I'm not sure who was the finals MVP in MTC season 2, but Bamavi was definitely one of the better goal laners there. And
Yeah.
realistically, they should escape this lower bracket really well.
Yep. Yep. Kind of looking at some of the things that we're seeing here. Valentina being picked up once again. It's like running it back. Besides, now we see the Roger being picked up. The Roger was banned first time last time. But
Okay,
they
they
want to
take it
go.
immediately, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, again with the Baksha, I understand. Yeah, it's made to set the pace. You don't want assassins. You're not gonna let any squishy heroes in. You're not gonna let healers being taken. But yeah, it's still a coin flip. I feel like there are so many CC heavy junglers that can do a very good job over Baksha. Like I would personally still pick like something like an Akai over Baksha, but maybe that's just me.
Yeah. 100%. And kind of looking at what's going down, the Moskov getting picked up again. I mean, we've seen Chaos utilize it very well. They're pretty much just running back the same comp at this point. Lunacy picking a little bit of a different type of draft this time around. Let's see if they go what they want to go for EXP. Their Edith was a little rough last game, but I think it was mainly because the gold lane just kept randomly diving into combat. But they're gonna opt to go for the I'm having a mind blank. We don't ever see her too much.
What are you talking about now?
The rough waves.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Wait,
the ultimate,
no,
but
I'm actually
I'm
having
blanking then.
literally the same problem. No, wait.
Kadita, there
Yeah,
we go. That's
Kadita, yeah.
why I love the chat.
Professional casters, by the way. I
Bro.
swear we're professionals. Yeah.
Hey,
But yeah,
hey,
I
you
think
don't
she
ever
has
see her
definitely
too
like,
often, but she's kind of good.
yeah. I mean, she's like fallen off, I guess, because like you need to take that petrify, right? Which is kind of a waste of a bell spell because you still need to get in and out of these fights really well. So even that 1 second window when a Kadita is targetable, she's usually gonna be just destroyed. So yeah, you're always just gonna look for these one-shot opportunities, and other than that, you're not a very influential standard mid laner.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, probably the only thing they could get is maybe the Moskov with the Kadita. Could utilize again that rough waves, the knockups, but it's gonna be tough. Like you're gonna be able to have to catch that Moskov really quick.
The thing is, Chaos kind of play themselves. They don't really have any sort of lockdown knockups. You have the Moscow stuns. That's about it right now. So they
Yeah.
have to focus on that first. They need to have suppression on their team. I wouldn't like to see Kaja over here, but I think Kaja is banned as well. Yeah, there's literally nothing available. Fredrin is banned, Kaja's banned. Hell, even Diggy is banned. Like, what are you gonna go for here? Are you going for a Franco or something? Well, yeah, it's just
Kaja,
it's
Diggy, Matilda. I
yeah,
mean,
it
you could
doesn't
go
seem
Minnow.
viable.
You could go
Yeah,
Minnow
it's still
here.
doable. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what would synergize really well with a Valentina and a Moskov. I mean, Tigreal could be a pretty
Yeah,
good
and
go
it's
here.
something that is on the same wavelength, right? In the same range as them. So yeah, maybe Tigreal, who's shorter range, brings everyone together, uh, punishes mispositions. Uh, I'm guessing it looks like going for the jungler first here. They can kind of set the pace with it. They could also flex the Grok if very much needed. XP laner, not that important to look for considering Chaos really haven't shown anything yet other than the Baksha. So Yu Zhang still open, would do a good job actually with the Kadita pair as well. Okay, they're going for the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, I mean, the Lapu Lapu on Chaos was cracked. I mean, they still have the Yu Zong available, which is probably going to get picked here. YZ Chaos was just insane at it. But I mean, they could opt
Yeah.
to go a little bit of a different route as well, just because they do have the Kadita, the Lapu. I mean, they could, I don't think they'll go Edith, but I mean, they could rock the Edith for a little bit more CC. But
Yeah,
what in the
you need a knockup.
world?
You need a knockup. You need the knockup and suppression in the current meta. And they're taking the Franco. I told you, you need suppression or knockup in the current meta. If you don't have these, you're gonna be losing the game because that allows the opponent to basically take channel heroes, which are sleeper picks. I think I really like that chaos comp. You know, you don't see it often, but it is it is done because it's necessary.
Yeah. I mean, the glue's a little wild. I mean, right now, Chaos's EXP lane is pretty cracked, so I guess if anybody can do it, he can. We'll definitely have to see with this coming around here into the next phase how
Yeah, I think
things turn out here.
I think next Ruya or just what Chaos is right now, then their old team, they didn't used to use glue too much. I know it is quite popular in Turkey, but yeah, it's I think he's still a little bit weak in the next patch after all the MPLs are over. We should be seeing a glue buff. Apparently, I think he's been buffed in the advanced server, so he can heal off minions again much better, and his sustain is going to be much stronger. So he's probably going to be back in the meta immediately. But
Yeah.
yeah, right now he's still like very dependent on these team fights and trying to find his way into the back line. but not go too far right to get into that tower range of the opponents.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. Franco, I want to see how many hooks that we can hit this time around. But
Yeah, we'll
enough
be
with
counting.
the draft.
Yeah.
Enough with the draft. We'll be jumping into game 3, Chaos versus Lunacy. Match points for both sides. Can Chaos keep raining the chaos down on Lunacy, or can Lunacy finally find the breathing room to make a comeback here? I don't know if they'll have the Winions this time around.
Yeah. I mean, I'd give a lot to see the ending similar to the first game. It was pretty funny. As a good fight here between a Grok and a Franco. This was a pretty old school jungle terrorizers, right? We used to see so many of these Franco buff hooks, but now the buffs recover much faster, so it's not really that big of an issue anymore. I guess that's one of the reasons as well why Franco has kind of fallen off, because the devs have made so many changes to protect junglers in their own jungle, and they're doing it again, right? In the next patch, we're going to see basically junglers getting damage reduction in their own jungle, but you're not going to get it in the opponent jungle, so invades are going to be much more dangerous.
Definitely. And kind of looking at some of the outcomes here, Chaos, not too much on the frontal assault just yet. They still have the Franco. Level 4 already picked up by Brian at a minute 40.
Brian was coming in red hot and then just saw that like the Grok and Kadita together. There was like, nah, I'm actually moving far.
Oh, that's how it is. That's for sure. You gotta watch it. And I mean, there's 3 of them down here in the bottom lane. I think what we're seeing here is Lunacy understands that the XP is a problem. But Bay! Real low. That was crazy.
Yeah,
a turtle take.
It was dangerous for a second, but Bamavi's really risking it as well. It's like just baiting Britannia into that tower range. Like, yeah, you can come chase me just a little bit longer. You know, I can wait with the dash a little bit, but I think these little things might bite you in the back a little bit later here. Suspect is being dropped surprisingly low, but he does have the Franco passive to be back up and patched together nicely. And Glue already abducts a target here. Emre is trying to steer him under the tower, but it doesn't really work out. He does get to escape, but it was a funny little travel over there.
Yo, Lapu kind of scaling at this point. Brings down the bravest warrior.
Yep, gets the shield as well from the passive. Now there's another kill on the line. Maybe they get Brian as well. Here it is. No, I mean, that could have been something, but naturally quite tanky. Strofa finishes up this kill.
Who's kind of going crazy here?
What can they do here? I mean, there is a Leiden, and he's going to be dying. Yeah, he wastes up everything. His shield is so little. When he uses that last insanity, he's basically suiciding.
He got hooked.
Oh my god. Emre escapes, but yeah, one of his teammates isn't that lucky.
Yo, hook the fish lady out of the water, took her into the bush.
Man. Great catch.
A great catch. That was crazy. Again, Chaos kind of controlling a bit of the battle, but Lunacy, yeah, they're fighting back, right? I mean, Alapu kind of came online, the Grok got a kill, though it be in your roam, not what you want to see.
Yeah, none of these kills have really given any sort of a lead right now, and I guess for Luncxaby, it is hard to like build up for a Kadita one-shot actual opportunity. You need to have everyone together. You need to have Grok present. Most importantly, I guess that's why the Grok is still just so heavily positioned over towards that mid lane area. Now they're trying to scare by Mavi. I don't think he's really threatened by that, even though there was a 4-man attack coming up, but Franco and the Baksha taking that attention away a little bit, and you can see Luxa just trying to sway from one side of the map to another, trying to get that side lane pressure on. But Britannia, and look at the reaction from Chaos. I mean, they pushed away Luxa's attack, and then in return they come together and completely.
The skill synergy was insane. Being able to stack the stun by Moskov on there, as well as like the Spear of Destruction. I mean, That was a good synchronization of skills, as well as like Brian comes in and bops him, you
Will
know?
Baimavi get the tower? He does. That was just a matter of seconds, and he ate that one up. Strofa looking for an opportunity to be a nuisance in the back lines, trying to save him away.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking. I mean, Chaos's Boxia is not too bad. It's putting a little bit of pressure on to
Strofa just
Lunacy.
spamming these slams, trying to save him under his control, but it's really hard. There's no one else other than Strofa there. Wait,
Wow.
hold on a second. It's getting kind of bad for Chaos,
No
actually.
way.
But oh my god, Brian gets it, and yeah, the Franco Bakshia duo is also really good, considering you have Glue, who's always going to be harassing someone. The last Insanity being stolen and used, but it doesn't hit the mark here. Embrae charging away, and Britannia meets them. That's a very bad position again by Britannia. Luckily, these two heroes don't deal too much damage yet, but Britannia was up for a nasty surprise here.
Um, right now, Moscow focusing on
Yeah,
the
again,
tier
Bamavi just
2.
like in the second game, he's just eating up these towers. Nobody's stopping him. And we saw how
Yeah.
he ended the last game as well. Basically, soloed the base. And it's really hard to catch him as well, of course. That's why I think he's getting nerfed as well. You can't reduce that stun cooldown with basic attacks anymore, which is a very big nerf for
Nice.
him, actually. But we'll see.
Wow.
Will he still remain relevant after that? Gabi is just being charged and no escape.
Wow.
But Gabby still actually finds a kill. Embrace the one falling. How did that
Yeah.
happen now?
Chaos is just going crazy at this point. They're showing that they have the micro. The rough waves comes out and hit nobody. Glue going
Ooh.
in.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad if you gotta use rough waves to just escape as a Kadita, and that's what we tried to do here. So didn't have the Lossophobia available anymore, so just tried to get away from the
What?
range. I mean, yeah, it doesn't hit the
He
Grok
hooked the
because
grok.
yeah, but he was near the wall, so the Grok just said no. Yeah, you can't harass a Grok near a wall.
Yeah. It's I mean it's looking rough for Lunacy. We're 4,000 gold lead. Next turtle is gonna be coming up. Uh they're gonna
Chaos
opt
are
to just
kind
go
of
straight for it.
circled in here, no? I mean, if Britannia comes from top, maybe it can do something, but it is suspect watching towards that top lane area. I think like Chaos might be losing this fight, actually. There's by Mavi taken out first. They do get the turtle, but there's going to be a wild chase about to be happening here. Last Insanity as well, but it's not going to be doing much enough.
Yeah. Oh.
They do get the kill. I mean, Srofa, I don't think they should be following them too much. Most of them, sure, are down to like half HP, but looks like they're all together, side by side, shoulder to shoulder. And once you have Brian missing, you can't focus on everyone too much, right? Because Franco, kind of a single target hero. Glue is the same. Moskov as well. So you just have to be finding these opportunities to either single these Luxa players out or look for a new opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of.
Cap is just basic attacking the Letho under. Meanwhile, his team is in a
Ooh,
lot of trouble actually, and Throfa was
that was a
just
good
blown
attack.
to bits. Yeah.
A lot of utility utilized right there. If I'm not mistaken, almost everybody used their ult besides the X-Borg.
Yeah, that's true. Wildchat has definitely used rough waves as well. I mean, Wildchat is going to be up soon again. That's not a big problem, I'm guessing. Rough waves as well actually has a very short cooldown for the amount of damage it does. I think late game is going to be like 30 seconds, even less, which is crazy if you count some CDR items as well.
Yeah. While we're looking at some of the plays here, Moskov was able to hit
Britannia,
Toby.
yeah, they're just brute forcing their way into the tower here. The spare hits.
Wow.
Wait, hold on a second. But are they going to port in? No,
That's
no.
insanity.
Mavi didn't.
Ryan.
Yeah, he
Uh-oh.
had an opportunity. They thought that maybe they're going to use this, but never mind. They get it actually with the stolen ultimate as well. They're forcing everyone back. I think Mavi didn't want to go in there because he had that big juicy wave as well, which he wanted to clear first. But now Chaos.
This
Okay,
is
saving his force
wild.
back. Yeah, it's just such a nervous fight, right? Both are just making 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Suspect missed a hook as well here. Gabi's being chased. He can't go through a wall. He used up both
Oh
his
my
dashes.
gosh.
And Savium finishes him up. That's going to be the Lord being initiated as well. Stropha is on the last
Oh.
breath. And the Hunter gets him.
Wow. All of that. Uh-oh, Basha
Molly
coming in
down.
though.
Here's the last member as well. Actually, they get suspect as
They had to
well. The
reset the
Franco might be
Lord.
beefy, but his belly won't be enough to stop everybody charging into him. Here's Brian as well. He's hoping to steal the Lord, which is almost resetting. Brian is stuck against the wall. And is he going to get a kill? He's up against 3 players. It's being
Wow.
played with. It's looking like a volleyball match over here. But they finally get him down. And man, Britannia doesn't
1
have a health
HP.
bar. Yeah.
1 HP. 1 HP.
It's
Roger
crazy,
just.
actually. Britannia, Imre, Toby, all of them, they're going to be marked by Baksha. They can't regen either, so you just have to finish him off. You can't regen.
Yeah.
It's a really hard fight.
I mean,
Actually,
just look at it.
Valiant effort from the Baksha to hold them off for so long.
He was trying to get his shield back every time. He was like 2 HP right there, but still applying the pressure, not giving up. He knew he was the only damage there that could be taken down over Brian.
Like, oh, shit, 3 players on me. Yeah. The wall as well, but I don't think he was going to be disengaging anyway. He tried to run away. Yeah, that's painful. The wild charge used at the right time as well. It came up just at the last moment. The spear whooshes through. They're going to be porting in. No, I don't think so. It's too dangerous for the Moscow to be in the center of this massive brawl going on.
They only got 1 tower. 1 tower with that Lord.
That's so weird.
crazy.
Yeah, there's only 1 tower taken there. 12 minutes.
Chaos
they do have like a slight lead, but the map control just doesn't feel to be there. And I guess that's the problem if you have something like a Kadita, right? You don't have these large scale ultimates like a Farsa or Novaria. Look at that. This is a strat, but they don't want to really take the Franco, but I guess they have to because, well, that was the only person walking into that bush, and now their trap guard has been activated. They're going to be running towards them, after them in their tracks, but everybody else gets away. The glue gets to heal up and recall. And Suspect was the only one singled out.
Yeah. I mean, they have, right now, Lunacy is definitely clapping back. I think they have way more damage now compared with the Lapu. I mean, Toby's kind of just able to pierce a little bit of the back line. But I think that what they're going to have to really worry about is this Moskov. Look, he's so far away, and the only mobility they really have is the Roger. Chaos kind of being pressed against the wall, not opting to go for the Moskov, but the lane was definitely pushed.
Yeah, like, at the same time, Chaos, they're falling behind with damage. They have to rely on Mavi here a lot because Strofi doesn't do damage. He's just trying to be a late game nuisance, trying to disrupt these fights, single out one player like we've seen him do with the Grok to just steer him away and stun him with the Slam. But Chaos, they don't find too many of these windows. Gabi is being burnt and has to get away with the last insanity.
That was a whiff on that bloody hunt. Kadita was able to just rough waves out.
Yeah.
And it null and voided it essentially. DC
Brian thought that maybe they're going to engage onto Britannia, but still too many players standing Strofa right in the middle of that river bush here. And they're trying to chase down Britannia, but he's going to be chasing forums and speeding up, so he's going to be out of danger. Trying to re-engage though, and they don't really want to be too far away from the lore, so they won't have vision because they really don't at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to come down to Retri. Hook comes out onto the Grok.
They were in there. Wait, hold on a second. And Britannia gets it out of all players.
Gabi!
What? No way, Britannia did it.
Wow.
And where did all the Retris go?
Yeah, I mean, everybody definitely retried at that point, but Valentino was able to secure the Lord Gabi in the house.
No, it was Britannia. No, wait. Yeah, they did. Wait, hold on a second. I completely missed it. I thought it was Britannia. Yeah. What?
That was Gabi. Gabi secured it.
Yeah. I think they can melt it really fast though. Yeah, it's just taken out in seconds. Well, that's over and done with then.
Yeah, they still
Another
have the
chapter
super
closing.
minions though, so they'll be able to do possibly something here. This is what a hook!
That's a nice pickup over here. Save him taken down. Great piece of sustained gun from Lux's side. Gabi stole the Grok's wild charge.
Yeah, I mean that's what they're gonna have to utilize here. The problem I think Chaos is running into now is that Lunacy is just so thick at this point. That was a great hook, a little bit of an instant replay. Bloody Hunt connects.
Yoink.
Volskov
That
just
was
pins him
perfect.
against
Yeah.
the wall, and
That's the
then
max
bam, bam,
distance hook.
bam.
Yeah.
Is what it is. Again,
Okay.
overall, really good plays here.
Vision button used. No one's over here. Chaos heading towards the top side of the map then. Push out that wave. Maybe even sniffing out that inhibitor, but they can't get too close yet. Layden's in position. Toby as well. And looks like they're standing their ground at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheeky conceal play to reposition. Might attempt
Yep,
to
trying
try
to
to go
come
for
through. I wonder,
Gabby.
can they pick someone up there, actually? Yeah, Gabby is a little further away from the rest of the team. It can't make a step up toward the minions. There's going to be dead meat, but there is Brian in position now, suspect as well. They could actually use Gabby as bait. I wonder, do they believe it, though? No, nobody engages. It's just mind games going back and forth here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's coming down
Look
to
at that. They
anybody at
just,
this point.
let's respect and watch the minions fight.
Yeah.
Both sides are just hiding in the bush looking at the minions. Tropher against Savium here. Well, that doesn't really matter. What matters is that Lord fight that's about to be happening in 20 seconds. Savium
Oh!
does do more damage to Srofa, and they said, you know what?
Ow!
We're gonna take you down because
Oh,
wait.
and then he mounted him. So much
Uh
utility utilized on this glue.
it's actually crazy the heal he gets with split. Like you're gonna have like what
Wow.
is this? You're gonna get like 25% HP back immediately, and he's still going. You know, he's still riding them now. And Toby's in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have Thalassophobia. Can't disengage. Britannia's going down as well. Chaos suddenly with an iron fist just slams on the map and takes back everything. And that's the no you card of glue.
Yeah,
They always gotta
chaos.
respect him.
I think it's just a matter of waiting till the Moskov comes online, right? And I feel like that's the case, right? Like the Trinity build is built, the speed is there, the Spear of Destruction not going to be teleported
It's a
to.
bit too far back, yeah. So just the
Yeah.
insane immortality up on the X-Borg as well. So he's gonna have 2 lives here to fight with, but Chaos, they are stepping and inching closer and closer here.
Most
One
definitely.
inhibitor gun already. This is where the super minions and the Lord are marching in from. And looks like they're just standing together under that middle tower. And they do something. They do have their ultimates available. They do have that wild child, but there's really not enough lockdown. What are you going to do when that glue comes marching in? The Franco is going to suppress you. Really hard to find an answer to all that. And the Lord actually gets a hit onto the base, a couple even. And it's getting sweaty over there. And that's a nice
Yeah.
hook onto the
Wow,
export.
wall
Maybe they can
charge.
catch his immortality. Not yet, though.
Yeah, this game looking
Ooh,
crazy.
Brave Fighter goes straight into the front line here. He's
Oh, the hook goes
actually
wide.
caught, perhaps. No, yeah, Savium gets away safe and sound. And
They did
they need
pierce into
to.
the base, though.
I think both sides are probably want to reset a little bit because the minion wait times are going to be a bit longer here for Chaos now. They do have the top wave coming, but the bot side is a bit stuck actually. And that one siege minion there is doing a very brave job holding off the wave.
Oh, they were
They
able to get
take
the top
another
tower, though.
inhibitor. Yeah, another one ticked off the list, and
Conceal
Chaos
play?
Oh, is the Croc in trouble here? It also has immortality, like a lot of them, almost majority of the Lux's team here. Bravest Fighter goes in, he's not going to catch anyone, not enough damage actually. Another immortality pop.
Mortalities.
Savium is going to be very squishy now to catch.
Ooh.
Here comes the real last insanity, though, does no damage as Gabby uses that Winter Truncheon to get away, but it is getting worse and worse for Luxa now. They just have that middle inhibitor standing. But they do get to reset, they get to breed and rest a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it really came down to just popping the immortalities on Lunacy, because now they're not going to be able to utilize that for the Lord fights, right? Like, whoever dies at the Lord's going to die.
Yeah,
So
basically.
this next Lord fight definitely leaning into the favor of Chaos at this point. Glue might be next on the chopping block. They do. All 5 of them are going to attempt it. He just split and gibbed right out of there, and he came back.
Yeah, good old glue shenanigans. He likes to see
Yeah.
here. And it's still going, they're still pressing and pressing, and Savium is being smashed at by the Baksha seals as well, meantime. And not a very long life for him over there. And yeah, Chaos will be cleaning up the shop in the river area as well. Almost everybody's going down. Britannia's deleted, Layden next up on the list, but he's getting away into that last tower's range. But no, there's the hook, and even he goes down.
Let's kind of see what's going down here.
Well,
I think
that's
they're gonna end
definitely
it
a
right here. This
Oh yeah, there's no
GG's.
way that poor Kadira can do anything. There's another hook, and Suspect has been just in prime form with that hook accuracy. 16-14 in 22 minutes. Chaos find the victory
GG's.
2-1, and they get to continue their way through the lower bracket.
Chaos bringing the chaos here. Huge gameplay. You know, like Chaos just. The fights were wild. I mean, the Glue was a wild pick. The Franco kind of a little wild as well. But the only team to actually bring the Bashia online at this point, and they come out victorious. Kind of looking at some of the highlights that happened here, I really think it just took until Bay came online.
They really clipped a highlight. What was like one of the only times where Suspect didn't land a hook. I'm so sad.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it
other
just
than
comes
that,
down
I
to it.
mean, yeah, I think Lux's comp was just too lackluster. You know, I don't think the Kadeda had any opportunities to really do a full combo. I didn't see much of that at all. And most of these team fights were heavily in the favor of Chaos. Just because of that glue, just because of that Franco, the glue always singling out someone to
Oh,
just
what a
tear
hook.
away. Yeah, that last one was a beauty. And that's it then.
Yeah. Again, damage taken, damage dealt. You can kind of see Chaos definitely more of the damage dealer on this side of the round. Damage taken, I say about equal. Quite wild because I felt like the glue was like a punching bag. Yeah, you can see it 170k just on him alone.
It's insane,
Again,
yeah.
Bay able to utilize that tower push potential. I knew the Moskov was going to have the most there. He was literally on every lane, just pushing the towers left and right. Definitely wild here. Chaos coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, nice stuff overall. And the last season's MCT second, well, most of these players at least will get more chances here, as I understand they'll be facing off against here now in the challenge finals. Is it going to be uh, actually Prestige then?
Yeah. But it definitely, and Prestige actually looks like a pretty good team, to be
Yeah, that's
honest.
gonna
Like,
be
I've
a
watched
very
them.
heavy fight. That's gonna be a very heavy fight. Yeah.
I feel like that'd definitely have a little bit more engage, a little bit more tenacity brought into the game. We can kind of take a look at some of the towers here. We can see they moved on. Chaos now going to go against Prestige. Next, we're going to see FT versus CLS. And then whoever wins that to go against Moon Knight. Again, both these teams in the second tier of the lower bracket were they were actually pretty decent. So we'll have to see how they can face them into this thing. I mean, this is the lower crawl. You can still qualify into the challenger tournament. It just requires you to bring your all into the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. But Futuhat against Coliseum up next then, and these are really the
Yeah.
teams I don't know too much about. I think Futuhat is a pretty new team, as much as I saw their
Yeah.
players. So this could be something something of a wild challenge again. But we're gonna be
Yeah.
taking a short break. I understand we'll have 5 minutes. Everybody
All right,
gets
guys. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
yeah.
What up, everybody? We're back, and we have FT versus Coliseum coming up next. This is the biggest thing, is that I got to see FT fight, which they actually looked pretty good. So I can't wait to see what they bring into this match here. We have also Coliseum, if I'm not mistaken, which we'll have to see how well they play. If I'm not mistaken, I'd have to look it up, but I think they didn't get sweeped. So they still have tenacity and they have grit. So we'll have to see when it comes into here. So Coliseum last time, they actually did get swept by Prestige. So this is Coliseum's time to shine and show us what they got. FT did not get swept by S2G Esports, and S2G Esports was really, really aggressive. So I think this time around, we could see maybe a really good go from FT. Let's see if Coliseum can definitely take it. We're kind of taking a look at some of the highlights in the last game, though.
Yeah. I mean, I would expect FT to do pretty. So maybe they're just a little bit more amateurish than the rest of them, like the higher end, if we're talking about like Prestige, S2G, Fireflux.
Yeah.
But Futuhat did actually pull off some good results in the qualifier as well. I think they beat Underworld, which is a pretty known team in the Turkish scene, even if they didn't get they didn't qualify into MCT. But yeah, I think this could, of course, go both ways. But I think Futuhat has an upper hand here.
Yeah. We'll see. I kind of like FT. I think they bring, again, like I said, a lot of grit, a lot of team fight that we've seen, just like Chaos. And without further ado, we're just going to jump straight into the draft. No waits. This is probably the best thing that I like about Snapdragon, man. They are ready and they are going. They're like, there's 4 series today. We're getting this stuff done. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we still technically have 2 series to play after that, so it's still going to be quite a long night, depending on how many games we're going to be. Are we going to be seeing 3 games of a best of 3 like we saw in the last one? Moscow ban is very interesting. I feel like this is targeted, or they really just dislike playing against that.
Well, you can always see that Moskov kind of has that tendency to win that late game when it is taken to the late game. So I can see that that's like one of the possibilities that they want to go with, right? They want to get rid of that, keep it at bay. If it comes to the late game, they'd rather it come down to personal skill versus hero. But also the minnow kind of being banned as well. That's something we don't really see in the second phase. I mean, we still have a Fredrin, a Bratz, Matilda, Angela. There's a lot of opportunities here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nolan?
I think there's definitely something like insta pick worthy taken up. The Nolan is interesting. Like we see the Nolan ban so much in the Turkish scene over here. We didn't see it so much in the EO and MENA finals. I think we didn't
Yeah.
even get it. I don't think we saw it even being played. But yeah, I mean maybe it's just players' comfort as well. Like you said with Moscow, it's just annoying to deal with, very hard to catch up with. Moscow has so much outplay potential, so like Nolan as well is just going to be dashing around permanently all around
Yeah.
you.
He's got a lot of decent mobility. And if you're able to utilize them and play them pretty correctly, you're able to, like, there's decent CC, decent mobility, decent speed overall around it. Character. The Matilda probably going to get banned here. They always last ban the Angela and the Matilda. That's just like how it is. To be honest, right now, if I was Coliseum, I mean, you could either first pick the Fredrin or first pick the Barats. It's up to how they feel like they should play, though.
Yeah, it does feel like it's a there are some very simple choices to make. Yeah, like you said, just take up the Barretts, take up the Fredrin. Maybe Fredrin if you don't really think about that jungle control too much and maybe want to play for some stronger picks later on.
Definitely. Let's
I think
see.
it should be Barris still. Barris is still so oppressive, but I don't know where
Mm.
the Roger Prime has come from, but it has landed and it has taken its place across all regions basically.
Yeah, I mean the Roger is so particular though. Like you have to be really good with his micro
Yeah.
in
Also,
order
I don't
to
see it
utilize him.
as a flex too much. You can still play him jungle, but he's not
Hmm.
really a jungle flex anymore. If you really want like a damage dealer flex first pick, you'd maybe take Export. But I mean, yeah, sure, it shuts down certain marksmen, and they have banned Moscow as well, which is like one of the direct counters. So uh, I understand where they're going with this, but that does leave the barracks open, which Futuhat are very happy to pick up.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Kind of looking at Brats being picked up. I like it. And then you also have the Navaria, so you're able to slow down the team to a little bit more of the pace that Brats bring. Couple opportunities they could synergize with the Brats. So we'll see kind of what they bring up on their third pick. Now, looking at Coliseum, they have the Roger. I mean, they could either go Vaxana for some CC. They could go Valentina for some
Yeah,
good
Valentina
CC.
maybe. Valentina, yeah, good to dodge the Barretts and the Novaria, I'm guessing. So
Yeah,
I think they should be prioritized. They do take the Vexana and Fredrin, the classic
nice.
combination, yeah, the Alpha and Omega of duels, but uh now they just have to look at these control options a little bit more because, as we've seen, I think we've gathered like a lot of that data from across these all regions now. That Fredrin isn't really that front laner, what you want to be using as some sort of a damage sponge, right? So you need a very tanky XP laner here now, or a roam.
Yeah.
So I think they're heading for a tank roam here.
Well, they're gonna definitely Coliseum's gonna have to have some type of response for that back line that they're gonna have with the Navaria, right? They're probably gonna pick up Yuzong. I mean, we've seen the occasional Lapu Lapu actually play a crucial role.
Okay, the Grok again. Grok is, yeah,
Mm,
Grok pairs so well together with the Novari as well.
hmm.
Astrolekio and the Wild Charge, it's, 5-mile radius, So,
That's
yeah, I
definitely a
think,
combo. That's definitely a
yeah,
combo. But I think we need to see a mage that definitely synergizes with the Astro Echo as well.
the
Again, they
Yuzhong
banned the
instantly
Yuzong.
taken away. I mean, it
Yeah,
could be a Terizla angle. Terizla is actually surprisingly decent against the
true.
likes of Novaria and Grok. And
Definitely be able to pierce that back line pretty well. But we'll definitely have to see how that turns out here as we
it's
see our
just they're gonna
next
take away goal
bans.
laners, I'm
A
guessing.
gold lane,
You,
yeah.
yeah, should target goal lane maximum right now. Yeah, Claude. I mean, Claude
Ah,
is one of these that is taken. I think RSG picked it in
bottom
the
carry.
Philippine semifinal. Yeah, but it kind of it doesn't even scale early on, and Roger will take the lead in that lane as well in that matchup particularly.
Yeah, and we got to think about what. I mean, the Grok's probably their roams, so they're not going to be targeting the roams too much. But he can also be flexed in the EXP, even though I don't like that choice.
Yeah,
Um,
a damage croc, right?
you
Yeah, I don't
know,
think we'll see
like
that too much. Paquito,
yeah,
just taking away stuff that can chase Novaria. So
they could go Arlot here.
Yeah, it's actually surprising we haven't seen too much Arlott at all. It should be even in the first day we didn't see Arlott in the upper bracket too much. Maybe over here Arlott's definitely a good choice against Barrett's. Like I said,
Yeah,
Arlott to Rizla, I guess this is
a
like
ping
their
difference.
options. Yeah, pink.
A ping difference. I can
Well,
only
yeah,
imagine.
that
Could
also
be
happens. Yeah.
something that plays a factor. I think they should definitely get rid of the carry here. Force them into a little bit of a sticky situation. The
Yeah,
Natan also
they can
hasn't been
be
picked up.
very comfortable on taking tanky XP laners. They do ban
There's
the
the
carry,
carry.
so yeah, no real true damage left.
I think
Ooh,
FT picks
that's
up a Natan here, to be honest. I mean,
yeah, it's
it is synergized very well with the Navaria.
yeah, they're in a pickle right now. It should be a town or I don't want to pick a Clint here because Clint just doesn't do too much against the likes of Fredrin, and you want someone who just capitalizes on the CC provided by Barrett's and Grok, and that will be then the town.
Yeah.
Actually, has a positive win rate here in the Turkish side. Then. Yeah,
67%.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I felt like the Natan was like the only choice that FT got was left open with. And to be honest, we don't see a roam just yet picked up
Hey,
by
the Benedetta
Coliseum. They
was
could,
just insta-locked. Wait, hold on a
oh
second. That's
yeah, it's
interesting. That
huge.
was, yeah. That
They can
came
get
in
that
2 seconds.
Natan. They could go Akaja as
Yeah,
well
that's
and
the
have,
thing. Yeah, it is taken to just chase and chase and
yeah.
look down these heroes.
They could go
Uh,
Tig, but Tig could be bursted and destroyed by Natan. So I'm thinking a solid suppression here would actually go pretty clutch. I mean, they could go Edith as well. Edith
yeah,
roams
currently
not
what
too
they
bad.
have is they have 2 knockups. That's it. So you
Yeah,
have got to think of like the CC, right?
there's the
And they do go
Kaja.
for suppression as well. Yeah, just so necessary right now.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to it. I mean, I feel like that's the only response that you could really have to a Natan, because like the moment he goes in, the Kaja could
Could this
definitely
be
be
like
that
Khalid,
re-engager.
maybe? Khalid XP lane? This could be the angle for it. Because you don't really have
Khalid,
these normal
yeah,
regen heroes available anymore, yeah.
they could go Ruby though too.
Maybe could work out. Maybe
Ruby
not the best because
Arlott.
they don't have like a face-to-face comp, right? Because Nathan, Navarra fighting from distance. Then you have, I
Yeah,
mean, it depends how aggressive they want to be with the
they need
Barrets, though.
damage though.
Yeah.
I guess they could really rely on the Natan for that damage, but he's kind of squishy.
Yeah,
There's the
Ruby, it
Ruby,
is.
man. I got
Ah,
the magic ball right here or
yeah.
something.
Yeah, I feel like they do need like some sort of physical damage, right? They have the Navari and the ton damage, which is mostly magical, right? So the Barrett's, yeah, he will harass you obviously, but he's not going to do too much damage. So I feel like the main damage source being magic could be something that Collision could shut down. But other than that, I think it's a pretty balanced draft. Collision,
Yeah,
I think, have an upper hand thanks to having more CC tools available generally early on.
I really think it's going to come down to how well that Benedetta does in the EXP, if they're going to be able to pierce the back line and secure the Navaria, kind of close them down. And then the opposite, I think the Navaria is going to be really the key clutch competitor for them to be able to, scale the Natan. Paired with the Brats, I like the Brats into a Fredrin because you'll be able to eat him and he won't have a Purify. So you're able to possibly take Lords and Turtles a little bit better. So both
Yeah,
sides
it
have their ups
can.
and downs.
Yeah, it can interrupt his skills very well with the pull as well. So I think Fredrin might be in for a little bit of a bad game here, but we're gonna have to see. We are headed into the land of dawn now, and we are
Yeah.
off.
Getting into the game one of Coliseum versus Futuhat. And we'll see who wins. I mean, both jungles are definitely the key meta picks right now. Like I was saying earlier, it's going to come down to the Benedetta being able to pierce the back line. Also, if the Kaja really can secure some key picks as well. From the side of Futuhat, I mean, we're going to see the Ruby securing a decent amount of control in CC as well, locking down on I mean, the Roger would probably be the biggest thing that they want to lock down on, but the Purify is picked up by the Roger. So Roger's mobility is going to be relied on skill base versus having a flicker. He's the only one with a Purify as well.
Yeah. All right. So pretty slow start, relaxed start of the game so far. I haven't seen nothing crazy, but Roger is actually being pressured really all early on. Hold on a second, the Grok is just smashing into him here, walled off as well under his own tower. Poor Grok. I mean, poor Roger over there.
Yeah. It is how Roger, I mean, he scales early. I'm actually surprised to see Coliseum applying a little bit of pressure onto the gold lane at this point. I definitely feel like, what in the world is this little animation here? What the heck? I've never seen
Yeah,
that
lovely.
animation.
Yeah, Barrett's paid for his own advert. Yeah, could you believe that? Yeah.
Maybe that was because he secured level 4, and I mean he's ready, but the little dino's getting
Yeah, he's
tiny.
ready
You
to
better
eat.
get in there.
I can actually see it's a very insecure fight here. I mean, Futuhat, they want to go for the turtle instead, and it obviously makes sense to make that action first here. Coins Black is getting shafted over here, but Izumi actually secures the turtle. Tonic Montana following up here. They're going to be slashing through. Benedetta coming in as well with the elapsed state times, and Kirito has to concede his position as well. And Roger was also away from the lane a little bit. It seems like actually Kite wasn't really eager to push it in, so he's just
Ooh,
currently freezing, building up a wave a little bit.
was that like a missed I'm offended or something? I'm pretty sure I heard it pop
Yeah,
off.
definitely. It's been used off, and I, I mean, on paper, Ruby Benedetta fight is pretty equal, right? But right now we see that the Ruby is falling a level behind already, like a whole level, and obviously you're gonna have much shorter range than a
Yeah.
Benedetta. She can proxy you pretty efficiently, so as a Ruby, you're gonna be in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah, most definitely. And kind of looking at what's going down here. Um, let's see what they can do. I mean, right now, Coliseum definitely a little bit of ahead, mainly because again, the Benedetta, like I said, you gotta secure those kills, and being able to take out the jungle on the side of FT side is probably one of the biggest aspects you could see into the early game, because that's going to affect their jungling, but they're not going to let that down because
Oh
they're
no, look at that.
aggressive.
4 players actually from Futuhat gathering around the beetle bush, but Collegium also answering with 4 players of their own.
Nice.
Izumi trying to start up something here, just probing his way in with the sword, but they're not going to connect just yet. So yeah, this is the prologue for that turtle fight coming up very soon. Futu had actually resumed their previous positions. So are they really ready to just give away the turtle? They think that maybe we just need that lane gold first. You know, we need to smash the tower. As you can see, the
Oh
Ruby
my
definitely
God.
needs that XP and gold, so Collegium should be getting that turtle. And Spirit just walks in and takes it away and doesn't even
Yeah.
have a retribution.
For what cost, though? As we're already seeing.
Well, Nuratin, does he escape? Those a question. I mean, no, it's getting bad for Futuhat, but they do, in the end, get into their warm safety of the tower, but
Yeah.
Collegium, decent fight, but a great steal here from Kirito.
That's what the Grok does best, because, I mean, he does a decent bit of damage, to be honest. So,
Yeah, like his
it's.
base damage is really good, and I guess that's why he was used for a long while as like a main damage dealer as well in the XP lane. Now that build has kind of fallen off. Kirito chasing and chasing and chasing coins black.
Yeah. And
Wait, is the
I don't.
tower already taken? But
I mean,
look at that.
Benedetta's
The
just eating
Benedetta is
it.
just laying away there. Yeah,
Yeah, I
waves are
like I
being
said,
bubbled up.
that was like the win condition, right? Coliseum's gonna have
Yeah,
to rely on the Benedetta. She's kind of getting farmed up, already level 8 compared to, I mean, Grok's level 6, Ruby 7, mid lane 7. So she's scaling high, which is what you like to see here. And kind of, I mean, looking at it, Rain is having a little bit of a hard time keeping his stacks up for his Dino. I've seen this quite a bit. Not quite sure what's going on. He's gonna be punished here. Not
yeah.
overextending too much.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see, Benedetta these days being played with the lethal ignition talent, which actually does so much extra damage because it's not hard to get that 7.5% HP threshold damage with her. So you're always going to make that extra burn damage on as well. So you are going to be actually one of the main sources of your team's damage output. And well, there's a little bit of a scuffle here. Actually, Coins Black didn't get to escape, but that actually goes against Collegium here. Izumi goes down,
Ooh, she
and
got locked down. I'm offended.
yeah, that's the thing. Now you really can't escape, right? You already used up all your dashes in this moment of time. You cannot charge up the elapsed state time as
Nice.
well. And Nuratin nicely dashes through that wall, leaving the Roger with open hands, empty hands, and that's gonna be the turtle for Futuhat here.
I mean, what I just seen in that last engage, if they show a highlight, you can see right here, right? So I
Yeah,
don't know if they did it. No, so this was a little bit later into the combat. Kaja ended up using the Divine Judgment, but wasn't able to pull them back into the back line because Grok
yeah,
was able to put a well placed wall. and that kind of kept them at bay, forced them there, utilized a bit of the utility, and wasn't able to get away. So it
That's
just
right.
goes to
Yeah.
show that the Grok is huge right now. A well
Yo,
placed
here it is
wall
again.
can
The
be a
Barrett's.
benefit.
Yeah,
Yep.
the Barrett's jump scare at the bottom corner. Oh,
But
Kirito, this time it's
Coliseum.
shut down. Doesn't look like a rock, more like a wet towel over there. And
Not
4
the wet
players now just
towel.
going straight into the tower. Have taken 1 back, just 1 though. The Ruby trying to get that top one now. Benedetta will not make it there in time though, so this will actually be a nice answer from Futuhat's side as well. And Nuretin has actually caught up nicely in levels as well, now equal with the Benedetta.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of looking at the overall comp of the team right now, we see that Kite kind of online, right? He's only died once, but also Rogers only died once. But
Oh Lord, yeah, actually gets away, and Saffron was trying with the Astral Recall, but that was already too far away. Coins Black actually gets to recall through thick and thin, but now they're chasing that Roger instead. They're searching every single bush Futuhat. They are clearing every single corner, turning over every rock and stone, and
we're
well,
securing towers
I kind of
too.
understand them, right? The Roger hasn't died yet. They definitely want to get him down. He's been having actually a surprisingly easy life despite that tower being taken now.
Oh, what a good
And
wall.
that's a good wall. But, however, is being dragged through. Coins Black does a good job. Kirito might go down here. Yes. No. What? Call in the
Wow,
Vexana. What is he doing? The
Ruby.
Vexana is protecting the tower. We need you here, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a discombobulation happening here by Coliseum. Looks like the fight is continuously happening. Not Kite trying to get in there, but Tonic able to secure the kill on the Kite. Huge plays happening here. Again, this is what I was saying. Benedetta is kind of online. 4-1-1. Tonic on fire.
Yeah. I'm surprised they actually got some kills from that because I thought the Collision was just kind of losing that fight because Vexana already used up the Eternal Guard, so I think the call was for her to just defend the tower instead of engaging in the fight. Otherwise, she would have been too easy of a pick. But, well, I think it's still a small victory here for Collegium in that fight. At least you keep that Benedetta scaling over most of the other members of Futuhat, and even your own team, actually. She's level 12 over the Roger as well, actually.
Yeah, we can already see internal night
Okay,
coming down.
Oh, that's yeah. I mean, the wild chest just seemed like it didn't hit its mark, right? Even though it knocked up 4 members, it didn't do anything against Collegium here.
Yeah, they're kind of
And
coming
now they
online. Full
used they
sides.
used up some of the strongest ultimates as well, right? Astral Echo together with the wild childs. Now they don't really have an engage tool available to them. They do have the Ruby, but now they have to fight in a really close range if they want to utilize that I'm offended well enough, and they're doing it here now. They're trying to get the Benedetta down. Enough dashes here up her sleeve to get away, and I think she had to use that. No, she didn't actually have to use the final blow to disrupt that attack. Still has the ultimate available, Benedetta.
Yeah.
It should be a turtle
Ooh.
definitely for Futuhat, unless Coins Black
Zanami.
is coming in there. Is it going to be taking someone hostage as well? That's right, it is. Rain is going down, but Tonic gets a kill, gets the Lord. Kite, though, has built up all the stacks as well, with the theory of everything does enough damage to finally kill Tonic Montana, and 2 other members of Collegium going down now, so this could be the tier 2 tower taken. They're just disregarding the Lord that's marching up because it will be a long time until it really reaches their towers. You see the Lord fight again as well. It does seem like Tonic is making a lot of risky calls there, a lot of risky decisions, trying to position himself too deep right in these team fights. Right, I think he should just be reaping around them and trying to find these squishes. But I kind of understand it's really hard as well if you consider that just the two squishes there are, is the Novaria is going to be really far from the team fight anyways, and the Nathan who can reposition really easily.
Exactly. And we already see an Astro Echo come out to get in my belly. Daytona's welcome.
Hey, he's been digested and spat out, and that's over for him. Every time like Kaja is picked in such games where you expect him to do all the hard work, right? He's kind of falling flat, and we've seen that in the EU MENA finals as well. He's done a good job. He has 8 assists here, but it's his only used for the suppression. Other than that, even with the electric balls, they're not going to slow down any sort of a chase enough to really guarantee an escape.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of looking at what's kind of going down. I mean, both these teams are kind of 50-50. We're getting to that 13-minute mark, right? Kite's going to be coming online. Tonic's coming online. Izanumi over here. Kinda trying to keep him at bay, but the Ruby, I'm offended.
Wait, Roger's in a lot of trouble. He was basically one-shot by Sephira with the Astral Recall. Can't even use the Praise's Wrath here. Izumi, he goes down before even the finger reaches the ultimate button over here. They're going to be slicing through the tower, slicing through the Vexana as well. Tonic and Coinsback are the only ones standing.
I want to end this.
It just exploded in Collegium's face now. Like a pipe bomb, it was delivered straight into their
They didn't even need to eat him.
That's over and done with. There is no one to defend the base any longer. The Benedetta, who finished 7-3, actually lost the game.
I'm actually surprised on how fast they ended that right there. FT definitely showing that they had the grit and the challenge to bring into that game a split decision right there at the end to just push all the way in. 3 fall, then 4. Kind of looking at some of the highlights here, we can see that it was either team's game, but it all came down to some key plays that happened. 4-3-3 here. The Daytona's welcome does connect. Again, Ruby flickers in, gets a little bit of the CC into the control. Kaja able to make it out of there, but Tana comes into the back line. A wild charge onto the wall, knocks up almost all of Collegium.
But it really didn't do anything, right? It was a really unfortunate fight there, and then they lost all their members as well in the process, basically. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of telling, right? Out of their 9 kills, 7 went into the Benedetta's pocket, and I think half of them also came through the laning phase. So yeah, they really weren't that effective in the team fights. Collegium, even though that draft should have been effective, it just wasn't. And also in these team fights, I guess it comes down to how many enemies you can just completely eliminate from fighting for a short period of time, and who other than Barretts can do it most effectively, right?
Exactly. And not only that, I think it was just a combination of the Ruby, the Navaria, and the Natan. The overall draft picked up by FT was just so perfect. I mean, it was pretty easy to read it too. I mean, they knew exactly what they needed, and I mean, they brought it to the Land of the Dawn, and I mean, they went hard.
Yeah, absolutely. 14-9 then. Futuhat takes the first game in this best of 3, and MVP will be given to Sephira, who did a really good job, of course, with the Novaria. Not hard to miss the mark, not hard to make a great performance, because you're always going to be in the action. You're always going to be racking together these assists, either thanks to Astral Recall or Astral Echo. So,
wasn't there a Sephira in the last team too?
Was there?
Am I just tripping? Let me see. Chaos. Well, I can't really tell because they don't have pages.
Pretty sure no.
I thought
it was Stropha, I think. Maybe you're mixing it up.
I don't know. Maybe the what was it, the PH or the SPH or something? I don't know. It looks familiar. Looks familiar. We'll see. But kind of coming into the next series, FT versus Collegium. I mean, Collegium did a really good job. I felt like their draft was solid. I felt like FT's draft was pretty solid. I think it's just going to come down to just execution and game. Again, the Grok was really painful to deal with. for Coliseum. So we might see that banned out this time around, or maybe they'll want to pick it up for themselves. FT just brought some grit. The Brats was a really good hero to be utilized in the jungle. We'll have to see. I think the Ruby was definitely one of the key factors as well. Jumping into the next draft right away, though.
Yeah, as usual, we don't have many breathers over here, and here we are. Then Yuzhong taken out. That's a very surprising first ban, but seeing how much it has been picked as well over here, it doesn't really surprise me, and it does influence the game a lot, especially the end of the game. When a team has Yuzhong, usually victories come through him because he's just so good at ending the games, standing, a whole batch of heroes.
Yeah. And then, I mean, just overall, Harith being banned out all the time. FT, my guess is they want some type of backline mage again. So we might see the Navaria picked up once again. I mean, it came in clutch. I mean, the combination, utilize it with the Astro Echo, could be something that they want to utilize once again. Banning out the Nolan. The first pick team kind of gets to ban whatever they want, and the second pick team has to like kind of respond to like the meta. So couple options that they're running into here. Let's see what they can do.
Nolan again, I don't know. Just felt like a waste of a ban in the first ban round, especially if you're the blue side. But maybe there's some reason in this that I just don't know. I guess the teams know each other pretty well. The Turkish scene is still pretty close, similar to European ones. So the players know how to counter each other, not just like team against team and meta against meta.
True. We'll kind of see what they get done here. Matilda, of course, banned out. We'll see what FT wants to respond here. Do they ban out the Brats? Do they want the Brats? Do they ban out a Fredrin instead? Roger's still available. Roger's been first picked quite a bit recently, which is quite wild. So maybe that's something we see come through as well. Taking a look at, there it is, the Brats. So my guess is they want to first pick a Fredrin, just roll that through. FT kind of not wanting to deal with the Brats themselves. Angela still on the playing field, might be the next and last ban here.
Yeah, maybe even left open. I mean, of course, there aren't many other stuff you want to prioritize, right? Yeah, exactly. There it is. Not a lot of people want to risk it, especially with the Roger in the meta as well. I understand that, Angela is being even more important than she was before. And I guess it's going to be Roger first pick again. Is it going to be Roger first pick again?
I think it's going to be Fredrin, unless they...
Navaria,
that's why they banned the Yuzhong.
Yeah, actually makes sense now. So yeah, I mean, Saphira had a really good performance in it as well last game, and they also have like other good picks open which work with it, like Fredrin. Maybe they want to go with the Rome Grok again.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to synergize with your strongest player on the team, and it seems like FT believes their mage is the strongest, giving up the pick of a Fredrin. Yeah. What are they going to respond with here in the jungle? We haven't seen a lot of Martises come out, right? But, I mean, they could pick up the Martis. They could pick up a Kai. Coliseum kind of running the book back for their side. They want to go for the Ruby. They go for the Fredrin. They're kind of taking a page out of FT's book here. Again, Ruby a little early?
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, I feel like Ruby, or use of Ruby also comes down to what you're going to use on the goal line, right? And it's something that does have a hefty bit of AoE damage to really use on everybody at a time. So, like, stuff like Ixia, for example.
Yeah, but I mean, Coliseum still has good responses. They could go for a Valentina, Vexana, some knockups, something here. They need something bursty, right? Because now we see the X-Borg being picked up by FT. You want to be able to proc that Faraga armor as much as possible, because that's the last thing you want to see. But my God, a Minotaur gets picked up by FT.
That's a good statement, yeah. But again, you have one of these heroes that's needs also a team that has a lot of melee fighters, I feel like, to just focus on everybody who's in the center of the Minotaur range. So I think their XP laner has to be a pretty solid pick. That Xborg, I think, is going to be flexed into jungle. I'm not sure yet, but it does feel like it a little bit here.
Yeah.
That it's just going to be against Redrin.
I mean, Xborg's a good pick against Fredrin. I mean, if you're not gonna pick the Kai for sustainability and utility, um, you can definitely go the Xborg for some of that true damage. But we're gonna be getting into the second banning phase here. We see the Natan getting banned out. We've seen FT pick that up last match, and actually Kite did insanely well with it. So that's kind of a respect ban coming out from Coliseum. Now FT, they really have to target. I mean, Ruby could be Rome, so they're targeting mid lanes right now. Which, I mean, it makes sense. Might as well keep targeting the mid lanes since you already have your Navaria picked. You don't want to see a
Collegium is
fair
putting a
miss.
lot of money on that claw right now. They also banned 3 gold laners, right? You still have
Mm-hmm.
options against that. Roger is still open. Roger not good against facing, not really like chasing Claude, but I feel like it's going to be a neutral lane if it comes to that. So yeah, Clint Roger can still do good. I don't think FC are really limited in that pool right now. You could even go something like Irithel.
Yeah, I mean, Irithel, definitely a good go. We haven't seen Irithel picked up too much, but Irithel with Purify could be a good go here. Carry with Purify could be a good go. That's also something I haven't seen quite often, right? Is the Low Yi has been slipping through every draft, and
Yeah,
now
it
we've
hasn't
seen her
really
get
been
banned.
banned, hasn't been picked. I'm guessing that these teams just haven't really focused on too much on the Loyi meta and how to like use her with the team. As we've seen, like the teams don't really ban chip hair either, for example. And I guess it's just banned here because they are scared of like some extra movement plays because of the Claude as well.
Yeah. So they need to respond to this, right? So I mean, they still have Vexana, they still have Valentina, two definitely high meta tier mages, and the Valentina gets picked up, which I feel like is good, right? They'll be able to steal the Minnow's Rage, the Last Insanity, the Astro Echo. All three of those would be great utility, especially for Claude. Now let's see what FT does to respond to this. I mean, they could go the carry with Purify here. That way they'll still be able to take on the Claude. Again, you could go the Roger route to be able to have a little bit of that chase and that security, be able to run down that Claude. But I feel like the biggest problem that we're going to be facing on the side of FT is that they have the taunt from the Fredrin. You got the I'm Offended from the Ruby. So that's a lot of control. And then depending on what Valentina picks
Yeah,
up, could be a little bit of a problem.
Carry Claude, that was the handshake we saw a lot at the start of the year. Now it's back here in common mostly.
Kai.
Akai as well, yeah. So
Yo.
I Minotaur. I don't know. Like
It's
it seems
XP,
like
or XP, Xborg.
it is XP Export then. Yeah. Okay. Also,
Possibly. Let's see.
kind of first down Collegium chance. I don't think they really wanted another very tanky hero there, like Jerusalem. Maybe something like a Paquito to just catch up. But with some of these heroes, it's going to be good on the movement again, like Varia, like the exporting and carry.
Mm-hmm.
What?
The Ling.
Ling? Oh yeah, I forgot. They wait. So it's going to
So it's
be.
Ruby Rome, Fredrin
Uh, yeah,
EXP,
Predator and XP. Yeah. What?
and then Ling on the
Oh,
jungle.
that's mental.
I mean, the Ling doesn't have too many targets besides Saphira and Kite, right? Like that.
I feel like
I,
it's gonna be again like that 4-1 draft, right? Where you have 4 players team fighting, and Ling is gonna be that wave clearer and
yeah.
just helping out in objective fights when really direly necessary. So
I mean, it's a risky play, but I think it could play out for him, right? Because like the Kai was like a switch of the flip of the switch to be able to counter the Fredrin, and then Fredrin gets adjusted to the EXP, and then they pick up a new jungle, and that again, these are some I mean could be some high IQ plays, a little bit of a bait and switch tactic forced out the Kai. They thought they were like, I got you, I
yeah,
got the Kai, and then they were like, I got you though.
yeah. And I mean, Ling is not really susceptible to a Kai CC anyways. He's just gonna be standing on the wall chilling. So
Yeah,
That's
but getting
also something to
into
look at.
game
Yeah,
2 here, Futuhat versus Coliseum. Definitely the draft was a suspenseful one. Ling being picked up into the jungle. I want to see how well it can play here. Could be right now Futuhat. I mean, right, if I was them, I would be invading in the jungle as much as possible. They have the tankiness, they have the dive. I just feel like Saphira is going to have to watch out for the Ling. The Ruby is going to be a menace. It could go either way here.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, link comps are just so. There's not even a coin flip, right? You just have to play everything up to perfection. You have to prey on the right enemies at the right time, and there's very little room for error, similar to actually playing Fanny these days, because you're playing against the likes of like a Kai Minotaur, and he's already wreaking havoc, and that heavy CC that's available to Futuhat here is gonna be their key point here that they're playing around.
Yeah, and I mean, you can already see that they're trying to invade some of those green camps, as Ling also did exactly the same thing. I think a shot just came off by Saphir in the mid lane to be able to bring Ling down a little bit, which is huge. Right now, what I really want to see is if Rain can secure neutral objectives, right? I think it's going to come down
Yeah,
to his team applying a lot of pressure to this Ling. Again, like I said, maybe early invades are what they want to do, stop his farming.
yeah. I mean, yeah, controlling Ling early on is really important as well, because Finch Poise actually has a very long cooldown for like the basic ability. And if you really get him down from a wall and you make him into the walking Ling, then you could do so much there. He doesn't cause a lot of
Nice.
trouble there, and Rain secures the turtle. There's a
Oh
little more
no.
fighting going
Oh
on,
my.
Izumi, and that's exactly the
No
problem there
way.
is. No, he got it up just in time. I think he was waiting for the cooldown.
Yo, I don't know
Oh,
if. Oh, Saphira with the snipe. I don't know if
well,
you peeped that, but the screen
yeah.
shook. It was like
Yeah,
like
that's
I
how
felt
hard it was.
I
Actual
felt like
meteor.
Rain was like
Yeah.
ah.
Holy. Well, that's why they first picked the Novari as well. Gonna do a great job. Even against the Link, technically, it will damage him on the wall, so.
Exactly. It just goes to show a little bit of a crazy turtle take. Again, 1-for-1. Turtle does go
Kirito
to.
is just Kirito just drinking his beer there straight in like the Valentina's face. Just
Just
oh, the
enjoying it.
Minoran Fear is stolen. Astroleka going down. And they're gonna commit to this fight as well. He's gonna be looking around, seeing if
Oh,
there's anything to
they're definitely
farm
gonna
here.
they're gonna take that.
Nice little steal here. Kirito will be
Ah,
maybe deleted. Yeah, okay. They had to use a lot, everything almost in their arsenal actually to
he didn't
really take
flicker
it down
though.
and secure it. Yeah, yeah.
That was great discipline. He could have possibly flickered. I mean, he was kind of. I think he thought he was dead. Like, how is he gonna get away from the ling or anything like that?
Yeah.
So he didn't waste that. Again, great discipline to not waste
Yeah,
that.
exactly. And 3 ultimates gun on the other side. Now, okay, I'm offended is back up, but yeah. Uh I think I think they just got a little bit nervous. They thought they couldn't kill the Minotaur, so the Tempest of Blades came down as well. Just to be sure.
Yeah. A little bit of a bait out. I think he was trying to get a little bit more than just the Tempest of Blades, right? I think he was trying to get the Valentina to utilize their Minnow Rage, but they knew that they didn't really need to on a solo target. Turtle
Yeah.
Take is coming up, though. Looks like it's leaning into
It
Coliseum's
started
favor.
already. Yeah, they're a little bit late to the
Oh,
party over here. Blue
no!
Hat, maybe they can do something here. Actually, oh
Oh!
my god, Izumi, he's panicking. He's going wall to wall, but here's the damage from the X-Borg and Kirito.
Wow.
As well, gets the kill actually to his name. And Turtle is being traded though, but yeah, that's
Ling was able to secure, or not secure the turtle, but Tonic was. We do see an I'm Offended coming out on the kite and a Minnow's Rage coming from the side of
oh,
Coliseum.
Kirito slammed into the air.
I think
Does
he's dead
Kirito
as
get away
well.
though? He's trying to slide away, trying to reach that wind cyclone here in the jungle. No, it's just he's being stopped right in his tracks. He reached it but didn't get to use it.
Yeah. To
Activation
be
time will
honest,
be too long. Yeah.
I would like a little bit more communication by TF, right? Like, of course they picked up. Actually, I'm a little confused here. If I'm not the Ling's clan tag is TF, and then you got FT. I don't know if that's a troll
They
or
do there.
what that is, but
I think it's
that was
just
crazy.
other clan similar, yeah, because it's FT, TF, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, and so
Goal lane has been
Coliseum.
quite quiet actually, but there has been like towers taken already, so that's already
Yeah,
something going. Also in the favorite
Valentina's kind of
Elysium, actually,
online.
they've taken 2, and yeah, Izumi getting some items as well, but yeah, I haven't seen that link too much right now. He just has to farm. He has to
Uh oh.
farm the waves on side lanes if he gets to do something late game, if he reaches that.
Yeah. We're seeing that there's not a lot of vision. I don't know if the team knows where they're at. Minnow securing the mid bush, which is good. Getting that early rotate damage.
They
Nice.
saw
Sapira
Izumi. That's a
snipe.
nice shot. Yeah, perfect. That's why you need that roam in place to always give that vision in these large bush areas as well. And Futuhat already starting up the turtle here, Rain taking it over to their side. And that's a lot of
Heavy
damage actually coming out
spin.
from Collegium. All
Nice.
5
Minnow's
players
range.
here. All 5 players from Collegium here, but Kirito gets a kill. Actually, Coins Black going down, which means no Ruby, no more heavy CC available. Izumi has to back away. Little
Valentina.
Exborg. Oh my god, the Exborg lanterns
Kite.
almost got the Claude. Kite shuts down Valentina.
That was huge. What? Like, I guess mid turret's a little bit more valuable than turtle at this point. Are they going to be?
Yeah, right
I think
now
they
it
got
definitely
it.
is. Yeah, definitely. I don't think Tony can do anything here to really stop him. And
They should
Pikachu is
invade
still
that
dead as
blue.
well.
Yeah, I feel like they really need to invade that blue coming up here. We'll see,
I
as
don't
we're
think they
seeing a
can anymore.
different
Yeah, Riven
angle.
is in position now.
Yeah, they
They get
take
the
turtle,
turtle,
invade blue.
simple turtle. Yeah, DHS
There it
onto
is.
the Claude now, so he can do a little bit more damage.
Easy read.
Percent health damage against that Minotaur and Akai. Already a dive in. Izumi goes in too eager, has to slip away. Doesn't have any energy either to go on the walls again with the Finch Poise. Izumi just
Oh
hasn't
my
found his
god.
luck yet. That's a lot of light wheels.
The camera was
Tonic is
having a
just,
seizure.
yeah. That game is
Ooh.
just groundbreaking, earth-shattering. Saphira with a nice shot. Kirijo thought he could maybe chase him, but no, it's between 2 towers. Better not to do that
Oh,
here.
too hot. Looking hot.
Yeah, the gold graph
On
is
fire.
taking a big spike upwards, and they're taking another tower here.
Jesus.
Izumi is being caught by the panda over here. He's okay, man.
Look at the
Okay,
Claude, though.
look. I don't think this is a position you should be recall spamming in. It's
Yeah.
nothing
I
to be
mean,
proud
they're a little
about
bit
there.
of
Yeah.
they're a little bit in the lead, but not like complete domination, right? But we'll
Yeah.
see Kirito kind of rechecking that bush, keeping Coins Black at bay. Right now, Futuhat is trying to look for a pick, but Coliseum responding with great pressure on all the side lanes, keeping Futuhat guessing at where they want to go. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to secure this bottom tower as there's 2 of them down here, or they get a little bit of a cheeky bait here.
Yeah, the Siege Minion actually takes a long time to kill, so they can't. They're trying to wait
Flicker
out
in
whoever
and kill Kite.
arrives. I mean,
Yep, there
there's
it
Kite
is.
and Saphira, and they have a level lead as well, but that's a great
What?
hook at
He
the 9% is
lives!
already used up. And will they get the kill? No, Kite this might be going down. Actually, the lifesteal is kicking in, and oh dear lord. There's no way they
That
pulled
was
that one
crazy.
off.
I mean, I read that situation, but I Claude just doesn't have any damage right now, which is wild.
Yeah, still not. He does have the DHS now, but still no damage really, and that will be the Lord for Futuhat. It's not even being contested or even
Oh
looked
yeah,
at by
they're just gonna burn
Collegium
it
side.
down.
They have other priorities right now. They need to take a tower at least, the one they started a minute
Yeah,
ago at the bot lane.
it's a good read. They see that they were able to take that bottom turret. Ling's definitely going to keep pushing it in. Futuhat, no to zone mid lane and the bottom lane. Looks like Xborg's going to be going in on it.
Wait, Izumi keeps going there, but Xborg also just reads it well enough. And who's going to win in that duel, I wonder? Because I don't think Izumi wants to fight there fully.
Whoa! The
Against the
flicker in the
Xborg.
minnow!
That's insane. And another knockup goes down. Coinsblack is
GG's.
spending more time dead than he has been alive. And the
Wow.
light wheels are coming out as well.
He was able to kill Claude too. This
Beautiful stuff. It's a
GG's.
maniac for Kite.
Wow.
He's sitting on 5-1 right now, and these inhibitor towers are being melted away. The Lord is still healthy and kicking, and the base is just
Lord's
melting
just beating
away,
it
and the
down.
Valentina is looking away from this. She doesn't want to have anything
Pretty
to do
quick
with
sweep here by Futuhat.
Yeah, that
knocking
was a 2-0
out
and a very convincing 2-0.
knocking out the other team. Huge FT coming in with not many pitchers, but definitely complete domination. Coliseum taken out of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Huge plays. Kind of looking at some of these highlights here.
Yeah. I feel like every time Collision tried to engage, they tried to find space for that Ling, but then some sort of big damage spell came right in that Ling's face, and he had to get away. There was that one single kill I think Izumi got, and then he was just being hunted and hunted down. And yeah, there's so much danger to Izumi here. We could see Rain always hunting him, and Saphira shutting him down with the Astral Recalls. And Coinsblack as well just couldn't keep himself alive in these vital moments. The Minotaur Akai combination just a little too strong, and Carry very well scaling as well, just in the good pace you want her to be, and like you said, the Claw didn't do enough damage. I was really hoping for a little more of a flashy showing from Collision, but that's for another time.
Yeah, true. FT going hard here, kind of looking at the damage dealt. They definitely produced more damage than the other team. Damage taken, of course, with the damage dealt, they definitely took blows left and right on CLS's side. And again, it's just the ability to be able to pressure towers was definitely on FT's side as well. Overall, just all the stats leading in there. Man of Steel going Futuhat, and Rain able to secure the MVP here.
Yeah, I mean, Rain was really good in the retreat game as well. Technically, there were several fights early on where they didn't really lock down Ling, right? So it could have technically been a quite a fair fight, but the retreat timings were definitely there, and they did a really good job. We didn't even see a lot of heavy spins or anything. You just did what was necessary, just following jungler protocol, and a nice 2-0 then, putting them one step away from qualifying to the challenge finals.
Yeah, exactly. And they're getting there, right? I mean, they're moving on. We can taking a look at the bracket here. We're already seeing next up is going to be Prestige versus Chaos, which I think is going to be a really, really good fight, because I mean, this is overall insane teams. But we're going to take a quick 6-minute break and see you guys back, and then we'll be taking on those teams. GG's. What is up, everybody? We're back here against the Prestige versus Chaos. I think one of the most anticipated matches that I want to see tonight. Prestige showed some great grit against S2G into the upper bracket. They did get swept, but they had great tenacity. Again, they were actually fighting back S2G, which S2G was a really aggressive team, and so is Chaos. So I want to see if they learned from their matches against them and see if they can handle Chaos and their aggressive approach as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Like, I think KS, uh, they like statistically had really good games. I'm kind of surprised that they fell out the upper bracket so early, but I kind of understand. You had the powerhouses like Fireflux and S2G there, so uh, obviously all the best of the rest, they have to fight their way through this lower bracket, and I think Prestige and Chaos are very equal matchup actually.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of looking at some of the highlights, and you can see S2G was definitely mechanically better. They controlled a lot of neutral objectives, but the Prestige knew how to capitalize on kills against them, and just overall a good team. Chaos, we can kind of take a look at some of the roster. I feel like Suspect is the biggest person you'll have to keep an eye on for Chaos. Like, he was definitely MVP, controlled a bit of those team fights, and we're just overall an amazing tank. So we'll have to see what goes down here. Chaos gonna bring the chaos. I mean, they're warmed up, right? I feel like that's
Yeah.
the biggest thing that we're gonna be seeing here is that Chaos is warmed up. Hopefully the fatigue doesn't get to them. The Prestige, hopefully, if they're warmed up, and see if they can take down Chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, Suspect, part of the core of that team, like Strofa and Baimavi, they've been together there for almost a year now, played together in the last season, and I think that sort of togetherness can definitely help out here. Prestige just recently with a new transfer as well. The Roamer After Dark is a new addition coming in from a Slow Rush, which I think disbanded after the last season. So it was season two and season three of MTC. So yeah, maybe just again some uh, strategy setting in. Maybe not the players knowing each other too well yet, and I think
Exactly.
Chaos can make the team fights happen a little bit more efficiently.
Yep, but looks like we're going to be jumping into the draft of game one here, possibly in a couple seconds. It hasn't popped up just yet. I think they're still prepping the draft, and here we go. We're already in
Yeah,
there, and there's already two bans on both sides. Already happened. So let's see who can bring it out here. I mean, we see the Benedetta ban, the Matilda, the Harith, the Angela, the Navaria. All great bands. The Navaria kind of been showing out today, right?
yeah, absolutely. This is I mean, yeah, like you said, it's just I don't want to say she's easy to play, right? But she synergizes so well with most of like the meta heroes, and that's like her strong suit as well, and obviously her incredibly easy escapes through any wall. So
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, of course, the low Yi kind of get banned out. The Brats is still open. Redrin being picked up. Prestige could definitely respond with the Brats pick. They could. I mean, they have a lot of options here. I mean, they could go Barats, they could go Akai. I don't think they'd pull out the Akai early on. So we might see if they play a little bit of a mind game, a little bit of a mind trick here on them or not.
yeah, I mean, it is interesting, but at the same time, it's obvious that the Benedetta ban is targeted because Moji played that a lot, like 6, 7 times during the regular season in MCT, and there aren't a lot of like people left who play a very good Benedetta and can pull her off in like current meta. So uh, maybe like sometimes banning the one tricks makes sense. And we see the Grok out again. The Rome Grok did a really good job last time around. Why not this time as well? Uh, Moscow as well, also open for Chaos to take. They're of course Prestige. Could they uh,
The picks
could they
are
ban it off
fast.
here? Yeah.
The picks are fast. They ban off the glue. Looks like
Right
they
there, Moscow is open. No, Moscow is perfectly open actually here for the blue side to take. And
isn't that Storfia? Is that not the same name as the last person, or is it just a little
Torfa?
bit different? The
No, you
Fredrin?
no. Oh, you mean the last mid laner? No, no,
Sophia? What was their name? I
Saphira,
don't even.
Torfa, Saphira. Yeah.
That's too
Yeah.
many S's and R's and A's. I don't know. They look exactly the same at first glance. So, but we can already see them responding. I'm actually surprised. They're banning out a lot of mages, banning out the Vexana, banning out the Navaria. Do they just double or triple down and ban
This
out
has to be a
something
Moscow
else?
ban. Yeah, it had to come to be a Moscow ban. It would be too easy for Chaos otherwise. Now they actually have to think about their options there as well. And well, again, you're thinking like, what are you going to be playing against the Roger? Like, are you going to be taking the carry then because you have the Barretts on the other side? Again, you could melt these naturally high HP heroes.
Yeah, true.
Barretts especially because when he's getting his stacks up, he's already so tanky. Natural physical damage doesn't do too much to him. He's going to brush it off.
Yeah, they could go Natan though.
Town, yeah,
I mean,
not too bad of
they
an
go
option as
Natan
well.
and
Just a
Ruby, and there's
penetration.
GG's. Natan, Ruby. I just feel like that's the ultimate comp right there, especially with a Valentina, the Grok. Like, you have that displacement. You'll be able to keep Brats at bay. You'll be able to get away.
Okay.
Sure,
That's
nice.
very brave. I guess they think that they can just survive in the midst of chaos. The Grok and Fredrin are gonna pull off because Gord is usually like that sleeper pick that's gonna be taken when you don't have knock up and suppress heroes on the other side. So anything that cancels his channel.
Yeah,
And now at the same time, Chaos has them, so I'm thinking just how confident are they in themselves of pulling it off?
exactly.
Of course,
Kind
it
of
is like
looking
one of
at.
the he has one of the most easiest to pull off stuns in the game, of course, which can technically hit like all of the enemy team at once if you're lucky with it.
True. Oh, they
But it
go
is the
Lapu and
carry.
Carry, which is wild. I would have
It has to be
suspected
the
Ruby and
carry.
Natan, but I guess I could see it. We'll see how it plays out.
But Chaos, yeah, I mean they're using basically just a variation of the compound we saw before already, but I really want to see how they're going to be using the gourd here, prestige, and they
Yeah.
still have to think about their roamer as well. As most pick it's going to be, and he gets to decide. It's going to be
Edith.
the Edith Roam. Yeah, decent
Oh,
knockups on their side as well. Then, yeah, I feel like they have decent front line. Maybe not the best, and maybe not like a direct tank, right? So you always want to
yeah.
keep Gord as far away as possible. Um, you want to be playing against around very close corners. So yeah, maybe with the likes of Barrett Yuzhong, it's possible where you can just shoehorn everyone into very tight angles where Gord's spells are going to be maximized.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. And looks like we're going to be possibly getting into the game here. Again, I mean, both sides look pretty aggressive, to be honest. I mean, I like both drafts. We'll see how it plays out. I really want to know how that Lapu can play into this draft, but we'll have to see once we jump into this game.
Yeah.
And it looks
All
like we'll be
right.
jumping into it.
Here we are. Yeah. Case against the Prestige. Both teams who have a lot of MCT experience already, but came here through the qualifiers. Prestige, through the first qualifier, actually, they did a very good job, and also in the playoffs of MCT this season that just ended on the 19th. Pretty
Yeah.
quick wave clear, of course. Scored one of the most insane wave clear heroes there are. If you don't really have to worry about some minions clashing into your base when you still have Gord up together with Lilia, I think that's some of the best heroes you can rely on in these scenarios.
Yeah.
A lot of damage here over to Suspect. He tried to be annoying, but got annoyed himself there. Forced to recall, which means Asmo could take charge here in the river area.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Barats are still roaming about. 46 seconds. They're all trying to achieve level 4 at this point.
Yeah. Just some early movements coming in. Still 35 seconds until the turtle, sorry. And Barrett's making his way in towards the mid lane. I don't see a lot of people here. Gabby's basically double laning there with the Lapua. Now everybody else is coming over from Prestige side as well. They're seeing that and think that Gabby could be punished. They saw that low health bar and they're trying to cut away the next wave as well. That wall was decent, but didn't stop all of them. And they're going to cut off that lane. They're going to be going for Strofa because Gabby got to recall. So it does feel like it's just in vain now.
That was a little bit of a cheeky play there to allow them to have complete setup here. But in the bottom lane, a solo
Nice
kill.
as well. Yeah, that's true. Roger already
Black
gets
Dragon
the
out.
control. And I kind of
Let's
understand
see.
why Roger is just so important right now and dominating that pick
the bravest warrior.
well.
Bravest
Mystic
fighter
Josh
comes
gets
out.
Strofa as well. Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough play here. The Prestige coming out on top. Blue buff invade coming on. A Suspect trying to keep him at bay. I believe it does chaos. Looks like they got him. Rot's a little bit overextended here. Again, that solo kill on the bottom was huge.
Yeah, it is very important. I mean, Roger went ahead, is beast on his own, and he can do so much. He can 1v1 a lot of heroes as well. Just chip them down and run off as well. That's a big rock over here. Tried to charge, but no worth in fighting right now.
Yeah, I mean, the only Suspect has to help Gabby on lane clear, right?
Yeah.
Just because, like you said earlier, the Gord's lane clear is just nasty. Retri comes out, wild charge into them. Would you see the Mystic Gust come out as well?
But there's no damage there right now. No real damage items yet. And after dark, he's going for the cooldown reduction boots as well.
On the run.
Yeah.
Zio not able to commit.
Yeah, he's gonna go back off now by Mavi. Already here in position, ready to pick him up, and yeah, game stabilized a little bit again. I guess we're gonna be waiting until the next turtle fight. Still trying to close that gap around Xiao, but Prestige never let anything slip by. Of course, Asmo Sonohara getting this information and vision as well. Asmo deleting the Lethal Wanderer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
and they're here first. They are in the turtle area now. Brian fighting against
Fighter,
Moj. Nicely dodged
Dragon.
Strofa's bravest fighter, actually. And
A bit of a taunt
great
coming out.
macro here from Moji, yeah.
Not much coming down. I mean, a lot of utility baited out. Lane cut happening.
But Mavi's just waiting for the next day over there. He's thinking that maybe that Roger is closer than he thinks, but that's not the case. Anyway, the nice and easy turtle for Prestige again. Second in a row now.
And their macro is just kind of good right now. They're again,
absolutely.
I've seen this in like I think they learned a little bit from the S2G game, right? They're putting a little bit of pressure on the macro and getting a lot of the gold. Not too worrying about trying to secure too many kills, but more of securing some of those neutral objectives.
Yeah. It's funny because if you looked at these two teams against Farflux against S2G, they were just outclassed. They were definitely falling behind in their decision making, in their urgency around the map, and here you can of course see these differences a little bit better. How Prestige is much more well versed in their rotations.
Yeah, exactly. And it just, I mean, overall, pretty solid game going on so far. Prestige definitely jungling a little bit higher. We can kind of see Brian at level 8 and the Brats at level 9. Concealed play here right into the full team, and both teams actually concealed play. I don't know if that was just both teams thinking exactly the same. Prestige gonna have to back up though. Both teams kind of just like sorry.
Yeah, they're very
Awkward situation.
concentrated play right now. Both sides are really scared of making any sort of a mistake. Asmo just kind of getting ahead of himself there, charging into the tower range, but they're gonna get it anyways. Only took one tower shot. It doesn't really matter. Gabby losing half of his HP. The stun hits Gabby. Nothing else really happening right now. The lap was coming though. The bravest fighter is available, put into use, but Prestige is trying their best to just zone out everyone from even from the mid lane or mid lane bush, just to ready themselves for that turtle. And it is possible for Brian to maybe sneak up there. I'm not sure how fast Chaos want it to be.
Yeah, I mean that's how it is, right? I mean, Prestige again, they zone that tower in the bot lane pretty well. The turtle's already here. They've definitely had excellent control. Black Dragon coming out
because Barrett's was actually harassing the Fredrin. I was thinking maybe he stole the red because neither side wants to really lose out their retribution. The turtle is up, and Brian is being harassed by Mojo over here, and that means that's a very simple turtle yet again for Prestige.
Yeah, the counter harass is coming out onto the top lane as we see 3 trying to maybe take out this Roger here. A little bit of a
they've been trying so many times, but yeah, the first tower isn't taken out yet, and they just don't find any sort of lockdown into him. You need the wall.
Conceal play. A little bit of Daytona's welcome.
Rush in. Daytona's welcome swallowed, and is it going to be a kill as well? Mystic Gush. He really used up all that time. After Dark doesn't finish up that kill. It was Suspect. It was quite beefy already, but Gabby's going to be the victim here. And Prestige is growing their lead right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good Daytona's welcome. Secured it. I think they're going to try to choke off this mid tower as well.
Oh, Brian almost caught as well. Strophi is
Bravest
between
warrior.
So many players. You can see Prestige just all around him. Pops the Bravest Fighter to get his health and shield up, but it's not going to be enough yet. Meanwhile, by Mavi trying to catch up with the pace of the game as well, pushing out that way, trying to get the tower, but no, here's the Yuzhong landed straight onto him. Will he get him down as well? But Moji actually distracted by the Fredrin. Brian did a good job, and that lets them actually kill Emoji, but the Mavi still goes down.
Yeah.
That
and
might be the gourd gun as well.
Oof.
Great wall, but oh, Gabby from distance, and that's a great retaliation. Chaos. 3 kills. And Xiao is just murdering these towers.
Yeah. And looking at what's going down. Prestige, 6,000 gold lead. Taking out the towers. Going crazy. What can they do here? I mean, Chaos. This is not as crazy as a game as I was suspecting. I thought it was going to be, you know, high to nasty, high grit. Both teams going at it. But Prestige just really focusing on discipline. Like, look at this down here in the bottom lane.
Absolutely
trying to catch the
fights.
Roger.
Yeah, these 3-man roams are just the key to everything here. Great wall as well, but Xiao has to use the form to just get away into the distance. And Gabi goes down. Meanwhile, you know, there's that fight going on as well over the Lord. And there's so many things going in at once. It's such a multi-layered game. They Navi actually takes Onahara down. Maybe they even get the Lord if they're lucky here. But Xiao is dealing enormous amounts of damage here. And he doesn't stop until they're all dead. Stropha, he has nowhere to run. Asmo as well comes here with the knock-up. And the bravest fighter is still keeping Stropha alive. Actually, this is a 2v0 now. I was thinking Stropha maybe pulls off 1 kill there, but no.
Yeah, Lord going to the side of Prestige. They're just showing great discipline at this point. Now it's a 4-9. Again, this is kind of how the gold lead's going. This Roger on Prestige is probably something you don't want to mess with. He is engaged, ready, and on the run,
Yeah, so much burst on
taking
that thing.
everything at this point. He's so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get the Hunter steps as well, and he always gets to disengage and at the right times.
Yeah.
Bit of a gathering here for Chaos, trying to find some sort of a timing to just get that
Wild
surprise
charge.
element. That's a good wild charge, actually. Does catch
He's going
Moji, but
in.
the taunt doesn't really
You're
hit. Moji gets
crazy.
away. Xiao now he's going down.
What
Well,
in the world?
that's a great shutdown, though. That was worth a lot of gold as well. Mystic Gash doesn't do all too much. Brian absorbed half of it.
A little bit too aggressive by Zio. That was I like the Lord's barreling down. Why jump into a full 5-man right there?
Yeah, true. Right. Prestige just resetting a little bit, trying to get everybody back into the positions. See how just coming back from the base here, but Chaos, they're thinking that maybe they can actually punish someone here when Xiao is still not quite here to help out the team, but he is here now. But Sonohara is taken out surprisingly. The tankist of them all is deleted. Moji, though, just pursuing Bemavi and gets him down as well. Stropha in a bad situation. Again, is it a 1v2, 1v3 even? And here it is. The Edith launches the Earth Shatter and an easy pickup for Moji once again.
Yeah. And we're kind of looking at, I think Prestige is looking to probably take some easy picks and maybe try to end it here. 42 seconds to the next
as well,
Lord.
though. Like, yeah, it's kind of been a slow attack so far from Prestige, and they definitely want to turn it up a little bit here. Fights have been mostly tied up, and so waiting for the next Lord. 20 seconds. Minion positions aren't really good as well. Prestige, they want them a little bit deeper, running down the side lanes. Xiao clears one fast. 10 seconds remaining. Xiao gets the Rose Gold Meteor as well. Going to be a bit tankier here. Has that shield as well to help him out if he drops low now.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at what's going down here for the Lord take, it does look like Chaos is wanting to try to show a little bit of presence. They're kind of sticking pretty close to the Lord, zoning them out, dip dodge. Roger kind of coming in, kind of getting a little bit of CC.
Actually gets away again. Yeah, Moji goes in, tries to knock up as many as possible, but most of this is just trying to sustain and fight for a longer duration. He's going to be knocked up, taunted by Brian as well, who's lost a lot of health himself. Xiao is still going, by the way. He has so much health to his name, and he's going to heal up from the creeps.
I mean, they have to. The Lord's kind of barreling in. Roger's trying to make it down to that bot lane to hopefully sync up the lanes. The minions are kind of
right
deep.
now. They're just gonna play it for that first inhibitor right now. Yeah, they're just focusing everything on this fight. There is technically an ending angle here, and if they play their cards right, this could happen right now, right here. And you don't really need to make it too complicated, though. Moji doesn't really find an opening here. They need a knockup.
Nice.
They need it fast. Daytona's welcome. They're gonna take away Brian. Their tank is Moji still in here. Mystic Gush is cancelled away. Brian taken out. Gabby follows suit. 3 of them still standing, but the base is losing numbers, and so is
they just don't focus on the base.
Everybody in the grave. Oh.
Prestige looking well executed. Through the Bratz emote down there, the bottom right.
Yeah.
It's like the only emote that they have for jungles right now, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nice game by Prestige. I mean, they were just much more disciplined and active side all throughout this game. And they pull off so many nice moves.
Definitely. And we're kind of looking at some of the highlights of the last game. Definitely a well-disciplined game by Prestige, showing Chaos and kind of keeping them at bay. I was surprised because Chaos definitely came into the last series really, really aggressive. So being pushed back against the wall, not given as much as they wanted into that last game, the Gord kind of coming in clutch here, right? Alongside the Yuzong. They really just didn't have any
Yeah, it did its
options to
job,
take him
right?
out.
Yeah, yeah, it's so good actually, especially the burn damage as well. You're just gonna get that damage on, get the stacks up, and then you're gonna deep from the fight. And like I said, one of the easiest to land stuns as well. You can't really mess up, but it's gonna even that just half a second stun is gonna change the course of the fight immediately.
Yeah, kind of taking a look at some of the damage dealt. Look at that. They had the least damage dealt on the side of Chaos. Again, they just weren't able to lead too much into the damage taken. Also, most done by them. So here was the real killer right here, is that there was just not enough tower damage taken by the
Yeah,
side
they
of
had no
Chaos.
tower
No
damage. That is
towers.
weird. That seems like a bug, but yeah, that is correct. I mean, didn't really approach him. I remember, like in the early game, there was a scenario where they tried to surround Xiao, and they just couldn't do it because the tower was still up, and it would have been suicide for Suspect to just put down the full combo into the tower. And Xiao, I think, definitely deserves the MVP in that game. He was just all over the place, all around the map, making plays. Yeah, there's a little bit of a heat map going on as well here. You could see he just traveled everywhere when he finally died just once around the red buff.
Yeah, and kind of getting into this. Or I'm like dealing with like admin stuff with BTK and Cloud9 and stuff like that. So a lot of stuff's going on the weekends. You know what it is. But we have the Snapdragon here. Chaos and Prestige going at it. Prestige going just like I was saying earlier. Right now, Chaos has to figure out how to break that discipline that Prestige has, or just come up with their own discipline and be able to control the jungle, control the creeps, keep everything at bay, and maybe they'll be able to turn some things around. I don't feel like their draft was too bad. They definitely had a good draft, but Prestige, just like I said, they secured like everything no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think uh, I think Chaos obviously can't be just counted out yet. I mean, they also lost the first game against Lexa actually in the last series in that lower bracket. So they are a very committed team. So I think they can still bounce back here. Everything depends on this draft now, which has already started. Glue is taken out first, and Harith as well. That Glue first ban is definitely something.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like
Blue
this is
first, man. I
targeted
think it's a
again, right? This,
respect. It's a
yeah, this
respect.
actually has to be targeted, and
Yeah.
Barrett's as well. Considering how
Yeah.
they play a lot around After Dark and Xiao, I'm not surprised if they take a gold laner here first, so even a mage. Could very well be the Roger again. Um, I'm surprised at the same time that Roger is not banned that much, right? We see it's picked a lot, but it isn't really banned.
Yeah. We'll see. First pick kinda looks like they're gonna lean and kind of get rid of the two jungles. Fred's out of here. Brass is out of here. Not gonna have to really worry about those two. Harith always out of here. Let's see what they decide in this third ban. Angela, Matilda, probably, which is what we normally see.
Could be, could be. It would be fun, of course, to see like a Mathilda game as well for a change. Just brings so much dynamics back to like these regular brawls of just tanky XP laners beating each other. But we'll see. Again, the Nolan ban. We've seen it quite a lot this today. I think it was a theme yesterday as well. Nolan, I guess, just a popular pick in Turkish region. I guess this has to be one of these meta roam bans, and it is. Oh, could this
Definitely.
could this
Nolan, the Angela is still open. Do they fish it? Do they get it?
Yeah, I'm thinking like
Angela?
if you go Roger, is the other team gonna take away your Angela, right? So They definitely want to play around the Roger, I feel like. And even go for the Angela when it's open. It's such an insane duo, but the chances of getting this now is a little bit low. I'm sure Chaos have some sort of a counter to that as well. But it would be cool to see a cheese duo for a while. And it is Angela first pick immediately, so they're gonna leave the Roger open actually for now. So they're just gonna think that
I
maybe
hope
we
they don't
can
go
play
Boxia.
around. Yeah, we can play around something else as well. Yeah, the Roger immediately, of course, separated from the Angela. You gotta take it away. And now is it gonna be like a Yuzhong maybe? Yeah, a Kai.
Yeah. I mean, something to counter it. To be honest, I that's interesting. I
Actually,
mean, it has
well,
a 75% win rate now. Went from 0 to
Pres, for
75.
Pres, yeah, for Prestige side, I think you gotta take the Yuzhong now. Which just adds so much. Angela on Yuzhong as well. It's unconquerable.
They could go Martis as well. Martis could
Artist
scale.
would be interesting. Yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
decent damage to the likes of like Baksha as well. But like that
They could also
early,
go Ling.
oh, it's a Yuzhong. Yeah, the classic. I
There's
was
so
just
many
gonna think like,
options.
yeah, like now you're gonna think like, do you want a tanky jungler as well? Obviously, you might want that.
Moskov, that's a good
Moscow,
one.
okay, they're just gonna pry the goal lane before it's banned. Makes sense. Yeah, if it's open, I feel like a Kai for them would do a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Probably mid lane pick here for Chaos. If that Angela is going to be played mid, which I'm pretty sure, I'm guessing it is. After Dark plays a lot of Angela mid.
Angela mid. I could see it. I mean, it could be quite viable here. They'll be missing out on a decent bit of damage unless they're really going to be relying on the Yuzong
Yeah, the thing is, After
and
Dark himself used to be a
Martis.
roamer, so he can utilize that Angela very well. Yeah, they're gonna pick up the Valentina, so you already have a hard card for your own team as well. Technically, you have the Black Dragon form, Stolen, Chaos. They have these answers ready right now. They are pulling them out.
Yeah.
But the link is banned, so they're definitely varying that. Like you said, the link could be something that could be taken here.
I told you it could have been a
Yeah,
possibility.
could be a
I mean,
possibility. Yeah,
it would have been a little hard to play with Valentina and Roger, but I think they could have possibly got it done. It just all depended upon. So who absolutely knows, you know? It's
yeah, true, true.
in anybody's hands at this point.
I feel like oh, what do we have left now? It's okay. Grok is taken out as well. Prestige, I think they need to just focus on thinking what's gonna be living the longest in the jungle, right?
True. I think it's going to be a Martis. I mean, we don't see him pulled out too much, but they have
Yeah,
the
I
late
think
game security with the Moskov. They could get that
yeah,
early game presser, and then if they're able to
Morris
like
or
snowball,
Akai, yeah.
Akai
But I
could
feel
be
like
rough here,
with
but
with Akai, they just wouldn't have enough damage, I guess.
yeah. I guess they do need a little bit more of a tankier front line, so maybe they go a utility route. So I could see it. What the heck? They banned Alice?
Alice, okay.
We could
Alice,
go
I know
Carmilla
I've
here
seen it.
too.
Yeah, I forgot about it. Camilla is really good in this close range
With
comps as well, and
Moskov?
when she gets a couple of
Yeah.
items, I guess the Alice is. I've seen it in ranked, but I don't know. Alice with Angela doesn't really do too good. It's probably Alice jungle what they meant by it, and that's just so situational.
Yeah. Could be anything at this point, but we'll find out because they're about to pick. What do you want to go with, Prestige? What's going to give
Definitely
your
see some stuff
comp on
out of the
overall?
normal. It's bound to happen, and
Martis
taking their sweet time
or
with it. You
Carmilla?
want that Mortis? Yeah, you're summoning the Mortis, manifesting it. Yeah. It's down to the last
Martis or
seconds, and I'm
Carmilla?
not feeling too good about it, I think.
It just all depends on their hero pool at
I
this
feel like
point.
they
And they
arguing
went
probably about, do
Export.
you have enough
Wow.
damage? Yeah, okay, shields with shields, sure, why not? And the Minotaur Roam, okay. Very control-heavy team, but yeah, the
That is
damage
gonna be
might
a
be
lot of
lacking.
healing.
The damage will be lacking, though, that's the thing, like, you can absorb a lot of damage in such a UB comp, but what are you gonna do up until your Moskov has scaled?
I mean, the Yuzong can go hard. We've seen Yuzong scale pretty
Yeah, sure, yeah.
easy. Minnow would be the one that'd be able to keep them at bay. I feel like they went Minnow and Angela so that Gabby has to have like a very split decision on what she wants to get. Does she go Minnow's Rage? Does she go Last Insanity, Black Dragon, or Heart Guard? So there's a lot of
Yeah, there's a whole
opportunity.
menu, yeah, there's a whole menu open there
And
on
they
the
go
table.
Terizla.
Terizla. And yeah, it will be XP Terizla then, because there's no real threat for Terizla on that XP lane. The expert is jungle, which is fine, I guess. Both are just such beefy comps, but I'm guessing like the gold lane is gonna be the one where it starts to unravel from, right? Because if Baimavi gets a big lead from there and the Roger really gets ahead, I think Chaos can easily play around that.
I feel like Export can also scale early as well. I mean, maybe not as fast as a Moskov, but ultimately still can be a pretty great hero to be utilized in the jungle. That's something that we utilized quite a bit in North America. So I don't feel like it's a bad pick. I feel like it's maybe a tactical pick that they just are really good with an Export instead of Carmilla or Martis, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility with export. The way you can actually, go through walls with Last Insanity into these Turtle and Lord Coves to finish up the objectives, which is also pretty nice. There we are. We're
Exactly.
starting Prestige against Chaos, game 2 in the lower bracket, semifinals. Then
Yep. We're seeing
the
Prestige again looking to end the game here as we're at match point. Prestige versus Chaos. Do they go for it? Able to get that sprint beforehand, keeping them at bay. Got the cam angles already going out, showing that insane Moskov skin. And then the
yeah,
nice
that's a nice
try
game.
emote.
I just smell the money when I look at it.
All the free
There's
diamonds you get, you know?
Brian
Oh,
skipping
God.
walls to be right on
Oh, he
time to
petried
catch
him.
emoji. Look at that beautiful movement from Brian, but I think they would have got him anyways.
I think he petried the
Yeah.
wall. I don't even think he got anybody.
Unlucky for Moji there. He did a nice job in the last game. Oh, that's already Firaga Armor Gun, which means Last Insanity is
GG's.
cut short. And he's going to be taken down
Wow.
by Strufa, who is
He's got
absolutely
him too.
stomping it right now. The early game is insane here for Chaos. They already have
Another
3
kill?
kills, and it's even before 2 minutes. And
Another kill?
Moji is just back into the lane, and he's
Wow.
already out again, man. Just back to the
Wow.
gray screen immediately.
1,400 gold. 4 kills already. Double kill onto the Yuzong into the early. This is how you properly use a Boxia. Already 2-0-2.
Yeah,
Looking like they're
Terizla as
able to
well,
kill
yes.
Prestige Discipline.
Yeah, and like pre level 4 damage on Terizla is insane. Like if you think about it, like if you land
I
all of
told you
SG, land with
Moskov.
Fisher, it's so much. Yeah.
Look, no, he didn't petri the wall. Okay, he was
He
able to
didn't.
get
He
them,
actually
but
got suspects, yeah, but there was Brian who skipped around, so it was a pretty good
yeah,
fight overall. Prestige, I think in certain conditions they would have made it, but yeah. There was also After Dark who wasn't close to level 4 yet, so couldn't help out the team yet.
yeah, definitely happens here. He
Chaos
tried
just
to stay
power leveled,
alive.
they saw the opportunities, they saw the window. You gotta punish this sort of comp before that Angela gets to scale, before the Moscow gets to scale.
Yeah, exactly, and we kind of see the Prestige being put and pressed against the wall. Yeah, it's looking to go. They do retreat the minnow, flip them up. They're gonna full CC, align all
Oh
the
my god,
skills.
Asmo, no chance here. There is Viraga Armor helping out Sonohara as the buffs as well. Spams the
Yeah.
flamethrower, but no real counterplay here right now from Prestige. We haven't seen too much from them. I guess they need to play together a lot more. Asmo has to be in position with his team. And here comes the hard guard. I think a little bit too late. No, I think he's still dying. No? Okay. Gets
Oh,
away.
he
Sonohara somehow
might have
alive.
it. Black Dragon
Ugh,
into the back line. No way. The Black Dragon should have went on
no.
Brian.
Moji killed again for the third time. Jesus.
Wow.
Actually gotta feel sorry for him. He tries his best to help out, but he's instantly shut down. K is 7-0 in the lead.
Yeah, that's rough. Definitely rough. I suspected that we were gonna see the Black Dragon come in on it, Brian, but I guess they forgot about the single focus, and now Terizla just eating away at the gold plating. It is 0-7, 3,000 gold lead by Chaos. This is what Chaos wanted to see in the very first game, is that aggressive attitude. I think Chaos is the only team that's been able to properly use Boxia and scale on it. So
Yeah, I
again,
mean, Brian exactly is like 403, right? He's been skipping walls, he's been there
yeah.
always at the right time. And his rotations have been massive so far. They get another turtle as well. The gap is huge considering it's pre 5 minutes. Like Chaos have played themselves into a nice lead. Maybe they are the real comeback kings, considering they lost that first game against Luxor as well.
Don't
They
want to
came
count
back
out
2-1.
Prestige though. That
Yeah,
Moskov
no,
can definitely
definitely.
be a problem in the end game.
Yeah, the goal lane has actually been quite silent so far, and we haven't seen any rotations towards that end until now. Though, Suspect and Gabby trying to catch them, maybe apart, but Asmo is guarding Xiao. Also, Sonohara here after dark as well. All the forces
Oh, they
united,
go in on him. The
and they got the
flicker.
okay. Flickers out. Yeah,
Oh,
Gabby
GG.
is he gonna re-engage though? No, they just instantly dive back in, and here it is, Chaos and Gabby with the stolen heart guard as well. They're just wreaking
Wow.
havoc right now. 9-0 on the board. We're gonna finish with an NBA score if it keeps up at this pace.
I think there's something in like baseball when if it's like 0 and like I think 10, like the other team just forfeits.
Yeah.
They just,
Automatic forfeit.
yeah. It's like you're just not coming back from this. So just GG's. Let's move on. But again, I think what we need to really focus on here is Prestige. The Moskov is where we're going to see it. Though Chaos punishing Prestige on every engage that they try, like Moskov dead.
Yeah, absolutely. There are possibilities, but the Moscow is already dead. Moj is dead for another good 20 seconds. The fourth death of him this time around. Heartguard still just feels like it's absolutely useless because every time there's a hero that has Angela attached, it doesn't live long enough either. This time works actually because Sonohara. They did just rush immortality. Yeah, he did Sonohara. That shows just how desperate they are.
Yeah. Definitely got to keep them at bay at this point. Again,
Bro, he
Immortality
really
already
rushed
bought.
immortality. He has 0 damage items.
Yeah, he doesn't even have
Just
boots.
he doesn't have really defensive items. Yeah, just immortality. What?
Like that's why
Wow.
he's so slow and not able to, counter the 6K
Yeah,
gold lead.
that's so bad.
But it could be a
Moji's just
turn.
standing there waiting
They
for
really
the
need to
for
shut down Brian. He's 5-0-6.
yeah, he'd get a lot of gold from there. I think he has gotten some double kills as well. I think one, so he could be worth a little bit more gold.
Yeah. Like if there was a wanted poster, that's definitely him. Um so we'll have to definitely see as things play out
His
here.
damage is also highest. That's really surprising to see with the Boxia, but so far he's also the one who's been taking part in team fights the most, of course. We haven't seen the marksman yet, but that's kind of standard. Before like 10, 12 minutes, we haven't seen these important fights yet. We haven't seen the Lord fights, which is about to happen soon in a minute. Chaos is just exterminating Prestige's jungle creeps. And yeah, Prestige only have a few avenues in which they can farm safely. They have to move together.
Mm-hmm. They're trying to hold out as long as possible. I feel like this is
Man,
just a
Moji
wait and bait game.
is Moji gonna die the 5th time here? He
Ah!
will. Oh my god.
GG. So is Moskov.
Yep.
Chaos just coming into this game. Reaping chaos, showing Prestige what they just did to them. They're
Yeah, it
here
does
to
seem like
fight for
a.
that qualifying spot.
I mean, it does seem like a draft diff a little bit. You don't really have early damage if you're looking at Prestige. Sure, like Moji in the
Yeah.
laning phase could have done better, but he was focused immediately. They know that the Yuzhong is only one who does the early game damage, and they focused him immediately. And of course, the Moscow during that time period couldn't even get to scale really. Lord is up. They're probably gonna get that just in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Prestige, of course, going towards that top tower in numbers. That would be their first one, and they really need that. Moscow gets it himself. Some extra gold he can pocket there. Maybe some waves as well. No, only got one of them so far. All the objectives have gone in Kaya's favor. Mavi looking for an opportunity as well. I think he deserves some backup over here. You can see Prestige. They just have to guard each other in a way that if they're taking their red buff, 5 members of the team are all together. Otherwise, they would just get invaded.
Yeah, true. And they're just, I mean, applying pressure. Lord coming down. 11k gold lead. I mean, one engage, one person falls, and chaos is going to end it all.
Yeah, it's it's hanging by a thread here, Prestige. Like they're so close to absolutely collapsing under all of this. What's just coming in here? Such a
Yeah.
big level lead as well. I mean, most of Chaos's players actually are like 3-4 levels ahead of Prestige counterparts. So it doesn't seem like a fair fight at all. Prestige, even in full numbers, they really don't stand a chance. The last Insanity only tickles Chaos. Maybe they can actually find a kill. Stropha goes down. This is huge because there's less CC there on the side of Chaos now. There's another one coming up. Okay, they get Gabby as well, actually. Prestige keeping themselves alive here.
100%.
And it's just trying to make this game a little bit more steady and trying to give themselves a new opportunity. The Minotaur was definitely the key here, and Moji as well. For the first time, he got to do something. Black Dragon form got these mini stuns onto Chaos.
Oh.
And Prestige just clearing out that jungle, cleaning up the shop fast before Chaos arrives again.
Yeah.
45 seconds until the next Lord. Chaos already taking up all the positions in the river area. And, ooh, it's going to be something here, actually, for Prestige. Can they separate these players as well? They're focusing on Brian right now, and they finally get him down. That's the first death for the Baksha here. Nice stun from Xiao as well. Sends Stropha straight against the wall. And now 2 of the tanks are out of the fray. Maybe they can catch Baimavi as well. And Minotaur continues his rampage as well.
Wow.
Suspect takes a lot of damage, but yeah, the expert doesn't have any
Wow.
items. The expert still just feels like it doesn't do anything. And it was a
Went
good
from an
chase, though.
11k gold lead to 6k by just taking
Yeah.
out Brian. Like,
Yeah.
and they have the
Exactly.
damage to take out this Lord and the Retchery. This could be the turning point. What a throw.
Wait, could this
Retchery.
really be? They're fixated on this Lord, and they're gonna get it.
Wow, but they gotta
Sonohara,
get out.
nicely
Don't be
done.
overzealous.
Mavi's deleted. There's no damage on the side of Chaos left.
What
It's
are you
Brian,
doing,
and
Chaos?
the suspect going down.
Oh,
Doesn't have any
no.
mobility to get out of there. Stropha is bailing him out with the penalty
Oh, my
zone.
God.
Brian is still being chased down. The Moskov is really coming alive. The spears are coming out in lightning speed.
I told you
It's
the late game.
1000 over here. Stropha is being
he's still
chased
going, though.
to his grave. He makes Moji explode, but Xiao does just the same.
They need to lane, though. The minions are not on their side. They
14
are.
to 9, Prestige somehow finding their way back into this game. Maybe they can find that tier 2 at the top before everybody's back alive. And the Lord is rushing in. Xiao is softening up the tower for the Lord to take. Maybe they can even get the inhibitor. No, that's already
Oof.
wishful thinking. These Moscow
He's getting it
Bears are
though.
making proper damage. Yeah, Gabi is sent straight back into the fountain, has to regen some health. And for a second, I think they even wanted to push forward. You could see After Dark was contemplating about hard guarding onto Xiao, but they're being, again, they're being just steady, disciplined. They don't want to take it too far. And man, what an intense fight it has been. Chaos lost so many towers in no time.
Yeah, I mean, 11K gold gone in a minute. like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's equal
like,
now. Actually, Prestige got the goal lead. Look
oh,
at
the
that.
flicker. Nice.
Okay, that's a great
Double heart
slam from
guard.
the Minotaur
Oh,
as well.
GG's.
Brian
He
is
is
still alive though.
online.
No, Brian does nothing. It doesn't really stop the healing. The heart waves are
What
too
in the
strong. They're being
world?
kept alive. Moji is chasing, lands on Gabi. The cape does it all. Gabi taken
GG's.
down actually by After Dark.
GG's.
Intense, insane, and impressive from
Wow.
Prestige.
What in the
Wow.
world? Why'd they just throw an Akaya mode out there? They throw Brasa mode as well.
Just me
Yo,
looking at this game is the Akai
GG's.
painting. Wow, Prestige. Insane
What
sweep.
a flick of
Insane.
a switch.
Wow. Cleaned up the battlefield here. Was this like planned? Were they just toying with Chaos all along, keeping a low profile in this game, and then just absolutely blasting through?
When you're down and you think they're out, the flip of the switch, Prestige coming online. The game was literally 13 and 0, and then
Yeah.
Moskov comes online with the Angela. Shutdowns
Yeah,
happening left and
exactly.
right,
It took time,
and
but
that's
it
all it
definitely
took.
landed. And it's so good that they single out actually Strofa in that fight. First off, when they found Strofa and Brian together, they got him down, then they chased Brian. And all these tanky heroes are out, then you can just continue on moving forward. Don't have to worry about any sort of flank coming through as well. And this is where it all happened. The Xiao damage was just mind-boggling.
100%, just so much damage and utility. And then look, I mean, they even try to counter with their own marksman, and and he's
Yeah,
just
their own heart guard
throwing
as
those
well, but there was
spears.
nothing, yeah. Completely destroyed the shield made by Gabby as well.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, hats off to Prestige. You don't see these sort of comebacks every day.
No. I mean, look at that team. 100% team fight participation by Moskov. He was literally
Yeah,
just
like if he wasn't in a team
wow.
fight, he was farming, and when he got to these team fights, he made it all happen. So actually, Xiao, I think he deserves to be MVP again. And insane, just breakout in the last minute.
It was definitely a wild game. The Angela Moskov combo carried that game to the finals. And just when he came online, it was quick and hard, to be honest. There you are, a marksman, 8 and 2 and 6, literally over half the kills in the matter of like 2 to 3 minutes there at the end. Prestige moving on. I think
Yeah,
that secures the deal into the finals, right?
yeah,
It
they're getting
does.
into the challenge finals, the fourth seed of MCG season 3, and they also get 1,500 in prize money from these finals. And they're gonna be meeting. Well, we can go over the teams already in the challenge finals as well. Then Birthright, the
Yeah.
Burton from Europe, Twisted Minds, Falcons from MENA, and Fireflux and S2G, who made a clean sweep in the upper bracket. But now the lower bracket is showing us here that the Turkish region actually has some great gems hiding away. And
Exactly. Good old sweeps. But without further ado, let's jump into a quick 6-minute break. We'll see you guys back here soon. All right, guys, we're back and great again. We got Moon Knight versus FT. I'm glad they corrected that. That would have been hilarious if not. So
Yeah, there was a mix up there. There was a collision there still? Yeah.
yeah,
That is correct. Moon Knight, who have dropped here from upper bracket semifinals, then they lost to Fireflux Esports. They were finished mid-table in the MCT, but they're here now trying to fight their way through into the challenge finals to meet the MENA teams. And
yeah,
Futuhat as well, who definitely showed some great games against Collegium. But I think that Moon Knight is a much strongest team in this pairing. But I guess we'll have to
yeah.
find out.
What was the score for Moon Knight here? I mean they were 0. They 2-0'd Chaos, which Chaos looked pretty well. I mean they're pretty disciplined. I mean Prestige, it was like they almost won against Prestige, but lost a little bit of the discipline. So just goes to show like how high tier of a team that is. Uh,
Yeah, Moon Knight
we'll
had
have to see.
had a tough ride here. They in the second qualification they lost to Chaos in the final, and then they finally qualified through the third qualification. Um, so yeah, here we are. We can see the
Exactly.
players
Taking a
as
look at some of the
well.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Footerhat, there are some plays that definitely stood out. Rain on the Akai did a pretty good job. Sephiroth's Novaria was definitely noteworthy as well.
Yeah. Moon Knight though, I really want to see what they can bring because FT I felt I mean they were pretty good in their last match, but again, Moon Knight made it a little bit farther than they did. So I'm kind of leaning in the same aspect as you. I believe that Moon Knight's a little bit more disciplined, a little, I would say more of the higher class team that we'll see here, but who knows? Going into this
Yeah.
game, we'll have to base it off of drafts and bans here. Out the gecko, we already see the Ling ban in the Freya. Pretty sure Moon Knights has like a one-trick Freya, and I think I seen this ban earlier when we were watching Fireflux.
Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, she's like pretty hard to pilot in the current meta. You have to win your lane very, very strong in a very convincing manner if you want to do anything. She's basically like a fighter marksman, and
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
there are situations where you can pick her. It doesn't really make much sense. Wow, I mean, these are definitely target bans of Fanny and the Ling. Wow, they're just doubling down on these
Assassins.
assassin bans. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean they're gonna leave open the Fredrin and the Brats, maybe, or because they have to. I mean, ban out one of the other Angela, Matilda. They could leave open the Matilda and the Brats, but that'd be a sticky situation to be put in. So
yeah, exactly. There have been so many bans here that have been kind of wasted on like situational picks, right? So the first pick, it could be anything really.
yeah, they're taking their time to think about it. That's for sure. What are you guys gonna go with? There's the Angela.
Angela ban, okay.
My guess is they have to ban the Matilda. If they don't ban the Matilda, the other team could pick it up, and then FT could get Brats. But Matilda is a pretty insane pick to have to deal with, even if it's not paired up with a Brats. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Moon Knight could be going with just like a if it's gonna be Barrett's ban. I'm guessing it's gonna be Barrett's ban. Could be just taking something light, just Red Rain first pick. Okay, Mathilda. Yeah, that
Yeah,
leaves all the tanky heroes open. You have a big range here to choose
we can go
from.
Roger.
Yeah,
Could
absolutely.
go. I mean, secure that marksman early.
Yeah, I already
Yeah,
ate Roger first pick. Yeah, Roger has been the name of the day so far. Ciel definitely made
definitely.
it pop in a special manner, but other than that, it's still. has been super comfortable everywhere around. Rain, that's going to be the flex pick then.
Yeah, Xborg being picked up. Definitely a
Are they gonna
wild approach.
they're gonna get that Navari out early? Yep, that it is. And
Yeah, it's good against the
standard stuff.
Roger. Moskov's
Yeah.
still open. I mean, they could definitely run that. I mean, to be honest, like anybody can be run with Navaria.
Yeah, exactly. Like it just boosts almost anyone. And you should take the mid laner first. It's gonna be like the Vexana game now. You take the Yuzhong as well.
Yeah,
I feel like Valentina would be decent options, but still you don't have too many open cards to work with yet. They're gonna go with the Barretts. It comes out as a third pick, but it could still be super important for them. A
do they
really good setup,
prioritize the
actually.
Fredrin or do they prioritize the Moskov?
Yeah, like you gotta get the Moscow right before the ban phase closes.
Yeah, then they can ban the Fredrin too.
They
Unless
still don't
Xborg's gonna
have
be the
any
jungle.
front line drafted. Yeah,
Uh, got like the
and
drum beats here. Da, 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 da.
currently, yeah, just go for the marksman. Honestly, no, okay,
Wow,
Grok, decent.
that's the
Yeah,
front line.
yeah, just focused to disrupt the Barretts. I understand.
That'd be
A
about the
good
only
choice.
thing that could disrupt.
Yeah,
Right
yeah.
now, at least.
Just being patient here, Futuhat. That's good to see. I
And out
think
the
these are gonna
Valentina and the
be,
Vexana.
yeah, definitely.
Maybe even ban out. I don't think the Minnow would be too crazy here, but the knockup can be a little crazy. Mm,
I'd also even ban the gourd here. Like currently looking at it, Futuhat don't have anything to that really
there's the
deals
Valentina.
with anything heavy. Yeah, Valentina banned. That just leaves Moon Knight with so many options to ban so many marksmen. Natan is going to be the first. I guess it's just their preference. Maybe Moscow's going to be the second ban. Right now, yeah, you also have to think like works here well here with Grok because you already have the other side taking away Yuzhong. Uh, this could very well be jungle Exborg, right? So I think what you can play here with the Grok again could be Terizla, could be something like a Paquito to force the enemy team into some very tight angles. Some minor ban.
Yeah. Minnow being picked or being banned, which I mean's nice. There's the Fredrin. I had the feeling
Me
the
as well.
Fredrin was gonna get banned.
Okay, is it going to be the Moscow now? Could it be
It's gonna
something
be the
else
carry
they haven't seen
or
yet?
the
So maybe the
Moskov.
carry. I mean, yeah, carry makes more sense. It is Barrett's. It has to be carry, right?
Yeah. I mean that's what I
Unfortunate,
would
but
place
yeah.
against it, just because you're gonna have that tanky front line. You're definitely gonna have to watch out for the Yuzong at this point, but
I
if
think it's
anything,
unfortunate
Kite could
because
definitely get it.
they definitely wanted a bit more freedom, right? You don't have that freedom with the carry that you have with Moscow. These sort of rotations, they sort of sustain and to get yourself out of these sticky situations with the stun Moscow has.
Yeah.
They're still discussing it down to the last seconds, and it'll be the carry.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's easy to read. They forced them into it.
yeah, basically. Shows
They
shows
left
their
them
will to.
no options. Still don't know what if we are gonna see an Axborg EXP or a Roam, or not Roam, but Jungle. What are their last two picks gonna be? Mage wise, they could go Vexana.
Yeah.
Roam wise, they could go. Oh, they
The only thing
banned
is, I don't think they
Minnow.
play a lot of Vexana. They play, know what they like to play is what Wisdom plays.
Edith.
something like Lilia. Yep, there it is. He's gonna take out his one trick, and this is certainly interesting.
Nice.
That is spicing things up a little bit. She's definitely fallen out of the grace in the pro scene. Lilia takes a lot of effort to actually pull off well. You really need your enemies to kind of play into your your zonal pressure as well. But Moon Knight, I think they have a very cool comp, which is pretty hard to really drown.
Yeah. Last pick could be pretty much anything at this point. They have so many flex heroes. All up to what they'd like to do. Do they go? I mean, they ban Ling, they ban Fanny. They go Nolan.
All an open, yeah. There you go.
Ooh, Nolan into a Bratz though. Like they literally have no target that they could take here. Maybe Roger if they can catch him.
I guess it's just to like unsettle mid lane and unsettle the roam and
Yeah.
just cause a lot of problems with the rotations. But yeah, I just feel like Moon Knight they have a much more, much heavier, much more effective draft currently.
Yeah. I mean that's kind of what I suspected. The Bratz is pretty OP. I think Moon Knight looks like they won the draft phase, to be honest. The Nolan seems like a last minute panic pick almost, but it is an assassin, which kind of seems like Moon Knight was like reading into that their team likes to play some of these fancy assassins. So let's
Yeah.
probably see we'll see in game if they can do anything here. Getting into game one of the last series of the day. Moon Knights versus Futuhat. Who is going home and who is proceeding on to the Challengers Finals, where every one of the best teams will compete. Sanity on the Brats. Again, personal analyst opinion here is that Moon Knights have the better draft here. Lilia kind of coming in, going to be that frontline presence. Right now, Futuhat is going to have to really rely on that late game pressure because they have the carry, they have the Navaria, and that's where they'll shine. So early game, mid game, I feel like Moon Knights have it. Well, you can already see the contest of the green creep right here.
Yeah. I do like the Lilia. I mean, in the hands of Moon Knights, I think it has like 60% win rate it had in the MTC regular season, and other than them, we haven't really seen it in other teams. But then again, it only worked in really specific zoning comps, which also had like some sort of a flank hero like Paquito. I used to play a lot of Paquito, but here I don't see it. So I guess Yuzhong fills in for that. You know, you do have the Black Dragon form to
Yeah,
just force heroes into wherever you want them to be.
makes sense. Makes sense. I feel like one of the things that we're seeing from the side of Moon Knight is that they're trying to invade the jungle as much as possible, which I mean makes sense, right? I mean, Rains on a Nolan, you don't want to see him farm, don't want to see him
Absolutely,
scale.
yeah. Wasted does get the Doom down here, Doom and Gloom, but not too much damage under the tower yet. Nuratin does lose quite a lot of health though.
Looks like the tank trying to get 4 by clearing the mid here. Lily already has
Early
it first
trying to
blood.
finish up the turtle as well fast as possible too. And a great pickup. Yeah, Moon Knight's already off to a very good start. And just fluid actions, get that XP lane dominance, move over to the turtle, and
I can't believe
stop them.
Navaria was so committed right there, like, you know?
Yeah, kind of too close to the action, right? But happens sometimes. Rain
A
just
lot of
focused on
pressure
his
on the
farming.
EXP.
Rain is already 2 levels ahead of most Moon Knights players. That's the thing. Nolan has one of the fastest, if not the fastest, clearers right now, and he can establish a very fast lead. That's one of the problems with him. That's I guess why he's panned a lot as well. Because if you don't really invade him too fast, too efficiently, then he is just hyper scaling into such distances you can't catch him anymore.
It is true.
Exo
It
getting that
is true.
Windtalker, much more damage, attack speed onto him as well. trying
Ooh, he
to
dive
dive
What
straight
the
into
heck?
JP. Hold on,
What
Exo.
was that
Yeah.
auto attack?
Oh no. Unfortunately.
He literally shot the wrong direction. Maybe a
Made a
little bit of a
miscommunication, I
finger
think.
slip.
Yeah. But
Those
yeah,
are the
quite a slow
mistakes you
start.
don't want to
I
make, though.
mean, compared it to the last series where KS was in like 7-0 lead already by that time, it's been a
Yeah,
very quiet game.
definitely makes sense.
But
And
yeah, the Edith and the Barretts, of course, are establishing a strong jungle presence. You could see Futuhat even forcing to use Retribution there. Fast Rain had to use it on his blue buff, otherwise it was in grave danger. And
I already
the
see.
turtle is up, by the way, in just a few seconds. Rain won't have the Retribution immediately, but probably in the next 10 seconds, Moon Knights won't start it up, but you never know. They are pretty urgent about that stuff. Wasted is taking a lot of damage from the Brock, but I love the little Lilia dance, man. I love Lilia.
Oh, the
That's,
Purify.
yeah.
GG's.
Some great
Oh,
stuff here.
nice.
Coming out. Flick already taken from Creato as well. They can't chase
Ooh,
too much over here. Exception. Oh, the Astral Recall misses. And the
Jesus
Edith's
Christ, look
pure
at the
form is dealing
damage.
a lot of damage to the turtle as well. Yeah, he gets back the phalanx and they're gonna take the turtle together.
Gold lane for jungle. I feel like Moon Knight's made it out on top on that one. I mean, a
Oh yeah,
little bit of a
absolutely.
problem for AXO, but not too bad here. As we see, he's probably going to
Okay,
make
now
it
that's
up
gonna
right
be a
here.
4-man commit
Yeah,
into that
Purify.
parry. Man, you're gonna be up for a surprise here, but actually gets
Ooh,
away
ooh,
here. Had to
ooh.
waste a flicker, still taking too much damage.
Daytona's
The
welcome.
Moon
GG's.
catches up. No escape from dark magic. And Kirito also dead on the ground. Saphira building anti-heal
Chapo.
first. You kind of
El
need the anti-heal.
Chapo.
Yeah.
No fear in the EXP lane.
Yeah, man, it's just miles away taking these creeps just when taking these minions just when they leave the base.
Wow.
That's the
This
tower
is
taken.
this
Two
is
towers
why
are
you ban
already.
brats.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you could see like Futuhat can't really get out of their own third of the jungle, right? They can't really make a step up. Even if Rain is doing a really good job clearing, there's just no pressure. No pressure on the Barretts whatsoever.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, oh my god. That cabbage stood no chance against the Lilia.
Yeah,
And
they're just taking all
well,
tier
that's
one
how it's gonna be
towers.
next. Yeah, all the tier ones are gone.
Funny they cleared mid before the right side, which was wild.
Yeah, but I mean, you
3,600
saw
gold lead.
how Wasted always permanently shoved in the wave, allowed her to also rotate. So Saphira was kind of locked in there as well. Couldn't make any rotations himself.
Yeah, Rain almost attempting to maybe get a pick off there. Kirito with the anti-CC engage. Sanity trying to find something. A little bit of a cheeky pick off, just not yet. Grok being pushed here. Black boots are still available. The pressure
Oh my
coming out.
god. Yeah, I
Not
mean, he's
worried
not even
about it. The Black
scared.
Dragon
He comes
in
in
the
into the back line, but
sky.
everybody is too far behind. Yeah, they're too scared of Moon Knights.
I mean,
Under
the
their
Lilia
GP
was just
tower.
such a clutch pick, like you were saying. It's there's
Yeah, it is Wasted's forte, and
literally
he's doing a good job with it. Like, sometimes
Brock
you
has
just need
no
that
way to get in. He just
ace
gets
up your sleeve.
decimated.
Yeah. He is there now, and look at that damage. Oh, nice knockout, but still nothing really evades the Daytona's welcome.
Moon Knight, every time they're fighting though, it's at like a tower take. Like they're fighting at all neutral
Oh
objectives.
yeah,
Fight at
yeah.
enemies buffs,
Everything
fight
is.
at towers, fight at minion creeps. They're just not
Yeah, I mean
randomly
everything is
fighting in
for a
lane.
reason. Yeah, which is really nice to see that sort of organization. And Futuhat, you see, they just have to fight for every single kick, and then Sanity just eats them up, and it's been so grueling. Like, we haven't seen Rain at all. Normally, you'd see a Nolan popping off already in that time period. You'd see at least a couple of kills on him, but he can't participate in any of these fights.
Yeah.
I don't think it even wants to get close to that Lilia because it's just gonna get one shot.
Yeah. It's gonna
Moon
be
Knight, so
interesting. Oh, couldn't
yeah.
really Couldn't really analyze the items. Could have definitely used a couple more seconds.
Yeah.
Nothing really is happening. Not quite sure
Gears
where they
have been
came and
shifted
go.
though, yeah. Moon Knights are taking their foot off the gas pedal for a little bit now, just focusing and syncing up the waves a little bit for maybe a Lord push. They can take the control immediately. Doom not expiring yet. Wasted just changing its position every few seconds to keep vision and control of that blue cove area. Look at that, just completely unscathed, unscared of that grok. And they can't make a step forward, Futuhat. There's
Yeah,
nothing they can really do at this point.
exactly. I mean, it's a little bit of a go. They're
Ooh,
attempting to
nice
go
damage
for
from
it though.
Sapphira though, but you need a little bit more than that to really make an effort. But Wasted does use the Black Boots to actually heal up a little bit, but that's just it. They know that they're not really in trouble anyways, so they can use these battle spells, they can use their ultimates when they need to, when they're
Jesus.
chasing, and Axo, absolute assassin. And also Sapphira missing that astral recall. She was hiding outside of the map to not take any damage in the
That boy was
process.
fast.
Yeah.
You can already see the purple
Got
buff
that
kind of
dog in
going
him.
to rain though. Did have that dog in him. That Lycan's pounce was nasty. He teleported so far to secure that. Brat's just now seeing his purple buff was gone. He's probably like,
Yeah.
Nani.
Yeah, it's a FNAF jump scare at this point, like against the Fit. Against the Fit. Roger like that.
Moon Knights need to end this
Man,
game as fast as
that's
possible.
that's harassment. That's just bullying at this point, what Wasted is doing there in midway.
Yeah. We'll see how they can turn the tides here. If FT
Irritable is
can.
trying to find some sort of an engage, but it's hard as well because they have the Edith as well. You're gonna be knocked up. The Earth Shatter in return if you're attempting something. Now the Black Dragon comes in as well. Can they get to tower though? Nobody's really basic attacking it. The last insanity will last for a while, but the
Wow.
shield pops too early. He's gonna be knocked up. Immortality taken away as well. The Xborg is stripped of his HP, of his armor, of everything.
GG.
And Kirito deleted as well. Saphira finds one answer, so Sanity actually first time he dies in this game, but will it really change the course and the
Chapo took
direction of this?
Twilight armor. I don't know if you peeped that.
Oh
I think
yeah, yeah.
it's. I guess Twilight armor would be like now. Now they show items. Twilight armor would probably take care of what the Navaria and
Yeah.
and
Just
Rain,
anything that
right?
does, yeah, one-shot burst damage, right? So kind of, I
Yeah,
guess, kind of Nolan as well, but
yeah. Nolan. I mean, Exborg. The last insanity. That last pop can actually hit you pretty hard. You can kind of
yeah,
see the Brats come in the wall, charge, hit it there. The Navaria outside the map, trying to get snipes left and right. Was able to take down Sanity. Took quite a few tower shots. But again, 7 and 3, 6,000 gold lead. First Lord utilized to take down the right tier 3 inhibitor. Can they change this around though? Is the main question. I guess if Carry and Navaria can come online, that'd be the biggest aspect that we see.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, they definitely need the carry alive, something like that Moscow scaling we saw from the last series. But it's a bit harder with carry, right? You don't really have that range. You still have to have your teammates really close. Moscow can escape like 1v3 situations. It is very hard to do that with a carry. And the Lords is comfortably pocketed by Moon Knights here.
Yeah.
Right now, everything is done under their tempo, under their command. This game,
Oh,
Sanity catches Nuratin, knocks him up. Does he get the armor down, though? No,
nope.
actually, Nuratin is standing his ground pretty well. Firaga armor saves him as well.
He just pressed him. I'm not quite sure the cooldown on that ultimate, but maybe a little bit of a premature ult into Exborg there. I guess kept him at bay, allowed him to secure that red buff, but the lanes are about to be crashing. Maybe utilize this lure to take the next inhibitors. They're going to keep carry at bay, though. Red buff did go to carry.
Yeah, I'm guessing they get the tunnels will come up pretty soon. In late game, it's like 50 seconds or something, so they just know that in the next team fight it will be available. It is up now, and that's where they're going in as well. This is the full commitment. You can
They're
see
just
Yuzhong
attacking the
just
base.
annoying the backlines. Yeah, he's basically inside the fountain. Nuratin somehow gets to escape with the tail between his legs, but that just might
GG.
be the final run. Futuhat, they're in
You
their
just need
fountain. They can't
minions.
defend. Yeah, no minions, but someone has to attack the base. There's Edith just punching it together with Sanity as
There it
well.
is.
And Moon Knight, they take the victory.
Complete domination by Moon Knights. Good old play happening there. Again, I think it really came down to the Lilia and the Black Drag. They were just playing a well-disciplined game. I mean, you can see the
Yeah,
gold
absolutely.
lead, 11, almost 11K. I mean, just overall, great game. Kind of looking at some of these highlights.
Yeah, every time I think like, yeah, Barrett's isn't really like a permaban, shouldn't be a permaban, then I see like a game like this where, Futuhat can't escape their part of the jungle at all. And basically we're always forced into using retributions early to save any specs they had left in their jungle. Yeah, I guess it was kind of decided already in the draft phase, but very well executed from Moon Knights anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Well executed, well played. Team fight participation's not too high on either team, but the damage output by the side of Moon Knights was exceptional. They
Wait,
didn't
it
take
was
too much
64K.
damage. uh, Crazy
Yeah,
that they took more damage than damage dealt. They took like 9. I guess it could have came from like PvE, maybe the
yeah,
Lord. 90,000 damage done by towers and minions.
that's insane. Yeah.
Literally almost more than the whole team's damage done.
Yeah, that just means they're just steamrolling it. Wasted, obviously, MVP as well, consistently harassing that Grok out of position. It was really energetic game, and I guess Moon Knight, they are sailing towards the 2-0. They're trying to get that in the last game we have in store for you tonight.
Yeah, Moon Knights versus FT. Moon Knights looking really good. Looking really good. The Lilia coming out of the box was, I would say, a great go. They definitely controlled it. And I mean, kept that Grok at bay. That's one of the things that Grok is very weak against, which is magic damage in the early stage, right? So seeing the Lilia come through and just absolutely keeping him back, not allowing him to be in fights, not helping his team. Moon Knight's excellence coming out right there. FT gonna have to definitely do something here on what they can do to change this tide.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Moon Knights have even more stuff up their arsenal. Like they had very diverse pick in MTC, and they played stuff like Joy Mid. I don't know, like uh, there's like a whole combination of heroes which aren't very popular drafts that you would think would fail from the get go, but they did a really good job making them happen. And currently, I think just Moon Knights, they seem to be the more experienced side. They're just playing the game better right now.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Next draft probably coming up here soon. A lot of stuff that can happen here. Moon Knights. I mean, they looked well disciplined too. I mean, this almost looked like exactly like Prestige, right? They were kind of focused on major objectives. The Lilia came in clutch. The Roger came in clutch. The overall Bratz is just an insane jungle, and the Nolan just kind of seemed pretty weak to me. You can't really put a utility hero against an assassin because like 9 out of 10 times the assassin's gonna lose, and that's just the overall problem right now.
Yeah, it's
Um,
funny because it's like minute 4 or 5, the Nolan had like a 3-4 level lead, and then it just
yeah,
kind of disappeared into thin air. Yeah.
I heard that in the advanced server right now that Moonton's like testing out like enemies that are in the enemy, like say in the enemy's jungle,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
take
yeah.
more damage.
Yeah, and
Uh,
you yourself take less damage from your creeps, which is cool.
yeah,
I think it makes the game, I guess, a little bit too streamlined, right? Or a little bit too like
it's gonna be all about
simple. Yeah.
laning. You know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
gonna be. I feel like it then it equally come down to skill because like you're not like different heroes are jungle differently, right? And sometimes you got to
Yeah,
take that
sure.
into aspect, but I feel like it's definitely like limited on the amount of jungles that can be played in this game. So we'll see how it turns out. We'll see how it turns out. I know there'll be more emblems being implemented. There'll be more
Yeah.
combinations that you can utilize.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
temporal rain, which is why they're like nerfing like 50 heroes.
yeah.
uh,
So we'll see. The metas are always swapping, but I think the metas are just a little bit too like easy. You know, like you just
yeah,
know
yeah, you
what's
can
going
figure
out.
them out immediately. Yeah, you can read the patch
Yeah,
notes, know what's coming. Yeah, exactly.
yeah. And kind of rough. It seemed like they were trying to get rid of tank jungles, utility jungles, and then they just, to be honest, they just reduced the amount there was, and they still are there.
Yeah, it's funny because they made a lower deal like percent HP damage. That didn't change a thing because I don't know, the
hmm
Lord still feels like a little bit too easy to take down. I feel like Lord's fights should be maybe a little bit more difficult, more influential. Just they should feel
Yeah.
like cumbersome to take on.
Yeah, like you should have to really think about taking the Lord on. Like it
Yeah, yeah,
feels like
exactly.
every Lord, like once the Lord comes up, you just gotta do it. Like there's
Yeah,
no ifs, ands, or buts, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like in League, but here you go.
Yeah.
We're in the second draft phase. Then same bands, by the way, Freya and Fanny. So I guess that's
Too
all
long.
figured out. Then one tricks are being taken away. Yu Zhong as well. Interesting. Trapper did play that a lot.
Yep, yep.
Could be
Let's
more
see
targeted stuff,
here.
more assassins, or are they going to take a more direct approach now because they're playing on the red side? So I have to be more careful about what are you going to be allowing for who to have to first pick and
Seems
what
like they're
were you going
gonna
to be
possibly
blocking.
open up the Brats, the Fredrin. I mean, a lot of possible opportunities here. The Freya being put on the ban list, the Angela,
Angela, okay, early
Yuzong.
on. Yeah, if it's not going to be stuff like Brethren, Minotaur, stuff like that again, Barretts, of course. I guess we're going to be seeing them again.
Exactly. I mean, the
Barretts
Matilda is
definitely.
still open.
Barretts for me takes the joy out of the game. I don't know why. I don't. I played like Barretts a couple of times and it just feels so boring. Like,
He's just so simple and so strong.
yeah, yeah. It's just you know what you're doing.
He's
That's
straightforward.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's straightforward, basically. Yeah,
A lot of heroes require a lot of technical challenges. I feel like Brats is definitely like if you're trying to jungle and you're just, I mean, trying to decimate and not really have to worry about getting poked at, like that's who you play.
yeah. It's
Any
actually
other
very good. Yeah,
jungles,
as a blind pick.
yeah, yeah. Any other jungles are more of like, you gotta hold yourself out. You can't go in on certain situations and stuff like that. So
Yeah, yeah. All right. Just a few seconds left. Moon Knight, they are trying to be conservative here. They're taking away the Harith, which still leaves some standard stuff open. Mathilda open, for example, which is interesting to point out. Maybe we're going to be seeing that for the first time today. Could be, of
yeah,
course, again, something like Fredrin, Hexborg.
I'd pull out of Matilda. They could be baiting it though.
Could be bait, could be bait, yeah. Yeah, if you don't take it, we're gonna have it figured out. I don't think they played it too much in MTC Mathilda, but it was
Yeah,
very regularly banned there as well. So, yeah, like I said, they also play like these more damage focused heroes like Joy, like Lilia, and it is gonna be the Mathilda first pick immediately.
yeah.
It's been picked 3 times today. What? No way.
I don't
I
think
guess.
today.
Yeah, I guess in the upper bracket, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think there was one game, yeah, definitely, which I recall there was a Mathilda, but She's she's like
Yeah,
an
there's
eclipse light now. Like she doesn't really get by the ban phase at all.
yeah, they don't have too much statistics on Liquipedia on this tournament, so
Yeah, we're gonna just have to scroll past the bots right now. But
they did first pick
Fredrin.
the Fredrin
Mm-hmm.
and the Natan. Okay.
Okay, that's
Mm,
brave choice. Like you got Roger still open, by the way, and Roger can
mm.
iframe Mathilda ult, Mathilda dives. So I feel like this is like some sort of a just comfort pick.
I think it's could be a comfort pick. Could also be that the displacement that he offers can stop a pretty good, well focused engage. So maybe that's why Natan is being picked here so early. Um, I mean, huge. They might have something up their sleeves here.
Yeah, yeah,
Oskov, oof. FT's
yeah.
got some heavy picks here.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting goal lane, right? Both are extremely squishy. Early game, either one could beat the other, depending on how brave, what kind of challenges you take on. You know, do you want to contest the crab? How much do you want to be
Yeah.
outside the bush, just pushing the lane out? It does surprise me, Moon Knight. You know, I think it's Axo actually is kind of like a jack of all trades. He plays a lot of marksman. I don't think I've seen him on Sanity. I think I haven't seen him on Natan, so
True,
be
true.
interesting to see. Vexana out
What?
is decent, but I feel like they want something that kind of follows up Mathilda, right, for these dives. So yeah, like they banned out
Rizla.
the Yuzhong themselves. Teresa is taken
Yeah.
up.
Rizla's a
Could
good
be
go here.
opening. Yeah, I don't mind. I could say could be opening up the way for Paquito maybe. That's
Yeah.
pretty very mobile against the Teresa. Can cut away his lanes. Pairs well with Mathilda. But then
Yeah, the
your
speed, the
but then
mobility.
your jungler has to be like extremely tanky as well.
Hmm. I mean, they could go a Kai. They got rid of
Yeah,
Oxia. I like
yeah,
it.
good old. Works pretty well against the likes of Teresa and Fredrin as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guess taking away mages is like wiser. The Valentina ban.
I feel like they're gonna ban Faramis. Faramis
And
would be an
Faramis is a good option.
absolute
Yeah, Faramis is wild with Teresa and Fred.
yeah, especially Natan. Like if they don't ban the Faramis, like this could be. And if I'm thinking about it, FT should be able to definitely think about it, right? You know, like
Yeah, they
they
kind
could
of have
be
the ball in
punishing.
their field right now, and I think depending on their XP lane pick, this could go insanely in there towards their favor. Probably that's why they're thinking like, is there
The
something that's gonna
Lilia.
boost them so much that yeah, it's gonna be the one Drake bans again. Okay, Waste is gonna be targeted. I don't think we're gonna see Wasted Joy right now, but this could very well be something. Export taken out. This is not
Nice.
something I expected to pop up there, but okay. I mean, it could
It's
be
a
flex
good counter to
shares.
Fredrin.
And
Other
Teresa as
than
well,
the Kai.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
On the
Good
lane,
true
but
damage. Are
like
they gonna miss the Faramis?
eh,
Maybe.
if it's gonna be, yeah, you're gonna win the golden crystal ball.
They could
Gonna be the
target
trophy for you. Yeah.
yeah. I mean they could target a Roam. Minnow is still available. They go Faramis and Minnow. They could be lacking a little bit of damage. Ah, there's the Minnow ban. So
Okay.
Faramis,
This is
I feel
probably
like
gonna be
Faramis
Faramis.
is still a good go. I mean, they could go Valentina, but I feel like survivability for the Natan is something you're definitely gonna need because he's gonna burst through this team, and you're gonna have
Yeah,
to deal with a
Nathan.
lot of assaults.
Yeah, rule of thumb is needs like three in the front line usually, so
But I
should
guess it all
really
depends on
maximize.
their hero pool.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are things like sometimes people don't even play Faramis. Some people never played him even if it was meta, and that also changed it up a bit when he got like revamped. They're gonna focus on the room first, and we'd see the Kufra, which
Hmm,
is a rare sight these days. But
hmm.
certainly a welcome one. Very good against some of these Dash champions, of course. This is directly to counter Moskov and Mathilda.
Yeah, I think they're gonna last pick Faramis. I don't think FT is thinking about Faramis at all. It's all a mind over matter when you're looking at these.
I feel like with Kufra, you kind of want Akai. At the same
Yeah,
time, Akai can
true,
be
true.
cancelled as well because of his headbutt, but
Akai can also kind of get in and out with the Matilda ult. So, but then they would be heavily relying on the
it
Moskov.
is the Akai. Yeah, I don't know. The damage is
Agree.
lacking massively.
Yeah,
Oh
they're gonna be
boy.
relying on the Moskov super
Yeah,
hard. Last pick the Faramis, and then they literally won't have any damage. They
XP
won't be
Ruby
able to
then.
kill 2 health bars.
Yep, that's true. On these beefy boys, we have Kufra, Terizla, and Freudrein. Everything you need for an 8 and really pop off. Nothing
Damn.
catches. Nothing catches him. All right. Well, is your prediction coming
Low
alive? No, it's
Yi.
Louis. Okay, that's interesting.
Ah.
I feel like the rest of the team doesn't really tie together with it too much, but maybe I'm just maybe it's just really to just bring
Penalty
some
zone.
extra
I mean, penalty
more.
zone and Low
Yeah, true.
Yi's
Yeah.
yin yang. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's huge.
And yeah,
Kufra
yeah, yeah,
set. Kufra set.
yeah,
That's a good synergy. The
yeah.
taunt from Fredrin. I feel like there's a lot of opportunities that Low Yi could
Oh
definitely
yeah, yeah.
like go
I forgot.
crazy.
Technically, yeah, Nathan's interference as well. Yeah, there's so much that
Yes.
brings the players together for that.
I like the synergy. It's a little bit different than what I was suspecting, but I mean I could see the approach. But Low Yi being picked last allows her to not be countered as much. She's probably gonna run Purify if I had to guess, just because she's definitely not gonna want to get locked down by the Kai.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so and then the Moskov, you'll be able to escape a lot of the Moskov. So I wouldn't be surprised if Moon Knights don't all run like a Purify or
Yeah, this is
something
gonna
that
be a
keeps
game where
them.
there's more purifiers than there's victors,
Uh,
definitely.
we'll
Oh
find
yeah,
out. We'll
here
be
we're
getting
gonna
into
start.
match point. Moon Knights versus Futuhat. We only got one Purify, actually. Looks like Futuhat picked up more Purifies than Moon Knights, so...
Yeah,
Wow.
actually. Yeah, the lawyer going with the flicker and Prisla as well for the penalty zone, of course. See some early scuffles in the mid lane,
Yeah.
nothing too crazy. Very slow starts, no invades, of course, as well. Neither's jungle really fits that bill, anyways. And
Mm-hmm.
Akai is gonna be just getting that. Okay, yeah, after buffs, get that Lethal Wanderer immediately into Futuhat's favor. Nicely done. Frederin's Claire is very slow. They didn't leash him at all, and I guess they were just that was like an intentional choice because they didn't try to bring him over to like that mid lane area.
Mm-hmm. It is true,
And
it is true.
already a big meeting over here.
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay, nice damage
Jesus
though. I mean, Loi
Christ.
has one of the lowest base HPs in the game, so that is something that can be punished early on. Just to be careful.
Yeah. Good clear, though. She's utilizing a lot of her abilities to get that clear out. Regin already looking at possibly coming down to... I'm not actually quite sure why he showed himself here, because it might be punished as
I
level
think
4
Rain.
is achieved.
Okay. The heavy spin didn't really go in the direction he wanted to, but they maybe still get sanity if they are really
I think
focused
they
on
got
it.
him.
And
Oh, maybe
oh,
not.
nice surprises! Wrath Rain is almost in the
Wow.
green, and that's completed. Sanity, a basic attack from
Wow,
Saphira
that Kufra.
seals the fate. And Nuretin drags Chap onto the tower, survives. By
Ow.
the way, I thought that was a death sentence for
How?
Nuretin. That just completely outplayed the Terizla
Oh.
there. Insane stuff we're seeing over here. Saphira has to run away. No
Oh.
mana on that bar. And Yin Yang comes in and pulls Saphira back and
Oh, she's going to pay for
underground.
it, though.
Kirito, does he have enough damage to really do anything, though? I don't
They
think
did
Kirito
get
can
him.
change the issue there. Gets the kill. I'm so surprised that the
Wow.
Mathilda... And oh, the jukes! The jukes are coming out!
Yo, the moment you thought you were able to escape, the flicker and the Kufra comes out. Ooh, we
Holy
see
moly, nice heavy spin Sanity again, pushed
diversion.
against the wall, but nicely uses their Appraiser's Wrath. Maybe, just maybe, there's already deaths on
Yeah,
the
GG's.
screen. So many players going down and they just can't fight against the Loyi. And also really good
Wow.
timings on Sanity to just wait up, build up that crystal energy, save his stacks as well, and then slam his sword down.
Crazy discipline by both sides. I'm actually surprised he didn't take a couple tower hits there, but I guess he needed to get back as soon as possible. So
Yeah.
again, decent discipline here by Moon Knights. Almost a 2,000 gold lead already. Akai trying to do some things. Again, looks like Futuhat's being a little bit greedy on some situations that they're attempting to take. So they have to watch out for that. Kind of looking at an instant replay here. You've seen the knock up. Sanity able to get that, as well as Chapo with the penalty zone to secure a double kill, and then the turtle as well. So you're already seeing it. Again, I think what we have to really watch out for is Kite, right? Yeah, Moon Knight secured the turtle, but they're going to have to keep an eye on Kite and maybe even shut him down a couple times so he doesn't scale into the late game.
Absolutely, yeah. Akai is like is surprisingly decent jungle XP once he has a couple of items. His base damage stats are actually really good. He was like, I think
Oh, he didn't go in
a
on
couple of
that?
years ago he was played at like full AG. Oh, nicely done by the Mythology, slicing through 3 of them. The entropy is coming out as well, but there's really no damage to be found yet. So he's trying to focus on the
Ooh.
tower. Nice
Ooh.
Eternal Guards. Will they get the Loi? No, the spare misses from like 5 meters.
The
Unfortunate.
destruction spear isn't reaping destruction this time. It goes wide
Yeah, that was way
as
out the map.
Moon Knights are trying to keep this engaged. Good clear in the mid. Going to be rotating down. A little bit of a jump up and a
Whoa!
knock up on Kirito.
Yeah, nicely done by Kufra. Nicely charged Tyrant's Revenge there, but I don't think they're gonna find a real follow-up here.
Oh, penalty
Again, a
zone.
fight where Moon Knight starts, and then Futuhat is trying to get the scraps here, considering that Sanity is still alive and kicking really well. You know, he has full health, sure, Crystal Energy is building up, and he's trying to go for it
Wow.
intentionally. The heavy spin is coming. How did Exception get that kill?
Chapo took
And
2
Sanity
hits.
still waiting, still waiting.
Wow.
Wait, they actually used it up already. Yeah. No
Ooh.
praises.
The small sky, he goes
Is
for
it
it.
goes in? He goes for it. Does he get them? Actually, both are super low, and he's going for
He
the
does
1v2.
get Sanity.
Sanity goes down. Exception has to keep himself away. He has just too little health to really be effective in this fight, but he's keeping together with his team right now. At least it's a number difference, maybe, but they're not going to get the turtle.
Oh my god, Natan's damage.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he only now gets
He
Starlium
literally
Skies,
one-shot him.
Yeah. Just the
Ooh.
Starlium Sky Power Spike is insane. It's just such a strong item. It also turns Harith immediately into a beast once he gets him, and I think it's a bit overtuned right now. 3-0 Natan. That's gonna sting.
Yeah. That Scythe is nasty. Oh, a little bit of a cheeky play by Kufra there. Not gonna go in on it just yet. I mean, Moon Knights is 4,000 gold up. I mean, they're looking well disciplined. Taking out the Moskov twice, which is what I was saying. He's level 8 versus Natan level 9. So he is still trying to kind of jungle up and get some EXP where he can, some gold where he can. It's kind of low, but you got to remember that is taken away from the Kai. Look, Kai's already level 9.
Yeah. For me, it feels really hard for the Loyi to keep distance. You can see everybody tries to target her, and there's just not enough for Moon Knights. They can't be together all the time. Sanity still has to jungle, right? So it only leaves Kufra to really be by Wasted side.
Oof. Deception. Not able to do too much there. They're going to push this mid tower. Natan definitely executing it with no problem. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's yeah. It's getting worse and worse. Nice Tyrant's Rage comes up again against the wall. Nuratin still survives though. Spear goes wide, yep.
I mean, they're just taking tower by tower. Moskov was able to secure one at the bottom lane.
Yeah,
Sheesh,
I feel like they give
diversion.
him
Oh
Futuhat.
my
I feel like they.
god.
Oh, what a play here! This is some beautiful stuff. But Heavy Spin was ready and available, and Rain bails him out himself.
Yeah, but now he's not going
Chapo
to have his
keeps
red
on
buff.
going though. Chapo has already used the penalty zone, though they don't really have any else available anymore. Maybe they can do something with Dispersion again if they're gonna keep on fighting against Futuhat, who are forced to be close and near each other.
Look at Moskov
And
trying to cut that. Is Moskov
well,
going
the
to
Louis is
1v1 at Lo
coming.
Yi?
I don't know if that's
What the
doable. Yeah,
heck?
because the Louis is just gonna get the speed up, and she gets away. Spirit Destruction again, I think, whiffed by a couple of people there, and he's going to be caught by the Kufra and by the Fredrin, double teamed and taken out.
Dropping the sorry ooh. Matilda kind of here. I don't think they should try it. They
Yeah,
ain't
it
even
just
gonna
feels like
worry
that's
about it.
sentence, honestly.
Oh my god, the
Kirito
Natan's
lands in a very bad
damage.
position. What is Kirito doing? But I can't understand Matilda. It's really hard to just nail the landing if you're in the middle of all of these fights against 4 people. See what he could there,
Yeah.
Kirito. Futuhat still sitting on 4 kills. The goal lead is not looking too good. Economically, they're still in the drain.
I mean, this Skeption has 3 kills. More than Chapo and AI.
Yeah, if you're Rome, if your main tank has such good numbers, then I don't know. That's kind of odd. Kirito and Noritin are waiting. I don't think they can put something together here just by themselves. Kirito are just trying to pull away some of these Moon Knight's members who are all focused on getting that inhibitor.
Oh my
Kirito
god.
himself is losing health at
Oh
such
my
a rapid
god.
pace that Tyrant's Rage hits 3
Kufra.
members, pins
Kufra.
them against the wall. Beautiful finish, and this could be a very
Ooh.
fast end.
Ooh, Natan
But no, they're
low
taking
though.
out. Yeah, they're taking out not enough minions to work with there, and they just can't keep punching the base like this. But Rain.
Ooh, oh, sanity.
I mean,
Little
that's.
greedy.
Yeah, they're just messing about right now.
They literally, like, yo, the dude was stuck between 2 towers, taking shots from both sides.
Yeah, I feel like they got a bit ahead of themselves here. You just only now got the tier 2
I
tower
mean, they
mid.
almost had the base, but they just, again, didn't have too much minions to secure it. They definitely could have almost had it, but did make a couple mistakes there that cost them the ability to take that.
Yeah, Exception died. Otherwise, I think they would have had the ability for someone to tank it, just like their Kufra, but that's not anymore, unfortunately. Axel is almost full build, has Holy Crystal as well. That's just so much magic damage on his name.
Exactly.
Moscow gets to recall. They were going to check that bush, but a little bit too late here for Moon Knights.
Yep, and it's coming down to they're not quite sure what to do here, as they know the next Lord's in 31 seconds.
They're trying to set themselves up, I guess. Exception doesn't have a flicker, so they're just waiting on like a full combo to happen and land. Maybe a Tyrant's Revenge into Rage with a flicker. Chapo as well has to play his part with the penalty zone. Lord in 10, I'm guessing they're going to put more money on that rather than just headbutting their way into these last inhibitors.
Exactly. I mean, the Lord, I don't think there's going to be too much contest, and it'd be an enhanced Lord. So, to be honest, they just need the Lord push with the Natan, and then I think it's pretty much match up in GG at this point. What a double set there.
I mean, you can see the kite is kind of coming alive. These spears are starting to torpedo out at pretty fast speeds, but still need to be in range. And against all the likes of like Kufra, Terizla, you still need to keep your distance, even as a near full build Moscow.
Odd. Might try to get a cheeky kill on Chapo here. Oh, they're gonna
It's so
back
easy to
out.
clear these bushes when you have a Kufra, right? Deception just Tyrants revenging, sorry, every bush he sees. Futuhat, they can't even set up some sort of a surprise play on their hind feet right now.
Yeah. They got a lot of defense with the Moskov, which is what they have to find a way to approach. They can't really get in, but they have such a good gold lead. They want to make something happen.
Yeah, they're trying to
But
mock up a
such a
plan here.
great
Nuretin
defense.
is putting himself into a very aggressive position where, you know, they're gonna kind of have to risk it. Nuretin already used up. I'm offended, but that's still pretty good. You know, they cleared the big wave with the Lord. And now they can regroup again, but this is gonna be crushing. If there's
There it
only one
is.
member of Futuhat dead, then it's gonna be all over. There is Chapo falling though, and
They
Kite
need to
gets
push that
away.
bottom.
Watch free.
If they get Moskov, it's GG's.
Bloodwings onto the Loyi. That's gonna do so much extra damage. Nice.
No
He just
way, they got him.
in there, homing missile Kufra, and they get that ruby down.
GG's, they got
this
Moskov.
should be the ending moment. Only
Yeah,
Sakura
there
and
it
Kiriko
is.
standing. That's just a paper thin
Just need
wall
the
left.
minions. They got Vexana, still Eternal Guard, could come down. Damage is coming in.
That's locked away already.
They just need to target the base.
Come on, it's kind of hard. Surprisingly, Rain is here, and he has the heavy spin available. Actually, used it up already, and they couldn't get it. Futuhat still holding on somehow. Just
wow. They even secured the Moskov. That is crazy. I mean, now they just really only need one Lord, and then they'll be able to press it pretty quick. But Jesus. I mean, securing 3 kills there, not being able to end it. Yeah. I mean, 9,000 gold lead. Not one to make too many mistakes or overstay their welcome.
I mean, yeah, if you're in like Moon Knight's position, I think there's definitely like some sort of frustration setting in as well now. Like you had 2 big chances to finish it up. You know, you got so close both times. You damaged the enemy base down to like 50% HP, and you couldn't finish it up. So this could lead to some sort of more egoistic plays, more complacent plays, and this is exactly it. Stunlocked, Deception still gets to run away, but he's charging up. The Tyrant's Revenge, but he can't go in there. The Beetle wall is blocking him. Okay, here comes the teleport.
The minions.
Yeah. They do get the Lord. Yeah, I think it's over now because the minions are crashing in so heavily. It's going to be a Lord for Moon Knights no matter what.
See, this is the hard part about the game. You lose all your inhibitors. Now the super minions are kind of controlling the lanes, and like,
yeah, they're like
you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, you gotta sacrifice.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And now Lord's raining down straight down the middle. It looks like they are perfectly almost sinking all the lanes. A little bit of a taunt and a go here. Do they make a play? Rain low.
Lord barreling it seems like he has no defense items. Nice jump, but the turret comes down. Maybe they somehow get another lifeline here, but the Lord is still standing. There's so much damage going on. It means they have to get Ixo down. Ixo is still alive, and that's all what matters because Ixo's basic attacks are the ones to finish it off.
Moon Knight taking the series with a sweep against Futuhat. Natan, an absolute monster alongside the Kufra. Definitely an insane day here. As we've seen. 20-8.
Yeah, I mean, some of these lower bracket games definitely didn't feel close at all. This was one of these matchups where it feels like Moon Knights just had it all figured out, and they just seemed like ahead above their opponents, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely was rough. The Natan just kind of popped off in the early, got fed up. There was really nothing they could do. I think they really baited out the Matilda here because they were able to just take advantage of everything that she had to offer. The displacement by Natan, the low Yi with stopping the dives, and then the displacement of the Yin Yang. It was just overall a great series for Moon Knight. 20-8, a high killed game. You can see the team fight participation, the low Yi and Esception just going insane. The damage here was about equal, you know, not too crazy, about 40k. I feel like that is a decent amount actually. damage
Yeah,
taken. You can
like
definitely
I
tell about the
definitely
same.
tried to get these channels right. We saw that the Moscow was trying to probing around, trying to find the space to make these plays happen, but they never really got out of that base area and their own part of the map. So, if you can't contest the Lord, if you lost all the inhibitors, it's game over, and it's written all
AXO.
over it. Yeah, he did a good job. 605 finished up the game as well, and Moon Knights are the final team to qualify for the challenge finals. Then,
Yep. And then, so next weekend it'd be starting the Challengers Finals, where the real money is being taken place. All of these teams that have made it, which is Fireflux, S2G, Esports, the Prestige, and of course now Moon Knights, all secured $1,500 if I'm not mistaken, right?
yeah, that's
And
right.
that allows them to move on to the Challenger tournament, which is their prize pool, I think, is like 50K.
Yeah, 50,000. Winner gets 20,000, which is a very big amount if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's already more than like MTC prize pool usually. Europe, not to mention, of course, we don't really reach these heights yet. So it's
More
gonna
than
be,
NACT.
yeah, it's first and once in a lifetime chance maybe for some of these teams to get something like that. But hopefully, all of these teams are obviously gonna develop and progress even further. And it's nice to be seeing like these EU, MENA, and Turkey teams really being pitted against each other as well.
Yeah, and we'll see that. There's Birthright, Opertum Esports, Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, Fireflux, S2GE, S2G Esports, Moon Knights, and then of course Prestige. All of these teams are moving on to that bracket, which is going to be quite insane. So GG to Moon Knights, they've shown great discipline, crazy drafts, and just the tactical mind games from them came into clutch there for them to be moving on to the Challengers tournament. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean,
Yeah,
that was Moon Knights versus FT. Ryan, do you have any final words? Anything you want to say before?
nothing much. Of course, tune in for the challenge finals then, which will be starting right from June actually, so just a few days away.
Yeah,
And thank you everybody for watching. Of course, that's it from me. I mean, it was a pleasure to cast with you
sounds
as
good.
usual. Yeah.
Same, Ryan. It was a pleasure to cast with you as well. Of course, I'll be watching, doing a watch party for the MWI, like lower bracket finals and then the grand finals. So if you guys want to tune in about an hour and 20 minutes, I'll be live back again. So until then, everybody, GG. Ryan's out. I'm out. See you guys next weekend.